Hundreds of years ago, strange monsters dubbed demons began to appear on Earth. Because of their danger, the number of countries was reduced to 7. The humans managed to survive by building a barrier against the demons. They put all their hopes in those whose power could resist the monsters, the mages. Mages were ranked according to their power, and the strongest mages were dubbed the only mages. They included the protagonist who was attacked by one of the demons. The guy struck him with his sword, at the same time calculating how many individuals here. They were at least 12 pieces, and maybe even more. The hero used the chain formula 207, chain resonator. It was a mage who was better than 1,000 others, a mage of the first rank. The strongest mage's name was Alu's Region. After he did his job and killed the monsters, he headed into the forest along the path, rinsing himself with water from a bottle. He had to go through many battles to get here, but it was much better than going along with the army. Thinking about it, Aluz calmly exhaled. He felt sorry that such a beautiful place was in the demon-filled world behind the barrier. He wondered what it would be like to be free. With these thoughts, he gazed at the bird that flew in the sky. A couple weeks later, Aluz showed up at the Alpha Army headquarters and made a request to the general. He was surprised and hoped the guy would change his mind. But Aluz refused. It was a condition of his retirement. Peace beyond the barrier was fully restored, and he did his duty, wanting to be free. But the general knew that Aluz was a very important man to humanity, and he could not let him go so easily. The governor-general could not let the hero resign, but Aluz answered the governor that according to the regulations, someone who served for more than 10 years and accomplished many feats could retire quietly. He joined the army at the age of 6. This year, his length of service will reach 10 years. He was sure that he had already worked enough, and he told this to General. Asil was defended by 7 countries, but the number of mage deaths was constantly increasing, while the great country of Alpha was the only one that was able to perform the most feats and reduce the number of casualties. But it was all thanks to one man, the mage Aluz. The general knew that if they lost Aluz, they would forget about expanding territory, and the good life and hard times would come. Though he was ashamed to say it as a general, he offered Aluz a long vacation. He promised to consider all his preferences, and they would also help him in his research. That said, he would have to go to one place where he would be very useful. Aluz thought about the general's suggestion, and asked if he would be summoned when urgent summons happened. The general remained silent, and it became clear to the guy. It was a compromise, but Aluz didn't think he would be let off so easily. The governor replied to the hero that as soon as everything was ready, he would give him instructions, but until then, he would be in reserve. The boy left, and the general reflected. He knew that someday that day would come. Aluz had never received an education, so now was the time for him. But regardless, he had already become the strongest. The general felt that he should have given him the education he was missing out on as soon as possible. He still hoped that Aluz would change his mind about leaving. Looking at the boy's picture, the governor thought he no longer needed to give Aluz orders. The hero was sent to Alpha, the second magical academy, standing in front of the entrance. The guy recalled the damn general for sending him to a school where he would have to pretend with all his friends. When Aluz heard about the students of the Magic Academy, it immediately came to his mind that most of them hypocritically said that defense of the homeland was above all else and the rest of the bullshit. So the hero didn't like them. He couldn't believe that there were no more places where he could be useful. As far as Aluz remembered, the research core was this way, and he would like to spend time there. While the guy was thinking about it, a ribbon flew up to him, which he picked up. A girl immediately ran up to him that she apologized for it. Her ribbon flew away as she tried to tie it, and decided that Aluz was a new student. The hero agreed with her, and asked the same thing. As it turned out, she was also new and had arrived too early, so she didn't know what to do. As he walked away, Aluz thought that she was probably the same age as him, and he was getting annoyed. The girl called out that her name was Alice and waved. Alice met a friend named Fia on the way, who said it was already safe to go to the hall for the entrance ceremony. She suggested her friend to go faster there. Alice asked Fia to wait for a while, and Aluz decided that he needed to get out of here as soon as possible. The girl waved him goodbye, and said they would see each other at the ceremony. After waving goodbye and not even turning around, the guy thought he wasn't going to make it there anyway, and decided to find a room as soon as possible. entering the huge building with rooms for students. The hero noticed that it was very noisy. Reaching his room, he opened the door and was too surprised. It was simply unbelievable, and Aluz found it hard to believe that it was his room. It was big and spacious, and also all his equipment was in place. If he didn't have enough knowledge to research, he could use the library. It was still the best place to study magic. Placing the book on the shelf, Aluz remembered about the ceremony that was about to start now. There was also an awards ceremony taking place there. Most of the participants were settling into the army after graduation, but Aluz was already working there. It was like there was no way for him to escape from the army anyway. But he had nothing to complain for, since he had the opportunity to lead a relatively good life here. With these thoughts, the hero noticed that there was a dark aura coming from the door of the room. The dark force was seeping through the door, and the girl's voice said that it was nice to meet Aluz. It was the chairwoman of this academy, and her name was Sisti Nexophia. She suggested that they become friends, and the guy thought that she was really intimidating. Aluz was aware of Sisti. She was already discharged from the army, and now he understood why she was called a witch despite her age and appearance. Aluz would like to introduce himself after settling in a bit. The girl walked up to the guy and smiled, but Aluz thought it was too close. Aluz didn't understand what she wanted, and asked Miss Sisti about it, which was very close to his face. Sisti was convinced that he was indeed a supreme mage since it wasn't enough to scare him, and she was very happy about it. By the way, Aluz had heard that she had earned great achievements while she was the active one, but Sisti had only been her for a short time and was only located at 9th place. What was more important to her was that the hero didn't show up for the induction ceremony. Aluz stated that he only wanted to do research, so he wasn't going to attend classes like the other students. He felt that he had no time at all to play friends with them. Sisti understood him, but it was forbidden. In case he ignored the lessons, the general said he would return to duty immediately. The hero could not believe these words and only became convinced that this old man was a real tyrant. The girl asked him to relax, because if he would go to classes and do homework, at least rarely, he would get decent money. In that case, Aluz agreed, but there was something else. His rank was an indication of his power, and to avoid uncomfortable situations, Sisti advised him to hide it. But Aluz wasn't in the habit of showing it to everyone, because it was always less trouble that way, and Sisti agreed with him. The girl decided to leave in that case, and asked to come to her office if the guy had any questions. She wished Aluz a good day and left. Lastly, she asked the boy to lead a full school life, but Aluz did not reply anything. He only thought about his time. About 400 new students are enrolled in this academy every year. They chose the lectures to attend according to the direction they entered. Aluz didn't start attending classes until 3 weeks after the start of school. After thinking about it the previous week, he decided that if he never came to class, it was unlikely that he would have enough attendance to stay in the academy. Opening the doors, Aluz walked into the half-filled auditorium. It was his classroom, and passing by 2 boys, the hero heard a classmate talking about his practice. Looking around, they noticed Aluz, but they didn't know this freshman. They had already realized that he was the newcomer who hadn't attended class since the beginning of school. The guys speculated that he might have been rich, but still didn't see him as particularly motivated to learn. A classmate noticed that Aluz looked annoyed and asked his friend not to touch him. Aluz loudly threw his textbook on the table and sat directly across from the 2 friends that were discussing him. Opening the book, he silently started reading it, and his friends watched him glumly, but with interest. Alice came up to Aluz and wished him good morning. It was not the first time they had seen each other, but she decided to introduce herself again and gave her name. She also decided to ask Aluz's name again, hoping she remembered it correctly. Aluz briefly replied to her that she had gotten it right. Alice assumed that the hero had in all likelihood been feeling ill before, but either way, she was glad to see him again. But the hero calmly replied that he was just resting. He didn't think there would be any useful lectures for him here, but it turned out to be much better than he expected. And the girl was also distracting him somewhat, and he would be grateful if she would stop paying attention to him. Alice felt embarrassed and apologized. But then Fia came up to them, that she stood up for Alice, that she was just worried about the hero, that's why she came up. Fia didn't understand what was wrong with Alu's attitude and decided to find out who Alu's was in general. Alu's calmly apologized and asked her to just not worry about him in the future. Alice also apologized for coming up unexpectedly, but Fia didn't understand why she was apologizing to him in the first place. The girl decided to introduce herself too in that case. She was from the Fable family named Tesfia Fable. She was an aristocrat for giving the hero her name. Fia thought it was kind of her. But the guy looked at Fia, not understanding why she gave her name when she wasn't even asked to do so. Apparently, aristocrats like to impose their manners on other people, or it could be called arrogance. They were aristocrats after all, but Fia didn't understand what Aluz was talking about. Aluz gave his name and said that he didn't care about her and her courtesy. The girl was confused. He didn't care about her and called her arrogant. She couldn't understand at all what was wrong with Aluz's character. But the bell had already rung and the guy asked them to take their seats. Alice walked the angry Fia to her seat while the teacher similarly approached his desk. He announced the start of class and asked everyone to take their seats. The teacher showed the students the magical license that everyone was supposed to be given upon entering the academy. It was issued to all magicians working for the state. But if one channeled their magical flow into it, it would reflect their rank as a mage. The rank depended on their individual power, which affected the magical power and its quality. In other words, it was a ranking of their magical ability that all the disciples were excited about. Alice only had 4 digits, but the others could have 6 digits each. Both of them had outstanding test scores. There was even an examiner who had a hard time fighting them. The other students didn't have to be sad that they only had 6 digits. The teacher noticed Aluz and asked what happened to his license. The boy apologized and said he lost it. The whole class was just shocked at this answer. The principal said to keep his power secret, and he wouldn't have to worry about it if he accidentally lost his license. Fia smirked gloatingly and thought that he just possibly didn't want to show his rank to the others because he would be embarrassed. According to her, it was no big deal if he only had 6 digits. She was confused when the guy called her an idiot. Fia got angry again and asked him to show him his rank if he was so sure about it. Aluz only took a deep breath, and the teacher asked them to keep their voices down and be quiet. The 2 guys also thought that he just had a bad rank. They suggested he just stop going to class if he wasn't interested. By the way, the next lesson was a practical battle, and one of the students offered to show this dumb kid. Alice and Fia moved to the girls' locker room, where Alice took off her uniform. She asked Fia not to worry about the past lesson. She was sure her friend would be surprised to see her favorite weapon. Meanwhile, Aluz sat silently in the men's locker room, where everyone silently squinted at him with an angry look. It made him a little uncomfortable. Eventually, all the students gathered in Lily's palace. It was a training dome for practical battles. In this training area, physical pain was replaced by mental pain. In other words, if they couldn't endure the pain, they lost. Magic arts and weapons were also allowed to be used in practice battles. Students were only required to incorporate magic into their techniques. And in today's battles, they would use auroras. As many of the disciples knew, it was an auxiliary weapon for battle mages who wished to replace their own magical constructs. It was also allowed to use one's own aura. And for those who didn't have one, the teachers had prepared school ones for them. Alice called out to her friend, but Fia asked her to wait. She pulled out her own aura in the shape of a katana from her belongings. All the students were thrilled that she already had her own aura. Fia boasted that this weapon was inherited in her family, and it was the one closest to her. Aluz noticed the katana in the girl's hands, and thought that such an old-fashioned weapon really suited a noblewoman. He thought it was boring, but suddenly someone called out to him. It was a blonde-haired boy from his class who was going to teach the hero a lesson. He was counting on Aluz to agree to a duel with him. The guy thought that was fine, since they were classmates and should get along. Aluz figured that his classmate was a regular 5-digit guy, and he would just like to read a book. But this dude really didn't understand him. In that case, he was willing to duel, but the guy asked him to slow down a bit, since the hero didn't even have a weapon. Aluz showed him the book, presenting his weapon, and the guy smirked, not understanding the hero. He laughed out loud, not understanding how Aluz wanted to confront the aura with a normal book, but it seemed great to him. and he wanted to make Aluz a mere punching bag in that case. Alice was concerned for the hero, for he had a plain book in his hand. Aluz asked to attack him whenever he wanted, for he wanted to get back to reading sooner. The boy went on the attack, deciding that in that case he would finish it as soon as possible. He tried to hit the hero with his sword, but Aluz kept dodging. Calling the hero a turd, the guy demanded at least some courage from him. Aluz could only see how terrible his classmate was at swordsmanship. His strikes and balance were incredibly bad. There was no grace or style in them. It seemed to Aluz that it would be difficult for him to fake defeat. A classmate called Aluz a petty bastard. Since the hero was too jumpy, the guy decided to show him one of his strongest techniques, and summoned the magic that resided within him, the fire sword. Although he tried to make this technique into something high-ranked, it was still a simplified form of a higher-ranked technique. It was incredibly embarrassing for Aluz to watch him brag with such a smug face. Looking at the cheering students of his classmate, Aluz didn't think that they still had an understanding of it. After all, it was just a type of magic. Aluz decided that the time had come, since the guy with the sword in his hands looked quite motivated. The hero decided it was time to end the game, and held out his book forward. He motioned for the guy to end it, and the opponent asked the hero to eat his fire attack. He wanted to hit the hero with all his might, but Aluz blocked his blow with only his book. A pillar of fire formed around them, which frightened Alice. After the pillar disappeared, Aluz was lying on the ground, and Alice immediately ran to his aid. She tried to see if the hero was conscious and if he was all right. She asked for an answer, and the hero opened his eyes. But Aluz, as if nothing had happened, was able to easily lift himself up and sit up, which surprised the girl. Shaking off his sweatshirt, he said that there was no problem, because on this training ground could not be physically injured. Alice came to her senses and decided he was right. The guy with the sword decided that he had won, and the hero congratulated him on his victory. He may have been hasty in his defeat. Even though he had set it up, he made sure that no one realized it, that the attack was deliberately taken by him. Aluz thought he had done well. Studying in school proved to be difficult for him. The hero recalled Alice's name and made sure that her turn was supposed to come soon. The girl replied that she was only a first-year student and had no combat experience, so she couldn't let her guard down. Aluz hoped she could win. The hero also told her that he tried his best but lost. Alice smiled and thanked Aluz. She asked him not to overdo it, even though he wasn't hurt, and Aluz promised to do so. Alice left, and the hero leaned his head against the wall. He said it without even thinking about it, and assumed he was a little tired after all. He remembered his defeat and how Alice ran up to him. He thought that she might really have been worried about him. Closing the book, Aluz decided that manners were a strange thing. He thought it wouldn't be so terrible to watch a little bit of fighting. At this time, Alice had already entered the battlefield, holding an aura in her hand. Her opponent rushed to attack, and the girl swung an aura, which the guy had to dodge. He had a bone in his hand, with which he was about to strike Alice, but the girl blocked his blow right in front of her face. After the block, Alice swung her aura and then hit her opponent in the chest. She thought of it as a very good spot, replacing physical pain with mental pain. The guy decided to see how the girl would handle his next attack and used an entry-level magic, Ice Arrow. The arrows promptly flew at Alice. She decided to repel the arrows in that case and prepared her weapon. Spinning her spear and creating a shield from it, she reflected the guy's arrow, which flew back to the guy. The arrow hit him directly, and Alice defeated her opponent. As she walked out of the field, she was greeted by admiring classmates. Aluz noticed that she was also using an old-fashioned weapon, and now she had applied the seal of light reflection. He would rather call it a simple feathering. The hero was sure that it wasn't a skill a normal student could learn, and assumed she only had 4 digits. The main magic was divided into the elements of earth, water, fire, wind, ice, and lightning. But there were also magics along the lines of light and darkness. Most of the attributes could simply be learned. But light magic was not one of them, and required you to possess it from birth. It was quite rare, and it was amazing that she had it. Fia was proud of her friend and said it was her girl. Fia suggested forget about fighting for a bit and start practicing. The most useful thing to increase mana would be training with mana depletion. The hero suggested that now was a good time to get back to reading and headed towards the exit. But Fia pointed her katana at him and ordered him to stop. She wanted the hero to take a moment of her time. Alice wanted Fia to stop, but her friend decided it would be a good lesson for him. Aluz had already realized that there was no way she was going to settle down. She was always wasting his time, but it would be better if she took care of herself that way. Fia couldn't believe that the hero believed that he could get away with it. She recalled what he had said about aristocrats, but the guy didn't realize what he had done. Fia pointed her finger at the hero and asked him not to tell him that he had already forgotten his words. Aluz remembered what he said earlier and didn't understand what the big deal was. Fia started to lose her temper, not understanding him. She asked him not to dare speak like that. After all, he had no idea what it meant to have such a name. She couldn't let such a thing pass her ears. Fia couldn't let that happen, and the hero decided that she was tired of distracting him from reading. Closing the book, he admitted his mistake and asked her to just stop talking to him. Fia kicked his book aside in a rage and yelled at him not to act like a fool. Alice yelled at Fia, who froze in place and looked at the book, which flew off to the side. Holding the katana in front of her face, Fia asked the hero to fight her. The guy silently walked over to the book and picked it up. In that case, he decided to make a condition to her. This fight would only be between them, and there was no need to call others. She was being very rude to such valuable documents, in Aluz's opinion. He looked at the girl and said that he wasn't going to kindly surrender to her. Sisti was surprised to hear from Aluz that he was going to fight the daughter of House Favel after class. Of course he was going to give in to her a little. After all, he couldn't take the child seriously. Sisti smiled and hoped the guy would keep her out of too much trouble and asked her to just score it. Putting the cup of tea on the table, the hero replied that he couldn't do that. The first place in this school is practical battles between students. He thought that if Sisti went for a piece, the problem would become even bigger. His already small amount of time appeared to be occupied by such things, and he was no longer going to give it away to other useless activities. Even though he said such a thing, Sisti knew that the physical pain from magical attacks was being replaced by mental pain, so it should have been fine. But after all, Aluz was a single-digit magician. If he wanted to, he could drive his opponent crazy. Sisti agreed with him and asked him to go easy on her, and the guy naturally agreed. Looking at the suitcase on the principal's desk, Aluz asked to borrow it from her, and the girl was fine with that. It was an aura in the form of a small sword with a chain. After that, the students were due to start their session, and the teacher thought the girls would like to join in. Alice apologized and said that they had some things to do, and perhaps they would come some other time. Fia walked ahead of her friend and Alice called out to her. She couldn't believe that Fia would actually do this. The girl knew she was going a little overboard, and that the weight the name Favel carried had nothing to do with him. Alice thought Fia would change her mind, but that wasn't the case. Those who insulted her efforts and pride could not be so easily forgiven. Arriving at the battleground, the hero looked around and decided he had come too soon. He noticed the headmistress watching him. Also, someone else had come to see the spectacle after all. The hero didn't see him, which meant he had at least 3 figures. It seems he was here at the principal's request. It was hard for Aluz to relax under such observation, and it looks like he was made to wait. Alice together with Fia approached Aluz. Fia already thought that the hero would be afraid and not come, but the guy asked to skip all the bullshit already. He suggested that Fia stretch and get started. Fia hoped the guy wouldn't fight it and looked at his hands. Aluz held a picture of the audience in his hand and told her not to worry. But Fia didn't understand anything, because it was just a piece of paper. She couldn't understand how Aluz was going to fight her with a simple piece of paper, and she was not okay with it. He had borrowed it from the headmaster, and that was more than enough against Fia. It seemed to the girl that he really did enjoy belittling people. Before they start, Aluz laid out one condition. When he won, she would stop looming in front of him, but Fia said that would be if he won. And if he wanted to, she, as a 4-digit rank, could take care of his studies, but it seemed unnecessary to the hero already. Fia thought it was fine, and asked for an apology for everything he said, in case she won. but the hero thought he had already done so, but agreed. Looking at her friend, Fia told Alice that she would give the starting signal. Alice looked at her opponents excitedly, asking them if they were ready. Everyone was ready, and Alice announced the start of the fight. The fight between Aluz and Fia began, and the girl immediately rushed into a frontal attack. Aluz dodged her blows after noticing that compared to the other students, she moved quite well, but she was putting a little more force into her punch than was needed. Fia held the katana in front of her and swung at the hero once again, but Aluz dodged again. Fia was angry that all he did was run away. She asked him to fight like that if he wanted to win. When Fia attacked again, Aluz fended off her katana with a simple paper that he had folded into a roll. The girl was shocked, not realizing what was happening. It seemed to her that it was not plain paper, but the hero showed her his weapon, assuring her that it was just plain paper. Fia lunged again, shouting that he was lying. She thought that this simply couldn't be happening, and was still unwilling to give up. Fia told the hero that she was able to overpower her guards a while ago, and it was as if Aluz remembered that incident. He had no idea what techniques she had in store, but dealing with someone of her level wouldn't be difficult for him. The hero pronounced that she had a lot of places to hit. Fia had no sooner turned around than she saw a roll of paper in front of her eyes. The paper barely touched her face as the girl immediately flew backwards and fell to the ground. Alice was worried about her friend and called out to her. As Alice ran to her friend, Fia couldn't understand how this could have happened. Aluz simply suggested that she admit defeat, but Fia couldn't even think about losing to him. After all, he was a lazy man with disdain for nobility. He was a man of hateful character. Because of people like him, who never lifted a finger, other people develop inferiority complexes. That's why Fia worked hard. She tried to become strong and prove it to others, and it had an effect. Fia couldn't remember anyone belittling her, although she could admit that she looked down on the hero. Alice asked Fia not to fight anymore, but leaning on her weapon, the girl rose to her knees. She didn't want to lose and was determined that she would make him apologize. She couldn't lose to someone like Aluz. There was no way Fia could let the hero put a stop to all her efforts and training, and summoned a large glacial sword. Alice was terrified and asked Aluz to dodge, but the hero wouldn't budge either. He touched the thickness of the paper to the very tip of the great sword, thus stopping it. After making contact with the paper, the sword simply shattered into shards. Fia froze in place in surprise, looking at Aluz's confident gaze. Falling to the floor, she uttered that it just couldn't be. Aluz slowly walked over to her and raised the roll of paper above the girl, and Fia closed her eyes. She expected a punch, but Aluz just slammed the sheet over her head. He apologized, for he didn't mean to hurt her, and Fia was extremely surprised by his action. Since she took it that way, it was his fault after all. Fia could hardly hold back her tears and admitted that she had been too hot-tempered, for which she apologized. In the hero's opinion, she was surprisingly honest, but Fia said it was because he apologized to her. She just had to return the favor. It seemed to the hero that she was still upset that she lost to him. Aluz replied that he had to go and was about to leave when suddenly Fia tugged at his clothes. The hero didn't understand what she wanted, but Fia wondered how he managed to do what was at the end. But wizards had an unspoken rule not to ask others about their special and secret techniques, and the hero thought Fia knew that, which she agreed with. They were interrupted by the clapping of the principal walking in their direction. Fia didn't see her, and was extremely surprised that she was here. Sisti didn't expect anything less from Fable's daughter. She thanked Fia for the opportunity to watch such a high-level fight. Alice asked the principal what brought her here. Aluz had asked her to reserve the gym, and she wondered what for. The boy called out to the principal. Fia still couldn't understand who Aluz was. He was able to break her glacial sword as if it was some kind of trifle. But Sisti was sure that it was nothing to him. Still, the headmaster sputtered to clarify, and said that she came here to make sure she was safe. Fia didn't understand what Sisti was trying to say, but the principal suggested that they see for themselves. She handed Aluz the license that came to him in the morning from headquarters. Holding out the card, Sisti offered to show the girls his rank. The card glowed and showed the number 1. Fia was just shocked and couldn't believe that the guy had rank 1. The principal smiled at this wonderful reaction. She was somehow also surprised when she familiarized herself with his file. His merits were also attributed to him. But it seemed to the hero that Sisti wanted to keep his rank a secret. But it seemed to her that it would be a good idea to tell the two of them, considering it the lot of fate. The principal asked the girls not to tell the other students as well as the teachers, or she would punish them. Apparently, Alice was not very surprised by this, but Fia was immersed in her own thoughts, realizing that she and the hero were the same age. But then Aluz noticed how Alice panicked. She was so surprised that she froze in place. But now the principal was wondering something else. Why was Aluz studying everything he could get his hands on? He thought it would make his life easier and didn't understand what the big deal was. Sisti approached the hero and put her hand on his shoulder. In that case, she wanted to ask his opinion, and felt that if the girls became stronger, it would make his life easier. But Aluz didn't think that they would succeed. Sisti would be sure of it if they were regular students, and Aluz didn't understand what the principal was implying. Sisti pointed at the two girls and said that Aluz would teach the two of them. Aluz was not very happy about the idea. The principal repeated herself and said that the boy would teach the girls, but he had no idea how to do it. Aluz wasn't honest and never taught anyone. Sisti asked him not to worry about it. Considering his fighting technique, she doubted anyone here could match him. Besides, it would be a good idea for him to teach them in between research. Sisti hoped the guy understood her, and Aluz remained silent. He thought that if he ignored the chairman, the only person in this school with real power, he would be in trouble in the future. With a heavy sigh, Aluz agreed with her, and Sisti was happy with his decision. She knew that he would agree, and Aluz asked for permission to go. The principal let him go, and the hero thought that he had no influence over her. Then he silently headed towards the exit. Fia still couldn't believe that this was the first rank, and decided that the world was apparently near the end. Just to calm himself down, he ran away from the front lines. The principal tapped her heel on the floor, and Fia was startled, thinking she had said something unnecessary. Aluz just had a lot of things to do. Information about top-ranked mages is not hidden from people, so it was clear to her why Fia and Alice didn't understand his circumstances. There are a total of 9 first-rank mages equal to the rank of a general, and only the Governor-General had the authority to give them orders. That was what made him different from the other mages. He did the real thing, instead of exterminating relatively harmless demons, thus expanding their territory. And if Fia and Alice wanted to become better mages, then they needed to ask Aluz to teach them. Alice was thrilled, hoping it was okay. But Fia said he would be the one to teach Alice, and Alice thought that was great. It would be great to be the only ones taught by the strongest mage. Sisti told them that she wouldn't make them do it. Be that as it may, it would definitely be possible to accomplish something with him. Clutching the katana in her hands, Fia understood that perfectly and lowered her gaze. About 100 years ago, demons suddenly appeared. The teacher thought that all the guys already knew about it. Demons were categorized by damage and strength, having an 8-rank 2E system. Rank 2Es had only been spotted once, 5 years ago. Usually, extermination squads consisted of 4 or more individuals of the same level. This helped to maximize the preservation of lives in unforeseen circumstances. For example, against rank A demons, most of the squad had to have 2 figures, usually with ranks B and TS. A squad consisting mostly of mages with 3 figures and a mage commander with 2 would suffice. For lower level demons, most of the mages could have 4 or more digits. It was at least a base. Now, what was concerning in regards to the characteristics of demons, Aluz decided to raise his hand and reply to the teacher. Demons became stronger by consuming mana, so they targeted people who had mana. However, it was not uncommon for demons to engage in cannibalism. The teacher agreed with the hero's answer and nodded his head affirmatively. That was enough of an answer, more so if 2 or more demons likened themselves. If a demon ate its own kind, or a human, then despite the low probability, a transformation into a unique species, a combination of the two, was possible. Of course, the lower demons were not the only ones who practiced cannibalism. It's just that through mana absorption one's rank increases. In the aftermath, they have to be careful of high-rank demons that might disturb the wall, because the effectiveness of the wall decreases over time. Alice and Fia looked at the hero in surprise, as did the rest of the students. And in conclusion, Aluz decided to talk about the important information that the researchers thought. The hero looked sideways at the students and thought that this information was not available to the public. He asked the teacher if that was a sufficient answer, and the teacher of course agreed. One of the students suggested that it was some kind of joke, and his friend seconded him. The teacher sighed heavily and said that was the whole lecture for the day. As he saw the students off, he asked them not to forget their homework. Aluz was in no hurry to leave and leaned on the back of the seats and covered his eyes. He was approached by Fia, who suggested that he step back for a moment. When they left the classroom, the guy asked what she wanted him to do. Alice was with her, and the girls decided to find out what the hero was talking about. The walls of Babylon were weakening, and they wanted to know if it was true. But even if it was, it didn't concern them in any way. But Alice told the hero that it concerned them too, for they wanted to become mages who fought against demons. So she asked them not to say such things to them. But the hero was well aware that with a rank like theirs, they wouldn't be able to do anything anyway, and the girls were fine with that. But still, Fia shouted to the hero that he was wrong, all the more reason they didn't have much time to spare. And if Fia carelessly spent the next 3 years in the academy, she would be unable to feel anything but shame. As mages, they had to prepare to fight at all times. Therefore, she had a request to make. She asked Aluz to train them to be ready to fight demons. But Aluz didn't want to do that, and Fia was visibly offended. Alice decided to ask the hero to do the same while Fia grumbled something to herself. Aluz decided to think about it since the chairman had already asked him to do it. Fia didn't understand why the hero only agreed to teach Alice, and the guy assumed it was because she was an aristocrat who didn't even know how to ask for help. He thought it was a waste of time to work with people of their level. Alice sadly recalled what the principal had told them. She had told them about Aluz looking after them, and Aluz wondered. It was true that she said that, and the hero decided to go along with it after all. He looked at Fia, waiting for her to respond. The girl could hardly ask him for help. She asked him to be kind and teach her everything. Aluz found it sweet of them, and Fia blushed with anger. But the hero was just kidding. He was willing to look after them both, and yet he prioritized research. After all, as mages the girls were useless. But Fia decided that he couldn't know that until he gave it a try. There was a chance that they would become stronger and be able to compete with him. But Aluz already knew that. That wasn't what he meant. After all, they were already special. It seemed to him that Fia wasn't listening to him. Fia was sure that they were, so the guy decided to tell more clearly. Not all special mages were useful on the battlefield, assuming the girls had never seen demons. There were those who lost the ability to use magic when they came face to face with them. When that happened, it was difficult to return to the outside world as a mage. Therefore, the hero believed that even if he trained them and raised their level, there was no guarantee of good results. But Fia disagreed with him, because no one could know about it until they tried it. That was why the hero was saying that they needed a plan for such an occasion. They didn't want to be useless on the battlefield, after all. By the way, Fia had already been thinking about this for a while. After calling the hero by his name, the girl decided that it was confusing and offered to change his name. But Aluz asked her to speak closer to the point. She suggested he be Eli, and labeled him as Elias, Eli. The hero wondered if he could get a vote here. Alice decided that was a good option, and that way they would be easier to tell apart. Fia decided that they would keep it that way in that case. Fia asked Alice to address her without formality as well, since that was what she was doing. Alice was glad, for it made her feel distant. Fia suggested going to her friend's lunch, and the girl agreed. The girls thanked Ali and said they would see her after class. Thinking about his new name, the hero smiled slightly. Fia really liked to set the pace. The guy made his way to the cafeteria, and the cafeteria worker thought it was his first time here. The employee said that standing here was useless. First you had to buy a ticket, which was not done here, but in a machine. But Ali didn't understand anything. The worker pointed to the students who were standing in a huge line. The boy looked at the line doomedly, and a few minutes later he was already standing in it. Finally, he was here. He went to the cafeteria of his own volition, which was a mistake. When the line reached him, He didn't understand how to use the terminal. In the military cafeteria, he just had to go downstairs with a tray and food on it. This school was too different from the one he was in. While he was trying to figure something out, students behind him started pushing him up, asking him if he was done. Suddenly, Fia came up to him, not understanding what the hero was doing. She realized that in all likelihood, Ali had never used a machine gun before. He knew of their existence, but he had never used one before. He figured it was wrong to deny help to someone who was asking for it for the first time. Fia decided he had grown up and showed him where to click. Now all he had to do was pay. Ali didn't know that they wanted to take money from him, for to him it was extortion. Not understanding anything, Fia looked at the hero in surprise. While the students were whispering amongst themselves, Fia was sure that the guy was crazy. Of course she knew he was out of his mind, but not to this extent. She explained that all the food was shipped here from top-tier restaurants, and she didn't understand how they would ship it for free. That was the point. If he wanted to eat, he had to pay. Fia decided to pay with her card this time, as long as Ali had a license. But the guy also didn't understand why he would be walking around with something like his license. The girl was shocked that Ali didn't buy anything off school grounds. After all, he never bought lunch. At the previous place, he showed them his rank, but he never got a license from the chairman. Fia began to guess what was getting right now. It turned out that he didn't have a dime. Fia sighed and pulled out her card. Ali asked her if she was sure, but the girl decided it was better to hurry up and buy something to get out of here. She offered to stop by the chairman's office later. She thought that if people around here heard, it would be very bad. Fia discreetly handed the map to the guy. To keep his secret, he didn't need to attract unnecessary attention. That's exactly what the chairman told him. It was true, and the guy accepted the card, thanking Fia, and promised to pay back next time. But Fia thought he didn't need to because she was the only one who owed here. The hero wondered if he should have returned the favor. The hero wondered what she was doing during lunch, because she came here, but she wasn't going to buy anything. Pointing to the exit, Fia replied that she was going that way. But she was an aristocrat, and she didn't have money for lunch or anything like that. Because of this girl's pride as an aristocrat, he should have asked about it. He had a problematic situation again. It just couldn't be. Fia smiled, and replied that she had just persuaded her mother to attend this academy. From then on, she paid for her tuition, and Fia did her best to the best of her ability. Ali saw this, and it was unexpected for him. He thought she was getting back at him, but he assumed she kept smiling. She knew the truth. The girl realized it even during their fake battle. She decided to ask the guy about it, and asked if he really gave in to her. Moving closer to her, the hero replied that he wasn't. Fia guessed that he knew about her having 4 signs. That is, she didn't realize it at the time, but was able to think it through enough. So she repaid the hero's debt with lunch. Ali thought of her repaying her debt for the fake battle, and she did it out of her own considerations. In that case, Eli agreed to humbly accept her payment, and Fia had no doubt about it. Looking out the window, she smiled, after which she looked at the hero. She didn't understand the feeling. He stared at her as if waiting for her to say what she wanted to say. Actually, Ali saw that she was nice, that's all. At this suddenness, the girl dropped her license. She couldn't understand why the hell he was being so harsh about it. But he just said she was pretty. He was willing to bet that any man found her attractive. It was something of a passing thought on his part. In any case, he made sure that Fia was fine. The girl only blushed and silently dusted off her license. She asked him not to pull such nonsense again, but the hero only thought it was a compliment. Fia told him to shut up and to keep in mind that she clearly had a lot to learn from him. It seemed to Ali that in all likelihood, she would always be in command. The hero's room rumbled and clattered as he searched for the item he needed. It seemed to him that it was in here somewhere. As it turned out, Ali hadn't been wrong to bring it with him. The girls at this time stood behind the guy and waited for him to finish. When he found what he needed, he motioned for them to move on to practice. Fia shouted and asked him to wait. She didn't understand what this huge room was, but the hero didn't understand it either. It was his research room as well as his dwelling. He didn't see it as anything unusual considering his accomplishments. Even he lived in a dormitory. To begin with, He asked the girls to tread carefully if they didn't want to break anything for him, and asked them to listen to him. He decided to only teach them about fighting monsters. He couldn't know if their rank would increase with training, but just sitting and waiting was useless. The girls glanced at each other. It seemed to the hero that he had confused them. But first, he decided to clarify if Fia and Alice knew how rank was calculated. Fia asked for some thought and said that rank was calculated by magic power, ability to use high-level techniques, and the number of successfully completed tasks. That was the correct answer, but there was more to it. She said everything correctly, but there was something about it that was the most important. Fia thought it was the power of magic and spells, and Alice supported her with the same opinion. But that wasn't the case. The most important metric was the number of monsters defeated and their rank. When a high-level monster was destroyed, the rise in rank was much faster. Although the students didn't have the opportunity to hunt monsters anyway. So Ali decided to teach them skills that would help them raise their rank in the future. And he wouldn't mind if they forgot about those ranks and focused on other things. But Fia said that it wasn't about high rank, but that they just wanted to get stronger. Fia asked Alice for her opinion, who supported her friend. In that case, the hero suggested that they start. The guy tossed the object up and cut it in half with just his finger. To begin, Ali decided to teach the girls how to absorb magical energy. Before they could realize what the hero had done, Ali replied that he simply absorbed the magical energy of the object. But Fia didn't see any magic. But the hero wouldn't be unambiguous if they could see it so easily. But nothing could be done, and taking a piece of paper, Eli decided to explain everything to them. He asked them to look at it carefully, after which he rolled up the paper into a roll. Touching it with 2 fingers, he immediately cut it in half. Alice still couldn't understand how he cut it. Absorbing magic allowed one to greatly increase the strength of an object. However, concentrating the energy in one's own body didn't make sense. For example, when covering a fist with magic, most of it was absorbed into the body. If nothing was done, it would leave a haze-like residue on the skin. All in all, cutting paper with one's hand was not that easy. To make it clearer to them, the hero decided to show it on Ali's katana. Taking the katana out of its sheath, the guy said that this is exactly what they do unknowingly. Taking the katana out, he explained that they do it consciously. But Fia was surprised when she noticed the enveloping energy on the katana. It was the energy that spread out along the blade and completely enveloped the blade. With this, they could give the blade a certain shape. Alice was surprised and hoped that they too would be able to distribute energy along the blade in the future. But that wasn't the point. He was just showing them the possibilities of using this spell. Fia puffed up her cheeks and thought that was what they wanted too. Ali did the same thing with his finger. In other words, he didn't just cover his finger with magic, but shaped it into the shape of a blade. But Alice wasn't quite clear. Eli replied that if one mastered this skill, one could easily become double-digit. But whether they could handle it was another question. The guy picked up a stick and said that he would use it to teach them how to transfer energy into objects. But he warned that this was their first test, and if they failed, it would be considered that they had already been eaten by monsters. Holding out 2 sticks to the girls, he suggested they try it. Alice noticed that it was no ordinary stick, and the hero admitted that it was a trophy he had gotten from a monster. Alice was so shocked that she dropped the stick, which fell with a clatter onto the table. Ali asked her not to do it again, as it was the most valuable material in the world. He asked them not to worry. After all, he had trained with him himself for a long time, so there wouldn't be any problems. But if they were so disgusted, he didn't mind if they just left. Alice and Fia agreed and sat down on the couch, holding a stick in their hands. In that case, the hero suggested that they charge the stick with magical energy. The girls obeyed and embarked on the task, trying to transfer their energy to the object. Fia was surprised when she noticed that her magic was reflected, and the reason for that was the special monster from which it was extracted. It was able to disperse magic through its rod. Alice didn't understand how to transfer energy to them in such a case, but it was hard for Ali to realize how they didn't understand it. He ran his finger across the table, saying that they should take it and hold the transferred energy. Fia also didn't understand how they should hold the energy. Alice had also never done such a thing before and didn't know what they should do in such a case. The hero sighed heavily and asked them to extend their arms. Alice agreed, but didn't understand what Ali was up to. Pinching the girl's hand, Alice and Fia jerked in pain. Fia yelled that they were hurt and asked the hero what he was doing. Ali asked, concentrating the energy in his legs. Magical energy was generated and distributed throughout the body as needed. Usually magic was automatically concentrated in the hand. So many controlled magic unconsciously. But if you pinched your wrist, the pain would cause the magic to gather elsewhere. In that case, it was possible to concentrate it on one's own. Fia and Alice were too tense, and the hero decided that there was no use for them since they were really quadrupeds. He didn't care about the survival of the human race, but still the guy was surprised. Fia promised and asked her to take a look at learning how to do it. The hero decided to go back to his research. Turning around, Ali waved goodbye to them, and Fia realized he was leaving. But there were two of them, so they could pinch each other. The hero asked to call him after they learned. Fia asked him to give them at least some clue. But Ali just walked away, and the girls decided there was no mercy from him. Alice and Fia kept trying to do this, and Fia asked her friend to pinch her harder. Eli porpoised them to look this way. Turning around, the girl didn't see the streetlight and crashed into it. Falling to her knees, she asked to at least be warned that there was a lantern. Alice was concerned about her friend, and the hero asked them to listen. The monster would not warn them about anything. He gave the advice not to concentrate too much on absorbing magic, or they'll be dead before they can blink an eye. Reaching the building late in the afternoon, Alice thanked the guy for walking them out and said they would see each other at school. Looking at the building, Herjo thought it was a girls' dormitory. Before going in there, they had cameras and a card check. The guy compared their security to a prison. It was too different from the men's dormitory. Fia waved goodbye once more and thanked the hero for today. They were counting on him tomorrow, and Ali was about to say what would happen next after they learned to control the energy. But suddenly he was interrupted by something. Fia turned around and slammed right into the girls' lush hooters. Alice and Fia were surprised to see the dorm headmistress here. She greeted the girls, asking who the guy was with them. The guy introduced himself as freshman Ali Region. He was helping the girls study and didn't notice it was getting dark. But the girl did not mean anything bad. On the contrary, such an effort was even encouraged by the students. The girl introduced herself as sophomore Farinella Scalant. The hero apparently recognized her surname. Besides, she was already a senior in the second year. Despite being a sophomore, Fairy Senpai was among the triple-digit magicians. Fia and her family had a good relationship, so they had known each other for a long time. This slightly impressed the hero, but Fairy replied that it wasn't like that. She was only rank 375, so Ali decided that it was definitely her. He said that he had caused them a lot of trouble by asking how Viseist was doing. Fia didn't understand anything, but Fairy smiled and replied that he was fine. His father also inquired about his progress, and Fia assumed that they were acquainted with him. The girl replied that of course she knew him. She had seen the hero for the first time, but her father had told her a lot about him. She had already realized that Eli was helping the girls with their training. Eli thought the girl's speech was a little strange, but he didn't think it was surprising since she was Wiseight's daughter. The guy admitted that he was forced by the chairman, and Fairy could even envy him. The hero told the headwoman that they could continue to stay late and asked her not to be so strict with them. Fairy asked the hero to call her simply by her first name. The guy waved goodbye, and in that case asked to just call him Al, because that's what the girls called him. Something flashed in the girl's chest, and she sadly lowered her gaze. She was very grateful to him, however, she could not switch to informal speech so easily. She hoped that Alsasana would not find it difficult if she called him that. Fairy also suggested that the girls just call her by her first name, or senpai. They were not strangers after all. The hero decided that he had to go now, but Fairy called out to the hero. They were still girls, and Fairy asked them to try not to delay them too much. The boy agreed with her, but she had something else in mind. She wanted to ask the hero to look out for her sometimes too. But the hero didn't care if it was just the two of them or the three of them. It made no difference. But Ollie decided to make sure it would only be sometimes, and the girl agreed. Sighing, Ollie asked her not to think about him helping her so much. After all, she was on her way to a double-digit rank as it was. Fairy agreed and replied that she wouldn't hope for much, but she decided to wait for their training with all her heart. Thea said goodbye to the hero until tomorrow. Fairy smiled and thought of Ale. She probably could never call him that, at least from her father's situation. It was just awful to her, and yet she was so sorry for it. Thea and Alice looked questioningly at the brooding headmistress, and the latter replied that it was time for them to go to their rooms. The next day came. While in his room at work, Ollie thought about checking on the girls. He noticed the progression in their learning, but still thought today would be the same as yesterday. He didn't expect them to advance so much. They quickly learned how to control the flow of magic, and it usually took a long time. The hero said they were doing it wrong, and asked them to concentrate the energy on their fingertips. The guy held out his hand to the girls. After interacting with his magic, it was getting easier for them to work their own. Thea lowered her head, leaning against the hero's hand. Ollie noticed they were starting to do the right thing, and also noticed their injured wrists. He realized that they had been practicing even when they returned to the dormitory. They managed to surprise him, but they couldn't be distracted. Thea asked to be quiet, trying to concentrate. Thea opened her eyes, saying she was doing so well, but they could see for themselves they still needed more practice after all. Alice suggested that Thea try again, but the hero apologized and said they would end it there. Thea thought he had business to attend to, and Ollie said he didn't have a big job. Walking down the hallway, he reached the office he wanted and opened the doors. The principal was already waiting for him and said he was just in time. The girl smiled and said Alsa Kun's name. The hero came just in time, but Ollie still didn't understand the reason why he was called here. The girl hoped that the guy was aware that there would be an aptitude test at the beginning of next month. Thinking back, Eli remembered that it was on the syllabus. He also thought that it was regarding his rank. Sisti really didn't want any fuss over this, so she would be the one to review his test. The hero understood her perfectly, but she couldn't tell him everything, and Ollie wondered what the real reason he was here was. The guy was glad it would be over so quickly, and the girl found the form on her desk. After reading it, the hero was convinced that it was a proposal for the school to take the new curriculum outside. They wanted the students to get experience in fighting demons. But the hero still didn't understand what was required of him in such a case. It was like him, and the principal was interested in his opinion. Before that, the hero wanted to ask her one more thing. The offer from the military was just that, because he had retired. Sisti thought the same thing, and it happened even later than she expected. After all the other academies had already implemented this curriculum. But there was a problem. The students here didn't have this kind of training, and all it would produce was more deaths. Sisti and Ollie thought the same thing. However, it was an order from the top, and no one could ignore it. Since the wall was said to be weakening, it would be better to prepare the students for the real battle. In the principal's opinion, the upper management must be in a panic since Ollie had left the front line. She was always only on the defense, so the hero knew a lot more about demons than she did. In that case, Ollie asked what was wanted from him. The girl hinted to the guy that he could do something about it. She thought that Ollie could have gone and pressured the management, but the hero was determined that it wouldn't happen. Then he could easily take care of them, but then there would be no point to the new curriculum. The guy took another look at the innovation proposal. Under this proposal, the freshmen would be given to the upperclassmen under supervision to go against the demons. Even with the difference in training, since they were also new to exterminating demons, they wouldn't be much more effective than the freshmen. But the biggest fear was something else. The risk of the upperclassmen being completely useless. The hero asked how much they were allowed to change the order of this sentence. As long as it didn't interfere with their extracurricular activities, something could be done. The hero looked at the map that was on Sisti's desk and pointed to the area that was in his opinion here. The girl confirmed it. However, this area only had the lowest ranked demons. B rank could still appear here, so although it was a bit far away, it was the best option. But of course he couldn't say that it would be completely safe. The appearance of high-ranked demons could be detected within a couple dozen kilometers of the wall. However, some B-ranked demons could still slip under the surveillance grid. Ollie felt that they should focus on training observers. He asked the principal to suggest to others that the students be watched by a real mage, not a high school student. Though he understood what would come of that, and Sisti confirmed that it would be quite difficult to do so. In that case, at least the highest-ranked students could be asked to provide supervision, or even some of the teachers. Sisti believed that she could do that, but there was no way it would ease her headache. For Ollie's information, it was determined that one group would consist of 5 students, including the observer. Sisti also needed to find out everything in more detail. Ollie thought that even the chairman wouldn't take a risk against the might of the army. It was quite normal that she was taking it so seriously. But the hero figured that if she was going to tell him about all this, he would have to make at least some effort to help her. With those thoughts, Ollie headed for the office door and wished the principal good luck, leaving her to it. But Sisti wanted to say something as the guy glanced at the principal with an evil look, thinking that there was more to it. The girl forgot that she didn't treat him to tea. As she flew up to the hero, she grabbed his arm and pulled him along. Ollie didn't realize how long she was going to keep him here, warning him in advance that he wouldn't help her. But Sisti thought otherwise, asking the guy to get comfortable and chat for a while. Thus, the day of the ability test came. After ringing the doorbell, Alice and Fia came to get the hero that didn't answer them. Apparently, Ollie hadn't slept much lately. Alice was worried about him being okay and asked her friend for her opinion. Fia had told him off for it yesterday, so she didn't think there was any need to worry about it. She was sure he was in perfect condition today. But seeing the hero's wrinkled face, the girls were shocked. Fia realized that he never got a good night's sleep. Even after all she had said, the guy was not happy that they made him open the door again. Fia thought he was just pathetic and suggested that he try sleeping next to her if he couldn't sleep. But the hero porpoised not to even think about it. He was sure that he could manage his time as he wished, and Fia had no right to say whatever she wanted about it, and it wasn't all because he couldn't sleep. Still, it might have given him the opportunity for a pleasant sleep, so they might as well give it a try. Fia obviously didn't expect such a response and blushed. Covering herself with her palms, she said she was just kidding. Ollie thought she was pissing him off, and Fia got angry. She couldn't believe he was actually talking to her like that. Alice decided to remind Al that today was a test, hoping he hadn't forgotten about it. But judging by the hero's reaction and silence, it was clear that he had forgotten. Fia ordered him to pack up and get out immediately. On the way, Al kept yawning. And after all this, the chairwoman summoned him to her every night. He would have to refuse her more firmly, for she was annoying beyond belief. Meanwhile, Fia was asking Alice if she had watched their test. But Alice admitted that she hadn't watched and was only repeating a little. The hero absolutely did not understand what there was to test, because this test was based on a person's practical abilities. Fia and Alice were just shocked by what he said. The girls didn't understand why they were cramming all this time, because cramming wouldn't do anything. Waving her fists, Fia shouted that no one cares. Practical skills are all down to that anyway. Waving her fists, Fia fell down for the 3rd time. Fia had a short skirt, and while falling in front of the guy, he could see her panties. Blushing, the girl immediately got to her feet and walked ahead of Alice. She decided to ask Al if he had seen everything. The hero was still thinking beforehand that he just had to tell her no. In that case, he decided to just go ahead of them, and Alice shook off the dust from her friend. After a while, the group gathered on the playground. The teacher warned that the result of the morning test would depend on their mana output. Also, their rank when they entered this school was not very accurate, and so this test would allow for a better assessment of their talents. The teacher asked for silence and assured them that it wouldn't significantly change their rank, so they might as well not make a fuss. As mages, it was difficult for them to hide the magic they could use, so the test would be conducted behind a black veil. The teacher asked the students not to be shy and show their powers to the best of their ability. In that case, he decided to start and looked at his list. Al was asked to go to area number 9 where Sisti was already waiting for him. She noticed that the hero hadn't brought his weapon with him, but Al said he didn't need it. He decided to see if he really needed to do so. But it was mandatory, so Sisti asked the guy to walk to the machine to begin with and splash out some mana. Placing his jacket on the chair, the guy obeyed the principal. When Al stood up in the stall, Sisti said that everything was fine and started the calculus, which came to almost 90%. The girl was shocked to see such a number for the first time and hoped the machine hadn't broken down. But the hero was not surprised in the least. Getting out of the car, he said that nothing had broken down. He was always on the cutting edge, thinking that Sisti understood that perfectly well and suggested that he move on to her next test. The principal agreed, but a thought slipped through his mind. Was it really possible that being on the front lines could give such an amount of mana? She suggested that the guy might have already been born with that amount of mana, but that simply couldn't be the case. She explained the nature of the next test, in which he had to use the magic he had learned. She simply asked him to wear an implement. The hero replied to her that the army had stopped measuring his abilities with this test, but Sisti didn't understand why. The sensor couldn't measure mana output when he used magic. The girl's eyes burned with anticipation. It didn't bother anyone, and she just asked him to do it. Al obediently put the device on his arm. He was sure it would definitely break this way, but the headmaster must have had another such device, and the boy suggested to stop at one. Sisti smiled and agreed. She asked him to use his magic, and the guy listened to her words. He still decided to restrain his magic a bit. At this time, all the other participants were waiting for their turn. Alice was called to go to area number 2, and the girl headed there. Thea wished her friend good luck and Alice wished her the same. Alice walked a little further with her weapon in hand as she suddenly felt something. Suddenly everyone on the playground fell to the ground, but the teacher managed to stay on his feet. The students could not understand what had happened. It was like an earthquake or something exploded. The teacher went to the chairman for an explanation. Sisti came out and asked everyone to calm down. She said there was nothing special about it, so they could calmly continue with the tests. Sisti used magic that absorbed the smoke around her. Alice told Fia that this was the exact area that Al went to. The girls noticed the guy that came out of the zone and hoped he was okay. He asked them not to worry because he had just done something that was a bit of a waste. Sisti asked the girls to leave the area, for they were still continuing the test, and Alice and Fia headed for the exit. Anyway, Sisti told the guy that he was straight up a walking anomaly. She also assumed that the magic he used was space manipulation magic. She was surprised that Al was capable of such a thing, as one would expect from someone who was once a lone mage. In addition, there was also a surprising release of heat. Sisti wondered if the guy had thus caused the fusion phenomenon. She also thought that the hero had a penchant for fire magic. Probably the heat and blast wave were solely caused by him putting in too much mana and the equipment exploding on its own. Fusion was a subtype of the fire attribute, and a very high level at that. Magic was subdivided into different attributes, and some people had an affinity for a certain type. This affinity would have a great impact on how he used it. Al thought it couldn't be said that he didn't feel an affinity to any attribute. It would be unpleasant if anyone found out about it, so it was convenient for him that it misled Sisti. But a mage of his level using his specialty would have achieved a much better result. While Sisti was doubting her thoughts, the hero called out to the headmaster. She replied that she should have tried to pester him further after all. Al wondered what they would do with the test. The results of his test did not result in an error, but an inability to grade him. Therefore, he would get the highest grade possible for him. The hero realized this and put on his jacket. That was the end of his morning test, and Sisti asked him to ask her questions if he had any. But Al declined and walked toward the exit. Sisti wished him good luck and silently escorted him out with a look. The girl sighed tiredly and leaned on the table. It was rather careless of her. She let her inner mage nature get a little flustered. Suddenly, someone apologized and entered. Sisti apologized for showing such a side of herself. Now it was her turn for the test, and Sisti made sure the girl was ready. After all, she had gotten this far for that very reason. While everyone was leaving for the cafeteria, the hero remembered that he had forgotten his lunch. While he was thinking about it, a bag was placed in front of his nose by the girls, assuming he hadn't brought anything with him. It was them again, and Alice and Fia smiled at Al. Looking at the package, Al realized that they had brought food. He didn't understand why they were sharing it, but Fia replied that it was no big deal, since they had just bought it from a kiosk. Taking the groceries, Al hoped that Fia would behave more modestly, and the girls suggested that he not eat in that case. Fia sighed heavily and decided to ask about what happened then. After chewing the sandwich, the guy didn't know what she was talking about, and Fia reminded him about the test. The hero said that maybe the gauges had malfunctioned, which she found hard to believe. He didn't realize if Fia really wanted to stick her nose in other people's business, which ticked her off. Not knowing what to say, she replied that he was right. It was some unnecessary nudging. Al couldn't blame them for being curious, but he had a duty to teach them anything other than the basics of magic. But according to Al, she could find out after she could fight him. Fia asked him to watch her catch up with him, and Alice also promised to try her best. After remembering something, the hero decided to tell them about this afternoon's test as a thank you. The test was to be a simple battle simulation. Such battles were used to test themselves against strong enemies. Al believed that the majority should go up against a strong opponent. Fia didn't understand where the hero got such information from, or who his source was. He could not tell them that he had this information from the chairman. Al replied that it was just a good way to gauge a mage's rank. That's all. Standing up from the table, he decided to say one more thing. It still didn't mean that defeat should necessarily lower their rank. Rather, it was necessary to pit them against an opponent they couldn't defeat in order to properly evaluate their abilities. If they won, then it could be said that they had not yet reached their capabilities. But Fia disagreed. She was willing to go up against anyone and fight with the intention of winning. Standing up from his chair, the guy headed towards the exit and wished them good luck. Fia thought he was just mocking her, and Alice was also surprised that he was already leaving. The hero said that he had to take the test before the main group. In that case, it was understandable, and the girls wished him luck, saying they would see him later. Fia decided to ask her friend and get her opinion on who would be his opponent. Alice thought about it, and for some reason thought of the chairwoman. Meanwhile, Sisti met Al, who finally came. The guy saw the girl next to her who had previously watched him in the training room. The girl kneeled down in front of Al. She was pleased to meet Al. The Governor General had assigned her to be his partner. Her overall rank was 1034th, and her search rank was 53rd. Her name was Loki Lival. It seemed to Al that it was just a ploy of the army. If she made it to the top 100 demon search mages, she could become the Watcher's partner. However, he didn't need a partner, and he didn't think that she, as a high-level mage, had any desire to waste her time on him. Loki may not have had any experience as a partner yet, but Sisti believed that she would be an exceptional partner. Al thought that Sisti agreed that by partner she meant observer. Sisti asked him not to jump to conclusions just yet. For their simulated battle, they had to fight each other. The hero understood everything, however no amount of talking could convince him of anything. The girl silently turned around and headed to her seat. She was wearing an army uniform, but she looked very young, just like Al in the past. As they parted ways, he offered to get it over with, and the girl spoke his name. She thanked him for everything. Aluz got the feeling that he had met her somewhere before. Loki asked to be allowed to be his partner if she could give him at least one blow. The hero smiled as he pondered her words. Knowing his rank, she still wanted to have an official duel against him. He wondered if she could do it. On that note, the principal suggested that they start the fight. Loki immediately went straight at her opponent in battle. Grabbing a pair of kunai, she threw them on the move at the hero. Al noticed that she was coming straight at him, and was clearly overestimating herself. The hero caught a couple of daggers, and the girl decided he was caught. She waited for the magic in the dagger to activate, after which she could give him her one hit. But Loki was surprised when she noticed that the magic on her daggers was gone. Her magic simply didn't activate, and Aluz apologized, saying he had rewritten it, then threw the daggers at her rival. Loki was able to dodge all the daggers, and the hero could see that she was well trained. He could tell that her mana proficiency was within triple digits. Throwing the dagger towards Al, the girl couldn't understand why the sword changed its trajectory, and thought that Al had surpassed her magic. The dagger embedded itself in the ground, and Loki bounced back. Before she could dodge, Al was behind her and said it was the end. Seeing Al's hand, Loki promptly dodged the blow and drew her dagger. As one would expect from a locator of her rank, she had a good reaction, and Al squeezed her hand that had the dagger in it. She still managed to throw the dagger at Al, and the hero deflected his head slightly. He couldn't understand why she didn't want to go to the front lines. Her skills were more than enough. Also, if she was in the army, she should have known about him not taking partners. The girl knew that Al had turned down countless requests, and among other things, he had been given the title of a lone mage. But she couldn't give up and picked up a couple more daggers. In that case, she decided to act differently. The hero decided to show her how huge the gap in their abilities was. With those words, a terrifying strong aura began to form around the guy that reflected the skeleton. Loki fell to her knees, realizing the true power of the strongest. Even a single punch was impossible for her, and Loki plunged into wondering if she could do it. She was terrified, realizing that her body wasn't moving. Sisti also didn't understand what was happening and looked at the system. The screen was displaying an error, which puzzled the director. The damage mixing system couldn't handle Alu's Khan's mana. The system had stopped working, and it was dangerous to continue the fight. Sisti suggested Loki to postpone the fight for now. The girl tried to move again and again. She thought that even if she moved, she would never reach it. In that case, she thought of something else and took the dagger in her hand. Slashing her leg, she ordered her body to move and distract herself from her fear. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to be near Aluz herself. Al was surprised by the girl's action, but Loki had a serious look in his eyes. She used the magic of the roaring thunder that revealed itself on the heights of Fulgur. The daggers around her began to rise into the air. Sisti couldn't believe her eyes, for this was a thunder magic of the 8th rank. At her age, even single direction magic was impossible. Loki used explosive lightning that rushed towards Ala. A violent explosion followed, and Aluz covered himself with his hand from the impact. There was smoke all around, and everyone waited for it to clear. Loki could barely stand on her feet, after which she began to fall. She hoped she had made a good showing to Alusu-sama. As she struggled to approach the hero, she fainted in front of him, falling on his chest. Aluz smiled and admitted that it was above his expectations, and the girl was madly happy about it. Loki dropped the stone from her hand, which the hero noticed, and thought that Aluz herself did not remember her. Taking her stone in his hand, the hero shouted to the chairwoman that she needed help. Sisti ran up, not realizing what had happened, and Al replied that it was an exchange of power. If nothing is done, she will die. Aluz was surprised that she was using the Divine Core. The Divine Core was the foundation of the demon. To lay the foundation of humanity's defense line when demons appeared, they were usually used to buy time. They served well to temporarily make up for the lack of mana. But in return, it took away her life force, which was an abominable tool. Al didn't understand why she did that. After all, if she died, it wouldn't accomplish anything. She was getting worse and worse by the second. The guy thought it was too late, and she only had a couple minutes left. She knew what could happen if she used this. In deference to her determination, Al decided to do something about it too. To prevent her from continuing to suffer, he decided to do everything himself quickly, but Sisti grabbed his hand and stopped him. The principal reminded him about healing magic, but the hero said it was useless. Her injuries were not physical in nature. In fact, it was only used to heal bodily wounds. Sisti still hoped that something could be done, and offered Alu to replenish her mana. But it was common knowledge that mana differed between people, and exchanging it was simply impossible. On the other hand, simple replenishment was possible. The idea itself was a bad idea, but they had no other choice. Al asked Sisti to be quiet. Since it was about him, no amount of common sense could stop him from turning things upside down. Since she was still conscious, the price was paid at once, which only meant that they had a way. Sisti decided that the hero would help her, but he had one condition. Sisti had to take what she could see with her to the grave, and Al was waiting for her answer. Loki was somewhere in the depths of her mind. She only realized that she had a headache and her whole body was numb. She could hear the voices of Aluz and the chairman. She didn't realize where she was, but she could smell a familiar odor. Loki found herself in a cemetery in front of a cross where it was raining heavily. The man behind her with an umbrella said he felt sorry for her parents. They were both heroic mages. He was also sorry that he couldn't get their bodies back. Loki was only 8 years old, and the man didn't think it was fair to ask her about it. But he still decided to do it and offered the girl to join the military academy as a trainee mage. She didn't have to make a decision right away. She must have hated demons, and there were plenty of kids like her out there. If she wanted to, She could become a powerful mage, just like her parents. As she mourned her parents' grave, the girl promised to become stronger and find them. The peaceful days she took for granted were suddenly taken from her. Loki practiced hard, but according to the teacher, the trainees' movements were all slow. The trainer suggested that they think as if their time of rest would only come when they died. Loki listened to her trainer, and at one point stammered her foot. The girl's feet became entangled, and she flew to the ground, dropping her knife from her hands. After hitting her head on the wall behind her, she started crying, but the coach yelled for her to get up. Leaving the training room, the coach said that all he had this year were useless trainees. After training, the girl lay in her bed with her head in her hands. Her whole body was numb, and she had a terrible headache. In the morning, there was the sound of rising, and the girl told Loki that it was time to gather. When she looked at the boys, all she felt was hatred. They recalled the trainee that had been seriously injured the other day, and there were rumors that he had lost a leg. This was the 10th injured person in a year. Experiencing the same hatred, Loki knew that tomorrow would be her day. She had to survive, because mom and dad were no longer around and no one could protect her. No one would help her. She was on her own, and with these thoughts, Loki walked through the obstacle course. Stopping, she thought for a moment. The girl did not understand what she was working so hard for and what she was living for. While she was pondering, another girl called out to her, and Loki managed to dodge the blow of a huge hammer. But Loki fell to the ground and hit her head. Everything around her began to darken, and she heard the girl calling for the instructor. Loki only thought she missed her mom and dad. Her hatred kept growing, and it felt like she was suffocating because of it. Remembering the time she spent with her parents, she wished she could repay them for everything if she could. Opening her eyes, she realized she was in her room. The girl was glad Loki was awake and brought her a tray of food. She was worried about her since Loki had slept all day. The girl told how Loki fell and passed out while practicing. She was told she had a slight concussion and a couple scratches. The girl was glad that Loki had fallen at least on the net. Rubbing her eyes, Loki remembered everything. The girl smiled and said she brought her what was left over from breakfast. She asked her to eat well and rest so she would feel better soon. The girl placed the tray near a pensive Loki, which said she was fine, for she didn't care anymore, and the girl looked at her friend silently. The girl asked her to listen and showed her necklace that belonged to her mom. It was the only thing she could get back, and maybe if it wasn't for it, she would have lost her last hope. So she was sure that Loki would find something that would be her hope. That's why she asked Loki not to sound so depressed. The bell rang again, and the girl remembered that it was time for practice, saying goodbye to Loki. She asked her to rest today and left. After that, Loki was left alone in the room and thought about hope. She thought back to how many days had passed since then. Loki was sure that they were still abandoned in the outside world and not even buried. Clutching the blanket in her hands, the girl headed to the training ground. The teacher was surprised to see her, for she was supposed to be resting today. The girl asked her to rest today, but Loki replied that she was fine. She only wanted to bury them to rest in peace. It was the least she could do for her parents. From then on, her hard training continued. As the days went by and the number of eliminated students increased, Loki trained harder than ever to one day achieve what she wanted. While practicing, a man beckoned the girl to him. He said that it had been 2 years since she had been here, and her accomplishments had been talked about quite a bit. Loki thanked the man for the compliment. He was sure that the other trainees were no match for her and suggested that she test her skills on someone stronger. The girl noticed Al enter the room. Loki was immediately struck by his beautiful black hair, and they were ordered to begin. The girl used her eber as a knife and stabbed her opponent, but Al dodged. Then she decided to act differently, but didn't see the guy tripping her, and she fell. As she fell to the ground, Loki was confused and frustrated. She couldn't follow his movements. This was her first paralysis in a long time. It was as if she was confronting an adult. Even though he only appeared at the trial fights, she gradually began to look forward to bouts with the man whose name she didn't even know. After the fight, Loki lay down to rest and thought that she had held on longer today, and that she was definitely getting better. She wondered if she could one day be like him. Loki decided that next time she would get his name. But after that day, he never showed up again. He was gone for a long time, and the girl thought he had dropped out of school. She knew that something like that could have happened, but she never got his name. Another 2.5 years passed, and they received their first orders to destroy the demons. The first line of defense was breached by the invading demons, and their alphas were severely damaged. A fierce defensive battle resulted in defeating them, but they had to finish off the escapees. 10 of their trainees were to form a squad and obey the orders of the squad leader. The general knew that some of the trainees had already obtained their mage licenses, but right now they didn't have enough men and couldn't be careless. The man wished them good luck and asked them to take care of themselves. The trainees understood, and after the meeting, a girl approached Loki that she was happy that they were in the same squad. The trainees were eagerly going to show everything they were capable of. As for fighting the demons, Loki had heard that they were sending them to deal with the weaker remnants. But she didn't care and was going to kill them all. Their destination was not far from where her parents had died. She checked over and over again, so there could be no mistake. Finally, Loki could go to the outside world, but the reality was worse. Reality turned out to be a real nightmare that no one had ever told her about. Falling to the ground in battle, her partner begged for help. Loki was terrified. She had to help them or everyone would die. But she was very sorry. They had practiced for so long for this day, but in the end it turned out differently. While Loki was crying and indulging in doubts, she heard the demon that cut off her friend's head. The girl hid behind a rock in horror, covering her mouth with her hands. The demon was right beside her rock, but the girl tried not to breathe or attract attention. Loki was already thinking about the fact that she would be eaten, having accomplished nothing. Sitting in the face of death, the girl asked her mom and dad for forgiveness. But suddenly someone pounced on the demon, knocking it to the ground. The savior immediately realized he hadn't made it in time, and that's when Loki saw him, her battle partner, Al. He approached her and asked if everything was okay. Al asked her not to push herself. Stroking her head, he apologized for arriving late. Loki could barely hold back her tears and lowered her head in front of Al. The hero thought that maybe she couldn't move now and asked to climb on her back. He was ready to carry her to the rendezvous point, and Loki agreed. As Al ran through the tree branches carrying Loki, the girl recognized him. He was taller and his voice deeper, compared to their last meeting. But she realized that he hadn't abandoned his training after all. The moment he jumped, the girl noticed something and asked him to stop. She asked him to stop at the ruins, and Al listened to her request. The girl immediately ran there. No doubt the fourth outpost was here, and the hero asked what was here. Loki said sadly that this was where her parents had died. Or rather, she had heard that they had died here. She was prepared for that, but there was no trace of remains, and besides, it had been a long time. The girl found a stone and placed it as a memorial to her parents, remembering her mom and dad. She prayed in front of the constructed grave and apologized for doing it late. Al decided to support her and knelt down to pray with her. He encouraged Loki with his act, and the girl thanked him. Al asked her not to worry about it, but now she didn't know what to do with her life. But thanks to the hero, she was able to express her condolences. Then what was left of her life that he saved, she used for him. After a bit of silence, she hesitantly asked the hero his name, and the guy replied that his name was Alu's Region. So she had that dream again, and there was no way she was ready to forget the promise she had made that day. Getting out of bed, she saw Ala, who said she was finally awake. He reminded her how she had fainted, so he brought her to the infirmary. Remembering everything, the girl lowered her head, deciding that she had made a mistake. She was too scared to look at him. After being silent for a bit, Al decided to apologize for coming late to the rescue that day. Realizing that he remembered, Loki jumped up from the bed, screaming that he had done nothing wrong. During training and even on her first mission, he saved her. And so she decided to give her life to Alu's herself. Thinking about it, Loki cried. Putting the paper on the table, Sisti realized that it didn't look good either. She hoped that they would be alright. The girl thought that thanks to Loki, they would be able to do innovative fights more efficiently. They didn't have much time and needed to make a plan as soon as possible. Sadly lowering her gaze, Sisti felt sorry for Alu's Khan. It was probably just the only option. Lowering her head, Loki wanted to say something to Aluz and said his name. She realized she had done something she shouldn't have. Crossed a line that no mage should ever cross and was willing to accept any punishment. Al agreed and the girl closed her eyes as if afraid of being struck, but Al only tapped her lightly on the head with his fingers. Opening her eyes, Loki didn't realize anything, and the guy was ready to forgive her for that. But he couldn't ignore the fact that she had risked her life for something like that. But she had done something unforgivable, hadn't she? Before she could finish her sentence, the hero covered her mouth with his hands, hearing a noise outside the doors. Loki looked at the hero confused, but remained silent. Just then, the doors to the room opened, and someone called out to Aluz herself. It was Alice and Fia that tripped between themselves and fell right in the passage. Al and Loki looked silently at the girls that were lying on the floor. The hero couldn't believe that they were eavesdropping on them. Fia blushed and tried to say that they weren't. It was just that they had never seen Loki before, and Alice thought she was a first-timer. The boy suggested that they should have introduced the girl. He introduced her to his new partner named Loki. Fia and Alice looked at Loki in surprise. But Loki also didn't understand anything and wanted to say that she lost. But it wasn't like that, because she won that fight and she managed to hit it. Al said in the girl's ear not to worry about what had happened. After all, only the chairman and Al were there at that time, so it would be easy to cover it up. But Loki also wanted to say that it wasn't like that. The hero decided that she just wanted him to personally walk her by the hand to the army, and Loki was silent. After thinking over what he said, Loki smiled and thanked Aluz herself. In that case, the hero needed to go somewhere else and asked to rest in his room for now. When he left, Loki decided to introduce herself to Fia and Alice. The girls also introduced themselves and gave their names. They were pleased to meet Loki. Going back to what they were talking about, Alice wondered if Aluz should have gone to the academy in the first place. Aluz himself still went to school, but he was still part of the army, so if they outranked him, he had to follow their orders. Fia was surprised, realizing how hard it was for Aluz. Nat thought it was logical considering his abilities. Looks like he was still going through some pretty hard times. Fia smiled and admitted that it would be hard to imagine him obediently following orders. Loki couldn't understand why so much insolence on their part. She wanted to tell them that Aluz was a member of the army herself, standing on top. They didn't seem to know how much he had contributed to humanity. The girls looked back at Loki questioningly. She decided to repeat herself and say something about how they didn't seem to realize that the country of Alpha enjoyed those happy times, mostly out of Aluz Sama's sole existence. Had they understood, they would never have called him Alu in such a carefree manner. Fia agreed that this was true, and that they did not understand it. But they knew that to achieve the best, they had to go through unimaginable effort and suffering. It seemed to Alice that it was so far away that it was hard to put it as their goal. Perhaps it just didn't fit in her mind because he was on a whole other level. On top of that, it seemed to Fia that there was something wrong with Alu. She certainly thought about paying her respects to him as the best mage ever. But putting all that aside, first and foremost, he was their precious friend. Besides, he was like a guy who could make enemies without even realizing it. That might have been a bit harsh, but Alice absolutely understood what Fia was talking about. Fia had also challenged him to a duel at first, but according to the girl, it was inevitable. She didn't know anything about it then, and Alice and Loki smiled. When she first saw Allah, she couldn't help it and curiosity took hold of her. He didn't allow people close to him and seemed a bit lonely and isolated. So they thought that while he was at the academy, they should at least treat him as a friend. Besides, Fia was sure that Loki didn't know the other side of Alu. The girl sadly lowered her gaze and admitted that Fia was right. She thought that if she now explained the greatness of Aluz herself, they would not and could not understand much. They are young as mages and still didn't know the outside world. She decided to make sure they were receiving instruction from Aluz herself, and Alice said they were just getting started. Walking behind the girls, Loki looked thoughtfully out the window. It looked like she was a little jealous of them, since they were seeing a side of Aluz herself that she still didn't know about. Meanwhile, Aluz was in the principal's office. Regarding the incident with Loki, he hoped that Sisti wouldn't tell anyone about it. The principal smiled and promised him, and that also applied to what happened at the training ground. She wondered how he managed to trick Loki, but the hero didn't do anything special. And the chairwoman, who was watching from the sidelines, didn't know exactly what had happened. After all, she only saw the end result. It was an emergency method, and Aluz took all the mana present in Loki's body and replaced it with his own. There were two types of mana in it, the first being the body energy familiar to all, and the second one of a kind, desired and craved by all. Aluz adopted a predation that easily devoured either type of mana. It was an atypical and terrifyingly powerful kind of mana. First of all, the reason why mana could not be supplemented was because of the resulting rejection reaction. However, by utilizing the nature of his mana, he was able to completely absorb Loki's mana without allowing it to mix. Moreover, he was able to infuse ordinary mana into her body and complete the mana replenishment process. Nevertheless, the risk of death was not zero, but it worked out. And over time, his mana remaining in Loki's body would slowly dissipate. Still, it was good for Saikyou that he had decided to protect her properly. The headmaster showed the hero Loki's admission papers, and her signature was of course already there. Though she wasn't that good in ability, but she was clearly more capable than many. It was hard to believe that she was a 4-figure mage. Based on her combat abilities, she was close to double-digit mages, but Saikyou had told Aluz that Loki's highest rank was 157th. Nevertheless, she still decided to take on the role of an assistant. Apparently, she had a good compatibility with detection magic. But even when she was in the army, she had never gotten close to anyone until today. Hence, her rank had dropped to 4 digits. Saikyou decided to ask her about it later, and Aluz put the paper on the table. Even if she did ask her about it, he still needed to make sure she wouldn't open her mouth about what happened to her. So it was nice for him to know that he didn't have to do anything. Saikyou smiled and fixed her hair. She would like to be paid for her silence, and Aluz looked at Saikyou with a serious look. He realized that she wanted some kind of favor from him. Saikyou replied that the girl only did it because of him, and so if she covered for Loki, she would be taking a big risk. But if it were possible, the hero would have preferred to deal with it with money. But unfortunately for him, Saikyou didn't need money and touched the guy's hand. The principal asked the hero to lend her his power and help her in her upcoming combat training. Al silently glared at the principal, who was smiling nervously. The combat training was supposed to start in a month, and it seems that Saikyou never came up with a plan. She was sorry, but she had told Aluz that there was no other way but to make it work to minimize student casualties. But even with someone like him around, there was still no guarantee that he would be able to protect all the students. He asked not to tell him to save the disciples every time there was a threat to life, or something like that. In a way, they wanted the students to have some combat experience, otherwise the training would be of little use. It immediately seemed to the hero that there was little he could do to help here. It was too much for him to move back and forth at half strength all the time. Saikyou asked him to wait, and promised to come up with clearer instructions for him. After stroking the boy's head, the principal smiled, counting on Aluz. The hero fixed his hair and thought that she was always so calculating. Saikyou always bothered him so much, but he doubted there was any other way to do it. Deciding to agree, Aluz headed for the exit. With that, he got ready to leave, and Saikyou said they would see each other later. Aluz took the necessary steps to bribe her, but there didn't seem to be any need. Since he got here, he started doing things he would never have done when he was in the army. The character was content to be able to relax, and that hasn't changed. Oddly enough, he did not find the situation unpleasant. Although, before, he had always refused to collude with other people. Around this time, Aluz assumed the girls had already started practicing. But as soon as he entered his room, he noticed all 3 of them in place. He asked about their training, and said that this was not a place for fun. Loki stood up and apologized to Aluz-sama, but it didn't seem to him that there was anything serious about it. He decided to ask Loki later about how she was addressing him. Everything was fine, and they were just deepening their friendship bond. Alice hugged Loki and asked the hero to look at how cute she was. But for the record, the guy decided to say that she's 157th rank. She had been through a lot of real fights, which surprised the girls, and her actual abilities were closer to a double-digit mage. Thea and Alice just couldn't believe it. But Loki pronounced that compared to Aluz herself, she was not his equal. But Aluz recognized her. Loki was a year younger than them, but she was accepted into their class, which meant that they were the two best in the class after Loki. It would probably be better to spend more time supporting her. Fia and Alice were embarrassed, saying that they were just resting a bit. Alice said that this was exactly the case, and that they were just having a discussion about mana. She thought they would leave it for next time. Finally, they were motivated to practice. By the way, the guy decided to ask how the mock combat exam went. Fia decided to find out if he really wanted to know, but the hero already realized from her tone that she had failed it miserably. He had kind of predicted it anyway, so she didn't need to tell him anything. He was glad to hear that she'd been through a bitter experience. With that, Fia and Alice began their training, and Loki approached the hero. She noticed that the girls were learning mana manipulation. It seemed to Aluz that because of him, they had become complacent about the world's peace. But it didn't only apply to them. Loki wanted to tell him that it wasn't like that. They didn't realize the danger through their own fault. The death rate of mages in the land of Alpha was so low, thanks only to the efforts of Aluz herself. Alice and Fia just didn't realize what it entailed. Loki thought it was simply inevitable. However, if she disappeared, the Alpha Kingdom would no longer know what to do. This made the higher-ups nervous, which was probably why they suggested combat training. That's why Aluz herself distanced herself from the army in order to ostracize on her research. Aluz didn't really care what happened to the higher-ups, but in order to live in peace, they would need more high-level practical mages. Loki wondered if there would be any use in this one, but the hero couldn't answer that. It was obvious that they were superior to the normal students of the academy. Loki didn't understand why the guy was teaching them the basics in that case. The chairman made Aluz do it. Besides, there were advantages to it. After all, if they become double-digit mages, then they could all feel some kind of relief. Loki speculated that the hero was thinking that the girls might have a hidden talent, but even he couldn't know that. There were many boundaries that were impossible to overcome with talent and hard work alone. Whether they could overcome them or not depended on their perseverance in life. In the end, only those who managed to survive would be able to reach the top. And that's when one could only realize who was who. It was already quite late, and Sisti believed that this was the place to end their meeting. It meant that on the eve of the trial, Aluz would reduce the number of monsters. While Loki would remain at the base to hunt down the monsters and give orders, it would be much easier for the others if they could act in the open. The headmaster was to stay here in case of an emergency and check on the progress of the exam from time to time. Loki asked Aluz-san if he was sure that she didn't need to participate in the battle, but the hero said that if she concentrated on giving out orders, everything would go smoothly. He was alluding to the headmaster, who was too greedy, but still wanted to give the students some combat experience. But it was because of the two of them that the principal could handle this force majeure without any problems. In that case, Aluz decided to leave the assignment of teachers to teams to her. Since the exam results were already known, she planned to assign the highly ranked observers to teams, starting with the freshmen with the worst results. Sisti thought that tomorrow she would announce the extracurricular activities for all students. Guy said goodbye to the principal and said that he was counting on her in that case. By the way, he also wouldn't want people to reveal him, so he asked to prepare a simple combat uniform for him, to which Sisti agreed. This time, Loki was assigned to track monsters, but if she wanted to continue to be Alusu's partner, she needed to improve her skills. Right now, her recognition radius was 1 kilometer. In one situation or another, he would use the same radius. However, if she wanted to be a good partner to him, she needed to increase her distance to 5 kilometers. The girl was frustrated and surprised, for that was a lot. Of course, she should have also improved her combat skills, but for now, she needed to concentrate on the field of exploration. Loki understood everything perfectly and told Aluz that she wouldn't let him down. When they arrived at the hero's room, Aluz noticed that the girls had been here all along. Fia and Alice greeted Aluz. They were just about to head back, and Alice suggested that Loki go with them. Aluz decided that they shouldn't have bothered with them. Loki said that since she was now Aluz's partner, they would eat and sleep together. Fia and Alice made up their minds, not knowing what she meant, and were horrified. The hero himself did not expect such expressions from Loki and grabbed his head. He said that it was common in the army, but civilians weren't used to it, and Alice understood him. In that case, they could just go to the dormitory, but Loki pierced the brainstorm. Without thinking long, the girl still refused her friend's offer. Fia blushed and said that it was wrong and that she wouldn't allow it. The girls couldn't understand how Loki didn't feel awkward when she was alone with a guy. But the girl explained to them that this happens a lot in the army. Besides, whatever Aluz did, she wouldn't feel any awkwardness. Loki was sure that they just didn't understand anything about it, but Alice was just as against it. In that case, Loki suggested that they join, because as she said earlier, this kind of thing often happens in the army. But with a look at the guy, Thea replied that there was no way it was going to happen. The hero pushed the girls towards the exit and told them to go home, but they were not finished talking yet. Loki had yet to enter the chairman's office, and Fia, turning to them, said it was from the gate. Loki wanted to address Aluz, but he asked her not to take it into her head. More importantly, he would like Loki to stop calling him Lord, but she felt it would be disrespectful in that case. Walking into the room, the bell that signaled a private line with the governor rang. Guy asked Loki to step out for a while, and the girl said she would take care of dinner in that case. Putting on his earpiece, Al asked the governor about the incidents. He didn't think they would have contacted him to hear the usual report. The governor would be glad if it was that simple. The character only wanted to hear the answer inside or outside. The governor replied that outside was better and apologized, since it took him so long to make friends at the academy. The boy thought that he was going to be pitied, but it was not at all, because it was a very useful experience for him. But Aluz said that he was still working, and the governor laughed, assuming that he was having fun. The governor sent the hero a plan and Aluz accepted it, saying he had plans for the morning, so would get on it now. He didn't want to work in his academy uniform, so he needed to change his clothes. After putting on his cloak, the guy headed towards the exit, but Loki noticed that Aluz was heading somewhere. Loki was already standing in her cooking apron and waited for an answer. The hero said he was going for a walk and Loki immediately decided to change. No sooner had she stepped back than the hero ordered her to stand still, grabbing her by the scruff of the neck. He explained to her that they were only partners in words for now, so she would have to wait a little while before it was approved by paperwork. Besides, she was still sick and there was nothing she could do to help him. Loki understood this and wanted to know when Aluz would return. The girl suddenly regretted her words, for no one could know what might have happened abroad. Making plans at a time like this was very foolish. While she was thinking about it, Al stroked her head and said he would be back before breakfast, and Loki bowed goodbye to him. Opening the window, the guy thought that the sky inside the walls was nothing more than a projection, but he was even used to this fake. You couldn't see such a thing outside the walls. Suddenly, something caught his eye. It was a large full moon, which meant that today was a full moon. Meanwhile, Thea sat in her room and pondered her words. She suggested that she had probably overdone it by calling him a pervert. She had been very foolish to be rude to him in a fit of emotion, but an aristocrat shouldn't say such things. Thea thought that the guy was probably angry with her. She decided to cheer herself up and said that there was nothing to hang her nose about. The girl decided to go and apologize to him right away. It was already dark and Fia was walking along the road along the forest that was lit by a lantern. She just now realized that she should rest properly and apologize tomorrow. But she was also worried about Loki, who was there. But she was only saddened by the fact that the hero didn't retract Loki's words then, and she didn't understand why. At some point, she saw a human silhouette. The guy was standing with his back to Fia on top of a building and looking at the huge moon. Fia immediately thought of it being Al. At some point, the hero turned to her, and when she saw his gaze, Fia froze in place. Silently and quickly, the guy jumped off the roof and disappeared, after which the girl fell to her knees. She couldn't understand what just happened and decided to go back. Alice wanted to greet her friend, but noticed that she was kind of sad and asked her what was wrong. She suggested her friend to go take a shower because it was already too late, and if she was going to go there, she should go now. Fia silently undressed and stepped into the shower. She first saw Allah from this side and thought that this is what the strongest mage looks like. The girl sighed heavily because she wanted to get into the top 100 mages of their country, but she didn't know anything about the real world. All she knew was a carefree life within the walls. Only Al had seen the real cruel world. Fia put her fist against the wall, thinking that compared to his work, her efforts were worthless. She tried so hard, but according to her, it wasn't enough. Fia decided that she was just a good-for-nothing wizard who wasn't even on the starting line. Buttoning up his shirt, Aluz thought he had made it to breakfast after all. No sooner had he sat down than he heard the doorbell ring. He did not understand why the girls had come early in the morning and asked them to come in, for the door was unlocked. The door opened and the girls showed up on the doorstep. Alice was smiling, but Fia was upset about something. The hero asked what she wanted and the girl bowed and apologized to him. After all, yesterday she had said all sorts of things to him without thinking. Al could no longer remember what she might have said yesterday. He didn't understand anything, and so he decided to play along with her. He asked her not to worry about it and walked in. Fia thought Aluz was being her usual self, and Loki decided to greet them as well. The girls were surprised to see Loki's clothes. The girl wore the academy uniform, and the girls admitted that the uniform suited her very well and sat on her like a fit. Alice was sorry that her friend didn't go with them yesterday, but Loki had already said everything about it. The hero asked them to go to class quickly. When the class started, the teacher asked to be allowed to introduce the new student to the students. The girls thought she was cute, comparing her to a doll. Loki stood next to the teacher and introduced herself to the class, saying that she would study with them from now on. She caught the eyes of two students and smiled at them. But as it turned out, she was looking at the behind-seated Al, telling him in that way that everything went well. The guys blushed and thought she just had an incredible smile. The teacher asked Loki to sit at any seat she liked. When they had sorted out the new student, the teacher decided to then proceed to announce the results of the exam. As they could see, the screen presented the names of the top students, who could come closer and see for themselves. Also, their licenses had to be updated according to their rank. Alice had a rank of 17,833 and Fia had a rank of 4,500. The disciples who were standing next to them in line were amazed that they had a high rank. But that was nothing surprising, for they had worked very hard. Fia told Seal that she could also get a 4-digit rank if she tried her best. But the girl sighed heavily and decided that it wouldn't happen in this life. She wouldn't achieve it even if she practiced together with them. The disciples couldn't believe their eyes, for Loki had the 570th rank. It was amazing, for she had surpassed even Felinla Senpai. Al realized that she had been tested in battle with her, but the girl couldn't understand why she had gotten such a high rank. The guy explained that due to that great magic and considering her strength, he wasn't at all surprised that her rank was close to 500th. In addition, it was strange that she had a 1034th rank before. One of the students was surprised that they were acquainted, and Loki admitted that Al had helped her out more than once. In his mind, he was glad that he was able to get her to call him by his first name. Otherwise, people would have a lot of questions. Alice was insanely happy that Loki could now eat lunch with her. Fia asked her friend to eat faster since break would be over soon. Al at this time couldn't understand why they were here at all. Around only talked about the fact that the guy is surrounded by only beauties, and they even envied him. But the hero thought that soon their carefree school life of students of this academy will be nothing more than a fleeting dream. Suddenly, a girl appeared on a huge screen in the canteen that addressed the students to allow them to be notified of their upcoming extracurricular activities. Fia and Alice couldn't understand what it all meant. According to her, each of the students in this academy had something to do for 2 weeks. They had to tell them what the real world was like. That was why every student would participate in a monster slaying operation. For the next 2 weeks, the students had to take part in the monster extermination operation. The news made someone drop the tray of food. There was a real panic in the cafeteria. Everyone was talking about the monster extermination and discussing the unexpected statements they had heard earlier. The girl repeated that they would find out all the details during after-school hours. Alice was shocked since they had never participated in a battle before. Fia pulled a smile on her face, telling Alice not to worry. She said they could handle it, though she wasn't so sure of that. The clacking of heels was heard, and a female voice addressed Al. It was Fenella, who was happy to see them all. Felinla noticed that they were all eating lunch together. And this was her first time meeting Loki. Loki immediately remembered that her name was on the board of highly ranked students. Felinla was pleased to meet her and Loki returned the favor. She wondered what was in store for them next. It looked like other schools had done similar tests many times before, but this was new to the students of this academy. If Aluz wasn't wrong, then Felinla was supposed to be the freshman squad's observer. But according to him, no one could expect that. Felinla agreed with him and admitted that it wouldn't be easy, and she was absolutely right. After lunch, everyone was just talking about this extracurricular activity. Many people invited Fia to join their group, but they didn't even know if they could form teams. Alice thought that they would be told about all of this in the extracurricular activities. Fia told them that it would be much more sensible to spend as much time practicing as possible, rather than hustling like the others. It was perfectly well said, and it seemed to Al that the girls were already used to the mana control training, so much so that they already had no problem chatting while practicing. They were now controlling mana without pinching each other. Al was aware of the fact that they were definitely practicing in their room. The hero told the girls that it was like the squads would be 5 people each, where a leader would also be chosen. All 3 of them were shocked by this information. Loki didn't even try to interrupt him, and Fia asked the guy how he knew about it. But it was obvious if they wiggled their brains. He heard it from the chairwoman. Alice asked Al who he was going to be on the team with. But no one knew that, and he wasn't going to put his effort in regardless of which team he would be on. In fact, his participation was already as confirmed. But Fia thought that participating in this challenge was fraught with exposure for Ali, and it seemed to the guy that she thought he was so careless. But according to him, the girls would see for themselves later. Maybe he could take the role of an independent observer and watch them learn about this cruel world. With these thoughts, the guy grinned evilly and Alice asked him to stop. Loki was sure that wouldn't be a problem for the hero. But Fia thought that even Aluz wouldn't be able to stand by when a man was being torn apart by a monster. But Al didn't answer her anything, and Fia hoped it wasn't like that. She asked him to wait, and only wanted to reassure herself that they wouldn't have to rely only on themselves. Fia was flustered and asked him to put it out of her mind. But then she remembered the look she saw on the roof of the building and a shiver ran through her. The guy was nonchalantly reading a book and said he never needed anyone's trust. But that wasn't what Fia was talking about, and she wanted to know what about them. She looked at the hero with a sad look, as if she was about to cry. She hinted at a trusting relationship, but she never got a definite answer. Unable to bear it, Fia stood up and said that it was about them too. She was saddened and angry at the same time, looking at Aluz still took his eyes off the book and everything became clear to him. He felt that he was a little too much and should be more careful with his words. Putting the book on the shelf, he threw the training staff to the girls and said that they would talk about it when they killed at least one monster. They needed to prepare for the battle with the monsters, because they couldn't know their skills until they faced the enemy face to face. Taking the training staff in her hands, Alice asked the hero if he was confident. But this was their first step towards trust, and the guy offered to give it a try. But that's not what Fia meant at all. Alice and Fia picked up the training staff, and energy began to radiate around them. After some attempts by the girls, the hero decided he was a bit hasty, and they only laughed at their failure. He asked them to practice with it before the operation. Meanwhile, in the hallway, the lists of made-up groups were already hanging on the board. Alice noticed their names, but they were with Fia in different groups. Apparently, the groups were made up by rank value. Some students wanted to get to the training field and practice, but it was already occupied. Alice also said that the operation would start very soon, and Fia supported her by saying that they needed to practice more. Time passed, and Fia and Alice practiced all the time under the supervision of Aluz. As Al sat down at the table with a tray of food, he told the girls that tomorrow they would be going to extracurricular activities. He envisioned canceling today's training in that case. Fia agreed with him because she was also planning to meet the guys from her squad after school. Alice was insanely happy for them. Fia was ranked 4,500th in the rankings, so her comrades would most likely be equal to her. It was entirely possible, but Fia didn't care about that. There was something much more important. Opening the weapons case, the hero revealed his sunset mist aura. Loki was surprised. for she couldn't find his magic formula. Theoretically, it should be engraved on all Aura weapons, but the hero's weapon also had its own magic formula. The weapon had long chains and Loki was simply delighted when the hero picked it up. She asked to touch it and the hero didn't mind. He didn't think there was anything unusual about the weapon. Loki examined the chains and realized that all the magic formula was engraved on them. The hero explained that they were special chains with a unique order of formulas. Of course, he basically remembered all the spells he used. They were quite easy to use. Magical formulas applied to Aura weapons helped mages use spells. Inexperienced mages used the formula to cast powerful spells, but mostly it just sped up the process of using them. A systematic magic formula could be applied to the Aura. It had the advantage of shortening the time it took to prepare a spell, as well as reducing mana consumption. There was also an engraving called a single magic formula. An Aura with such a formula allowed only one spell to be used, but in return, it obviated the need to read the spell itself, as well as increasing its power by a maximum. Using a spell is a complex procedure that depends on several techniques. By the way, only basic ice spells were incorporated into Fia's Aura. Her ice sword was mainly responsible for distributing mana, but in addition to that, it also regulated the concentration and size of the spell. There were also coordinates of application and strength level, and it also had a spell-shaping function. However, Aura's high efficiency in combat was the result of her hard training. But Loki knew that concentrating magic on a particular link in the midst of battle was akin to threading a needle in the eye of a needle on the fly. Al's magic formula was engraved on each link of the chain. He favored single formulas over systemic ones. This was because systemic formulas would be of no practical use to him. But Loki thought that this only made his Aura weak. She immediately apologized and bowed to the hero. She didn't mean to offend him, but the guy asked her not to worry about it. Loki smiled and said that Al was right. The strongest wizard like him could use any spell without any problems. Al told Loki that she should start preparing for the operation as well. One could never know what might happen, but Loki asked him not to worry and reached for her daggers with her hand. Flashing her weapons, Loki said that she was always ready for battle, but the hero decided to just keep quiet. Walking through the corridors, Al noticed that there were still quite a few students left in the school. Along the way, the hero and Loki were met by Alice. It was unusual to meet her alone, and Aluz decided that she was getting ready. The girl agreed, and replied that Fia had also decided to prepare properly. Alice wondered where they were going, but Aluz and Loki needed to stop by the chairwoman's office. Alice decided that in that case, they would have a very difficult time tomorrow. She asked the boys not to overdo it, but the chairwoman had already taken care of that. But Al decided to take it in stride. Alice lowered her gaze and hoped they would be okay. Walking past her, Al pronounced that he would come to their rescue if anything happened. Loki followed him, and Alice thanked the hero as she escorted them out with a look. She thought that this could possibly be their last meeting. As they approached the chairwoman's door, the heroes heard shouting coming from her room. Someone was trying to prove to the chairwoman that they could be just as useful, but everything had already been decided and Sisti could not make changes. Loki and Al looked at each other. Al knocked and asked for permission to enter. When he opened the door, he saw a group of students looking at the hero in silence. The angry student couldn't understand what they were doing here, so Sisti asked Loki and Al to wait for a while. Apparently she had a problem with the students, and Al silently sat down on the couch. Without paying any attention to him, the guy started asking the chairwoman again to let them be part of the reinforcements. They were sure that Sisti was worried about casualties among the students, but with their help, there would be no casualties. But like she had told them earlier, she couldn't do anything about it. But many sophomores and third-year students, according to the guy, were in agreement with his opinion. These were two difficult tests for barely incoming freshmen. Turning to Loki, the guy asked her to say something since she was also a freshman. The hero assumed that they didn't know about Loki's rank yet, and the principal silently looked at the heroes waiting for an answer. It could be that for many freshmen, this operation might have seemed overwhelming. However, Loki was sure that the chairwoman had considered many points and had already taken the proper measures. Nevertheless, she was well aware that their point of view had also taken place. In that case, Loki asked to tell her about their merits. Not knowing what to answer, the disciple looked questioningly at Loki. The group of disciples didn't know what to answer, and decided to say that they just had a high rank. Loki asked them not to continue. She only asked for permission to ask and see if they thought they could be useful even without proper combat experience. She couldn't let them waste Alu-san's time, and called it a laughing matter, that's all. In that case, their conversation was over, and the group of guys grudgingly glanced at the girl. The guy said they would regret it, but the chairman's decision was final. Sisti assured the students that there was no way they could change it. The students were embarrassed by the angry chairwoman and apologized and left. Alu wondered who it was and approached Sisti, who tiredly laid her head on the table. They were sophomores and third-year students, but it wasn't clear why they wanted to join the reinforcement squads. But it was obvious that it was to climb up the rank ladder, that's all. Such operations allowed them to increase their rank, and their school ranking could help them a lot in the future when serving in the army. Loki suggested that the boys thought they were strong in order to emulate the heroes. Sisti was in agreement with her. They'd only had that sort of thing coming to them lately. Taken aback, the heroes seemed to have begun to realize what was wrong with the freshmen. All coming from noble families, illustrious houses, and ancient clans were chasing rank. He hoped it wouldn't lead to problems. They wanted to talk about the decrease in the monster population. Most of them activate at night and gather at the smell of blood of kin or human mana. Therefore, Aluz decided to begin his task at dawn, and Sisti thanked him. Aluz also wanted to know about his uniform, and the headmistress said that it was already ready. The girl took out and placed the suitcase on the table, asking the hero to accept it. After opening the suitcase, the hero decided to see everything in place. Loki was apparently surprised, and Al noticed that Sisti had terrible taste. The headmistress smiled. It seemed to her that Al was the only one who didn't like the uniform. Night came, but Alice and Fia couldn't sleep. Alice asked her friend to try to kill monsters one at a time, and if they came across a group of monsters, to spread out and carefully retreat. The same was true for her. Fia asked Alice to get out of there immediately if they killed a monster. They also needed to remember to check the monster's cores, and Alice agreed with her friend. She smiled and told Fia that they would be fine. Al said that if they were in danger, he would definitely help them. Wrapping herself even more in the blanket, Fia thought that there was no way this could happen. Alice laughed, thinking that Fia was shy as usual, but she was right. They had been practicing for this moment on purpose, after all. Alice would be lying if she said she wasn't afraid, but she was confident that they could handle it. After all, they had been trained by the strongest magician. Meanwhile, Al went out hunting when it was still dark outside. He had forgotten how good it was outside. Loki decided to check the connection, and Al told her he could hear fine. In such clear weather, there should have been no problem detecting the enemy. She had spotted 23 monsters within a 1-kilometer radius, and she wondered what the hero would do. Perhaps it was to reduce the number of monsters the morning squads could encounter. Loki was in agreement with him, and turned to Aluz-san. She admitted that his battle uniform suited him very well. Aluz smiled and remained silent, deciding it was time to get started. While Al was dealing with the monsters, Loki told him that the activity of monsters within a radius of 6 kilometers to the northeast of him was no more than normal. The hero took note of this and decided to move on to destroy a group of monsters that apparently there is in the next area. Aluz asked Loki to get back to work, and Loki asked to count on her, for she would accomplish everything in the best way possible. That was the end of the link, and the hero came across a small group of 6 monsters that were easy for him. With one chain strike, he struck all 6 monsters at once. When it was over, the guy thought about the time had come. The sun had already risen, and the disciples' operation was about to begin. Fia and Alice were surprised to see the world outside. It was very beautiful. While they were looking at the scenery, a voice was heard from behind them who thought Fia was numb with terror. It was the same Gabsol who asked the girl not to add to his trouble. Alice had already guessed that this was the same watcher that Fia had quarreled with. He criticized her every action, and she was somehow able to tolerate him. Gabsol was curious about what Fia was whispering to her friend and angrily asked her about it. But then he was pushed aside by a girl who was happy to meet Alice. It was a girl named Siniet. Here they were interrupted by Sisti and asked everyone to gather, for they had to start soon. The head student ordered the squads to line up, after which Sisti announced that the extracurricular activities would start soon. If they did get into trouble, the support squads were to help them. Their observers were given devices with which they could make a distress signal. Also during the operation, the students were to use everything they had learned within the academy during this time. Sisti said she would pray for their success. In that case, the extracurricular activities began and all the squads rushed into the forest to complete the mission. Fia's destination was a base located in the outside world. Even though they had a certain route to take to reach the base, they also had to always avoid encountering monsters. After all, their main objective was to gain combat experience. However, Fia had some kind of shitty feeling. Gabsol smirked that apparently all the students liked the outside world. Otherwise, he didn't understand why everyone was rushing forward like madmen. That's when Fia ordered her team to stop. She noticed the movement in front of them and asked the group to spread out as they had been taught. Everyone obeyed the order and hid in their positions. A monkey-like creature appeared in front of them, and the group thought it was a monster. It was most likely an F-rank Vellum monster. She offered to kill it using the agreed-upon strategy. Seeing the monster in person, Fia felt her heart beat faster with fear. But she was sure that everything would be fine. They were often told in lectures that Vellum was the most common F-rank monster, and they would definitely be able to handle it. The monster looked towards the girl, and Fia thought that he might have noticed her. But she didn't think of retreating, and the Vellum was within reach of her magic. The others had to take their positions as well, and if they had to attack, now. The monster grinned at the girl that was in Fia's squad, and Fia realized that he had noticed them after all. She grabbed her katana. Fia couldn't let him do that, and used an ice strike, covering the ground with ice shards. The monster that was in the jump had time to react to her move, and just jumped over the ice fence, almost catching up to the frightened girl from the squad. Fia commanded the rest of the squad, and the others began aiming their attack at the enemy. At the same time, punches from everyone in the group fell on the monster, and it fell to the ground. Fia's group was insanely happy that they were able to defeat their first monster. They still managed to do it, and it was exciting for them. It was easier than the guy thought. While they were talking, they didn't notice the same monster sneaking up on him from behind. He could only be spotted by Fia, who cut off its head without hesitation. The team froze in place from such a surprise. Fia looked sternly at the group and asked them not to let their guard down until they were sure that the core was destroyed. After all, the monster could not be killed until they destroyed the magic core. The boys thanked Fia for her help. They praised her, saying that it was a great hit. The girl immediately remembered Al and mentally thanked him. Without a doubt, it was an F-rank monster. But in Gabsol's opinion, if they faced an A rank, they would have a much harder time. He still recognized that the girl was not bad, and Fia grudgingly thanked him. But he decided to pick on the fact that she couldn't finish him off with a single blow and thought she needed more training. Fia was shaking with anger and decided to take a deep breath in and out. She only squeezed out a smile and thanked him for the instruction. By the way, she couldn't figure out where he himself had been all this time. Meanwhile, Alice was trying to remember the map. If she remembered everything correctly, it was 4 kilometers to the base. Her partner replied that they needed to keep their eyes open. Seniat noticed that Alice was agitated about something and called out to her. She asked her to remember that she was around. Their ranks were certainly not much different, but still the girl was a bit more experienced than Alice. Alice thanked Seniat for her support. After passing through the dense forests, they came across a huge tree that lit up the sun. Sunlight was shining through it. Alice was marveled at such beauty. If it wasn't for their extracurricular activities, they would have never seen such beauty. Suddenly, they heard something and the whole troop turned back. It was the 2 wild wolves of E rank that scared Seniat. They were in trouble, and the girl told Alice that they should retreat. Clutching her weapon, Alice tried to make the right decision quickly. They had a terrible disposition. There were also those among them who couldn't react instantly. She wondered if they should have retreated along the path they had already traveled. But that way they would surely catch up with them. She immediately remembered Al and thought about how he would have acted in such a situation. Seniat wanted to try to buy them time, but Alice asked them to wait. She took it upon herself and said she would take care of them. Saikyou specialized in protection magic, and Alice was counting on her support in this case. Saikyou asked her to stop, thinking she couldn't do it alone. But Alice decided that she definitely wouldn't lose in a one-on-one fight, so they just had to get rid of the other one. Alice asked all the guys to cover her, but they were gripped by fear, so first of all they needed to regain their confidence. This was not their last battle, and it was the experience that came from real combat. It would become the foundation for their courage. Alice swung her aura and used reflection magic the moment the wolf was already in a jump. The reflection worked well, and the monster was pushed back, but that wasn't all. Alice swung at the wolf once more and pierced it with her spear. The blow was strong enough to knock the monster back a fair distance. Alice decided to try another blow and slice the wolf in half. Seeing the wolf fall to the ground, she was glad she could do it. Alice told the boys that there was only one left, when suddenly she heard a wolf behind her trying to attack her. But Saikyou came to her rescue and hit it with her spiral veil. It would have been a little longer before she was out of time, and Alice thanked her for her help. Saikyou told Alice that she was brave, tough and resourceful, but at the same time she was also inattentive. Saikyou asked the others not to stand in a pole. She asked them not to think that Alice could handle the monsters alone. After looking back at each other, the students went forward at the enemy with determination. Extracurricular activities had already begun, and as everyone already knew, the members of the reinforcement squads would receive instructions via sensor. However, they were to make decisions regarding certain situations on their own. To begin, Loki would like to ask the students to split into pairs. The staff was not responsible for decisions that went against common sense. Only the students, who should have been mindful of this, would be responsible for the outcome in this way. Someone from the group apologized to Loki and asked a question regarding the monsters. It was a guy that doubted that 2 people would be enough to handle the monsters, but she could assure them that there were no monsters above rank E that dwelled in this area. She couldn't divulge details, but this information was completely reliable. In addition, the chairwoman recognized their abilities, so they were the ones chosen for this role. This meant that the chairwoman was confident that a team of their 2 people would be quite enough for a monster of rank E. The disciples were surprised that the chairwoman herself recognized their abilities. A medical aid team was also present at the headquarters. However, Loki urged them not to let their guard down. The support squads were required to perform their tasks flawlessly. But even in these squads, there were those who could be possessed by the desire to shine and glory. Loki didn't expect them to heed her instructions, but she hoped to influence them in some way. Walking into the classroom, the teacher wanted to ask Loki if she was free. The girl said she would be right there, and ordered squads 1 through 10 to begin the mission. She instructed them to split into 2 and wait for further instructions. While the boys were dividing into squads, Loki asked the teacher what was wrong. The teacher said that they had seen bursts of magic corresponding to monsters of rank TS and B. Loki understood and asked for orders for all squads to stay away from this place. She clicked her transmitter in her ear. Contacting Al, she warned him that she had detected mana surges near the borders. From the looks of it, these monsters were rank TS and B. The group consisted of 17 creatures 4 kilometers northwest of Al. They were most likely attracted by the smell of the blood of the slain creatures, and the hero decided to go there immediately. Loki was counting on the hero and tried to contact the trending group. She ordered to go 1N100 Mestroff to the southwest and gave the exact coordinates. Squads 14th through 17th were to help the 3 groups within 500 meters of them. The girl also gave their coordinates. The groups accepted the order and said they were already heading towards them. They were wounded in the 12th squad that requested support. Loki understood them and told the 22nd squad to head north after completing the current mission and help the 12th squad. The seniors observed Loki's work and decided that she was not a failure. She was giving orders clearly and quickly, and they wondered who she was. The man who was in the relief room next to Loki shouted that the 4th group had left the area of operation. Loki asked them to calm down and tell them where they were. The man replied that they were 1,605 meters to the northwest. Loki understood and ordered squads 7 through 10 to head northwest and search for the 4th group at the following coordinates: Then they were to escort the students back to the area of operation. The squad understood and accepted the order. Loki didn't understand what the strange feeling was within her. The freshmen were moving a little too strangely. This was their first foray into the outside world, so theoretically they should avoid fighting. But for some reason, they were encountering monsters too often. It was reported that the 11th, 46th, and 50th groups have left the operation area. Group 37 too. The headquarters couldn't understand what the hell was going on. Units 17 and 31 ignored orders and also left the area of operation. HQ didn't understand what was going on, because even the support squads had left the area. One of the communicators tried to contact someone. He asked for an answer, but no one answered. Loki stood nearby, and looking at the battle map also couldn't understand what was going on. The girl was confused, and for a moment didn't know what to do. She asked people to take control of monitoring and surveillance. Loki also asked them not to worry, for everything would be fine. The girl apologized to Alusa-sama and reported that 5 groups were now heading out of the area. 2 more units from the reserve also headed that way. Their options were limited, and the hero replied that he would find out. Loki thought that Aluz had already noticed something, and the hero admitted that he just had a hunch. He asked Loki not to worry and was on his way. Loki was counting on him. He had an idea of what might be going on. Al asked Loki to send reinforcements to each group, but to make sure they stayed close to the border. Loki accepted the order and relayed the coordinates. Aluz applied the scouting skill and closed his eyes. He found out that there were almost no demons within a 1-kilometer radius. He needed to find the closest group. As soon as he found them, he immediately rushed towards them. Hearing something behind him, one of the group members turned around. The whole group noticed the strange masked man that had caught up with them and asked him who he was. Aluz said that a message had been received from headquarters and introduced himself as a member of the reserve squad. The guy in the group was clearly unhappy that they had already been discovered. They were all outside the area where the extracurricular activity was taking place. The hero asked them to go back immediately. The leader of the group apologized and decided that they would continue on that way. Although Al told them that they had left the area, but according to the leader, they were not forbidden to leave the area. The hero realized that the guy was an observer, and the guy confirmed it. The other guy was agitated and asked the senpai to do as Al said, but the leader asked him to be quiet and not to order what to do. The freshmen were scared, and it looked like the Watcher was taking the initiative to hunt demons. Aluz of course realized that they wanted to raise their rank by doing so. By gaining experience in battle, one could determine their exact strength, and their rank also reacted to that. The observer shouted to the guys to follow him if they understood everything. Insistence on one's own rank jeopardized the others around them. If the Watcher were alone, he would be the only one reaping what he had sown. Al was all clear with him. Placing his hand on the lad's shoulder, the hero kicked him in the stomach with his knee. The blow was hard, thus throwing the guy backwards. The Watcher immediately fell to the ground in front of Al. Even if it was temporary, Al was trying to convey to him that as a Watcher he was responsible for them and asked him to behave appropriately. As they left, Al once again reminded them to return to the mission limits. Also, if they went straight west, they would reach headquarters. The freshmen were shocked and thanked the hero for his help. The hero immediately went to the other group, assuming the guys were part of the reserve unit. He said that in about 10 minutes, the group of freshmen would be back within the zone. He had some other things to do and asked the guys to get them to headquarters. The guys accepted the hero's orders and he headed on his way. Lastly, Al said that if the Watcher tried to stop them, he didn't mind if they threw him to the wolves to feed. The hero relayed to Loki that he was done with the group of 46. The whole problem turned out to be the Watcher. He also asked Loki to assign a new Watcher from the reserve unit. Loki accepted the order, but they also lost contact with some members of the reserve squad. Al just remembered this and said that in that case they needed a new observer. They'd just have to do a little extra work. Loki promised that it would be done and asked Aluz to continue dealing with the students who had left the mission area. Immediately afterward, he relayed to Loki that he had located the next group. Meanwhile, Fia's group was admiring her, saying how awesome she was. This was the 3rd monster she had killed. But the girl smiled and admitted that it wasn't only her merit. Gabsol grinned loudly and asked her not to be conceited about being flirted with in front of. He was sure she was making a lot of unnecessary moves and wasting a lot of time. He stated that he could have handled it in one move. In that case, Fia asked to show him her skills next time. Now they needed to head to the headquarters. Gabsol was furious, since Fia was younger than him. He didn't like that the girl was so cocky. Suddenly Fia spotted the demon, and Gabsol pushed her aside, ordering her to get out of his way. He used a volley of fire, thus defeating the small demon. A smirk appeared on his face. He hoped Fia saw that and laughed. He was going to lead them from now on and gave the command to go forward. Moving forward, the group members tried to tell Gabsol that if they kept going this way, they would get out of the extracurricular area. But Gabsol ordered them to just follow him and yelled at all the monsters to show themselves. He threatened to kill them all. House Favel's daughter was so young, but she already had a 4-digit rank. As a kid, the boy was asked why he didn't try just like her. He was always being compared to others. Everyone marveled at the fact that Fia was already of such a high rank. She was only a first year and already had such a rank. But now he could do it too. Gabsol wanted to become a triple-digit magician. The group members noticed that there was something wrong with their watcher. Apparently, he had lost control of himself. Fia thought they had already left the mission area, but there was no sign of demons here, and Fia didn't understand where their path lay. They reached a plain and a huge tree, not realizing where they were. Gabsol tried to warn them that it was best not to go any farther. One of the disciples pointed with a trembling hand to the top of the tree, not realizing what it was. An equally huge monster in the shape of a spider sat in the huge tree, looking down at its prey below. Fia immediately realized that it was a rank B demon. Without thinking long, Gabsol rushed to escape and the monster attacked them. Fia was terrified and cried. She immediately decided that they were all going to die. The team ran back, but even there they met the monsters that were waiting for them. Falling to the ground, Gabsol couldn't understand why there was something like this here. It seemed to Fi that it was not a mere coincidence that they did not meet anyone on the way. It appeared that the demons had simply trapped them. The spider rushed at the squad, but Gabsol could not believe that he could die here. As the monster approached him, he used a volley of fire. But from the looks of it, it didn't do him any damage. He may be a rank B demon, but even the demons around them are probably a head taller than the demons they fought before. Fia knew that without activation, her ice sword would be no more useful than a fire volley. But there was no time for that, and she pondered their next actions. While all the squad members had given up and were whining that they were finished, Fia tried to cheer them up by saying that they still had a chance. An idea occurred to her. She apologized to Gabsol and found a stone in his pocket. With it, Fia wanted to send a signal to the rescue team. She was sure they would all be rescued, and before the team arrived, she wished they were all together. But looking at the boys, she realized that no one was listening to her. Gabsol thought they were finished and that they were all going to die, but Fia grabbed him by the scruff of the neck. He was an observer, so he had to help her. Fia yelled at him that if he gave up, they would all die for sure. Tears were flowing from her eyes, and she couldn't understand why Gabsol had dragged them here. If it wasn't for him, they wouldn't be here. But looking at the boy, she realized there was nothing she could do. She decided that in that case, she would fight to the end to protect everyone. Fia noticed that the other monsters were only watching and not doing anything else. They were probably obeying the giant spider's orders. Fia decided to take action. She decided that the first thing she would do was to reduce the number of enemies. After running up to the first monsters, she used her Ice Strike skill. But the monster was able to easily escape and then attacked Fia. Before she could deflect the blows, another monster was approaching her from behind. Fia was able to dodge, and breathing heavily, she thought about the fact that it was too close. If she couldn't block the blow at the last moment, it would be fatal. And yet she couldn't give up. Spider applied the exact same skill as Gabson's fire volley to Fia. It mimicked his skill and Fia thought that this monster was playing with her. The girl used the ice wall skill to defend herself. But after a couple hits of fire volleys, her ice shield began to break until it was finally destroyed. Fia couldn't withstand the onslaught and fell to the ground. barely trying to get to her feet. The wounded Fia realized that her body was already at its limit and she was unable to move. But she could still fight, and she couldn't let anyone get killed. Unwilling to let anyone die, the girl struck nearby monsters. She found it strange that none of the demons were running away from her. She looked at her blade, which was shaped by mana, with horror. Her mana had simply run out, and the spider was ready to strike a decisive blow. She summoned a multitude of small spiders that headed towards their prey. Fia couldn't believe it would end like this, and that she would become food for all those spiders. But even if that was the case, she had to protect everyone. Fia cried, thinking about the fact that she had to fight to the end. In desperation, Fia remembered Al. Suddenly, all the spiders were struck with blows at the same time. A man in a hood and combat uniform apologized for being late, and Fia recognized Al for coming to their rescue. The huge spider decided to attack the hero himself, and Al pulled out his weapon with chains. In one fell swoop, he killed all the monsters around them. Al judged by the amount of blood on Fia, and her wounds were not as serious as they might seem. He was confident that his strength would be enough to heal her. The hero hid his aura and took Fia in his arms. He carried her to the rest of the frightened students that were lying on the ground. Al thought that they had just all passed out. Fia called out to Al, who put her on the ground and walked towards the group. For fighting so well, he was willing to show her how to kill demons and asked her not to faint. But there was no way Fia wanted to miss such a thing and smiled. Aluz wasn't surprised that she couldn't handle them. One was B rank and 38 TS rank. There were high-ranked demons who could command those who were below them in rank. But this particular one did a pretty good job of gathering everyone into one large group. But the hero decided that it didn't matter. Even though it was considered as a lecture for beginners, he still wanted to finish them off quickly. The hero threw his weapon upwards, and the chains around him began to slice through the enemies in a large radius. Or's dagger embedded itself into the ground right at the feet of the monsters, and curled with a bright light. All the monsters immediately froze into a block of ice, and Fia marveled. It was Niflheim, one of the highest level ice-type spells. Everything around was iced with blocks of ice, and Al calmly walked over to the Auror and touched it with his foot. With a little pressure on the hilt, all the icy monsters immediately exploded and scattered into shards. Fia was shocked that the hero was able to kill so many monsters in an instant. This was what it meant to have the first rank. This was truly the strongest mage. Looking at the huge spider that was left alone without any friends, the guy thought about what he would do now. Without thinking long, the spider began to spit liquid at Al, who simply dodged to the side. Taking the aura in his hands, the guy fended off all the remaining attacks and struck the spider. Laughing, he couldn't understand what the monster was trying to accomplish this way. The spider began to heal itself, and the hero noticed that its regeneration was better than he had imagined. But without waiting a second longer, the guy threw a dagger at the spider and bound the spider with chains so it couldn't move. The hero deliberately tore off the spider's legs and told it that it didn't need legs now. With one swing of his hand, Al dropped the spider to the ground with terrible force. Getting a little closer to the spider, Al noticed that this was not all. The monster began to swell and release a bunch of acid. Al noticed that the spider had started to secrete caustic acid and could handle it in several ways. But he decided to apply the Niflheim permafrost barrier. He touched a finger to a link of a huge chain to add mana to the magic formula. It was necessary to pause the activation and then create a construct for a new spell. Holding the blade in his hand, the hero asked Fia to watch carefully. One swing of the blade created a bunch of ice-sharp crystals that cut the spider from bottom to top. Fia was stunned by this blow that froze her eyes. The huge spider along with the acid froze into a huge block of ice, and the guy was able to climb up the frozen acid to the spider's head. He pronounced that it was very boring, after which he broke the ice in which the stricken spider was. The block with the spider broke into many pieces, and the guy noticed that the other demons were also attracted by the smell of blood. The guy used the True Trace skill, and the chains spread out all around his radius. Aluz called it a collective punishment, and then the chains cut the newly arrived enemies at once. Fia couldn't figure out what kind of spell it was, since Al used ice-type magic. She assumed that he also had an aptitude for the ice attribute like her. But that wasn't the case. So far, he had shown her glimpses of how he could use spells of various attributes that required high affinity, and all without much difficulty. He was using her attribute type just for that. Realizing this, Fia wrapped her arms around her body with trepidation. Fia didn't know what to answer him, and shouted that she was grateful to him for his help. And not only her, because he also saved everyone else. Fia sincerely thanked the hero with a smile on her face. The girl waved her hand, but the hero did not realize what it was. She said that she was able to fight the demons properly, but Al asked her not to be so confident after being beaten up like that. Still, he smiled slightly. He thought that she had passed the test after all, and Fia was happy. With joy, she completely forgot about the pain that pierced her body. Al held out his hand and helped her to her feet. Aluz looked at Fia's frightened watcher, not knowing what to do with him. The hero offered to leave him to the monsters for dinner, but Fia thought that was over the top. But he was to blame for everything that happened, so it would be irresponsible to leave him to die like that. Also, you could tell that Fia understood his feelings a little bit, but Al couldn't understand it, and yet he was sure that he would be punished properly after this. Mages were more or less bound by their ranks, much less nobles. One day she too would be dragged into this. The girl turned to Al and said she wished she could become stronger. She felt that then she could see many more things, so she asked him to teach her the spell he used in battle. She had memorized all kinds of ice-type magic, but she had never seen something like this before. Aluz couldn't understand which spell she was talking about exactly. Fia didn't know how to explain, but it was the same spell he used to freeze the big spider. The hero realized what she meant, and said that such a thing was too soon for her. Though if he gave it a name, it would be Corrosion Binding Misteltine Fog, which would fit it well. Fia said its name and said that it was just awesome, and so he was able to create a new spell. While they were talking about it, they heard footsteps that were rapidly approaching them. It was Loki apologizing to them. She had suddenly lost contact with Al, so she was worried that there might have been some trouble. The guy apologized for forgetting to report it, but Loki thought it was no big deal if nothing happened. By the way, she would like to say that the freshman's main extracurricular class had come to an end. According to the chairman's decision, in order to conclude this matter, they had to move on to the next part of the extracurricular lesson. All the groups except them were already assembled and were moving on to the next stage. The hero wanted to know how many people were headed this way. Loki replied that the third squad from the reserve was heading here, and they should be here soon. The hero stroked her head and thanked her for everything. He said the rest was on her and was about to leave when Fia yelled for him to stop. Blushing, the girl asked, then picked up the conversation where they left off. But there had to be order in such things, and she needed to heal her wounds first. If she was losing to such a demon, she still had a lot to learn. But that was why she was talking about how she wanted to become stronger. The hero sighed heavily and thought that such enthusiasm brings a lot of problems. After a little thought, he took the girl in his arms, which she clearly did not expect. Aluz told Loki that he would take Fia with him, and Loki understood. Fia screamed that she could walk on her own, but he would get in trouble if others saw him. If she wanted to learn something, she should have shut up and listened. The hero thought it would be good if understanding the Mistletoe setting would help her forget the pain. Now the members of the group led by Gabson were unconscious. Thanks to Tesfia's efforts, they all survived. Apparently, their watcher Gabson had forfeited his future as a mage. Not to mention the strict punishment of those acting willfully from the chairman. Arriving at the headquarters, the girl asked to bring the medic to Fia as soon as possible. Alice met Fia and asked if she was okay. Aluz thought that there shouldn't have been any more problems during the extracurricular activity. Alice thanked Aluz, who was apparently able to protect Fia. But Aluz doubted that he could really call everything that had happened unpleasant. He didn't think he had ever been so talkative during a battle with demons before. It was like he wasn't his own man at all this time. He was almost certain that what was brewing in his heart was something he hadn't felt in a long time. Perhaps it was akin to anger. But even so, he was just doing his job. But the hero thought to end it there, because no matter how much he thought about it, it was nothing more than just analyzing. Alice thanked Al for his help, and Aluz smiled at her. Aluz sat in front of Fia's hospital room. She said goodbye to her friend. Alice said goodbye to Fia and noticed Allah. She told him that Fia's wounds should have healed with healing magic without any problems and was glad she was alright. Al replied briefly that he understood, and Alice didn't know what to say to him. Regarding the lesson, everyone in her group was too exhausted for it. And now she had a lot of free time on her hands because of it. Al realized that she wanted to ask to be tutored and assumed that Fia had told her something. He agreed, as long as she couldn't participate further because of that, she would be left behind. Alice was glad for that answer, and they headed for a more suitable place. Noticing the weapon in the guy's hand, the girl assumed it was his oar. Alice was very interested in examining it, and the hero warned that it was a bit heavy. Having taken the weapon in her hands, Alice already noticed it. She was simply mesmerized by its beauty, but Al was ready to personally say that its shape was a bit creepy. But perhaps to each his own. Alice suggested to try to infuse her mana like they did in the past training, if that wasn't a bad idea. The hero didn't say anything back and the girl tried it. Alice was amazed at the length of the chains, and Al replied that the length was about 50 meters. Alice could not believe it, taking the chain in her hands. One of the chain links glowed, which caught Al's attention. He couldn't realize what it had just been. Alice said that her concentration was shattered. Al thought that her mana was the element of light, and perhaps the aura had activated by mistake. But more likely it was something else. He was sure that her mana had the exact reaction to the evening mist, but engraved on this chain is the magic formula for his variant mana type. Alice looked questioningly at the hero that ordered the aura to return to him. She noticed that there was something wrong and asked Al about it. The hero did not have enough evidence to draw a conclusion. He chose to refrain from telling her about it. Since they had gotten this far, the hero decided to give her some more combat experience. Alice was in agreement and used Scattered Reflection Redirection. Aluz noticed that she only used this skill, assuming that she didn't know any other spells. At this rate, from the force she would only be able to kill rank D demons. There weren't many people with an affinity for the light type, so the research hadn't progressed that far. Because of that, not many types of light spells existed, and the rest were very difficult. In that case, the hero thought that he should do some research on Alice. He offered the girl to be his guinea pig, but Alice was only frightened by it. Aluz had already realized that he shouldn't have used the term guinea pig. He just phrased it poorly, meaning that he was essentially asking to be allowed to examine her body. Alice again didn't understand anything, and thinking the wrong thing, blushed. Thinking the wrong thing, she decided to see if Aluz really wanted to examine her body. The hero himself could not understand what she was imagining, but it is clearly something wrong. First, he would like to know who Alice was holding him for. Alice thought and uncertainly replied that she took him for a boy, of course. Well, that was indeed true, but that was not what he meant. He explained to Alice that he would just analyze her body with a special device anyway. For the record, this would be problematic if she wasn't dressed during the examination. It could help them develop new magic. But if that was all it was about, then Alice was willing to do it. The hero had the feeling that she was treating him somewhat lightly. It was 2 days after the extracurricular lesson, which had its share of complications, and after which Al returned to school again. Upon entering the classroom, the hero noticed that there were fewer students than usual. This was their first encounter with demons, so apparently they were in for a serious psychological shock. But there seemed to be opposing groups as well. One of the guys was talking about a mysterious masked mage with a cape that had captured a nasty watcher in their group. He was clearly pleased with that. The freshman visualized to his friends how the mysterious magician took down the observer with one punch. They were thrilled that at least someone was able to put the egotists from the upper classes in their place. And then he defeated the demons with his bare hands. Everyone was shocked to hear the guy's stories. They thought it must be that expensive mage the school had hired to help. They marveled at his awesomeness. Listening to them, the hero tried to immerse himself in reading the book, but he was getting embarrassed. Also, the freshmen were discussing Loki-san, how she skillfully led the teachers and upperclassmen. Everyone was in total agreement. By the way, it was said that one high school student was expelled after this class. It was the one whose group was most seriously affected. Fia frowned and understood what they were saying about their group. Fia answered the guys that they were talking about Gabsol Senpai. The girls immediately remembered and asked if he was really in her group. Thea confirmed that he was. She thought that was what he deserved, since everyone else in her group was still in treatment. Still, she wondered what would happen to those who had not yet recovered and returned to school. Remembering that they had end-of-semester exams in 2 weeks, a shiver ran through Alice and Thea. Thea asked Alice hopefully if she had prepared for the exams. But Alice had completely forgotten about it, and Thea began to cry, wondering what they should do. Hearing them, the hero immediately looked at the girls with a gloomy face, as he realized they would want him to help them study for the test. And after all, he thought they were smart and exceptional, as the others said. Thea admitted to him that they knew how to study, but her mom would not forgive her if she got a bad grade. Alice also wondered if Loki was going to do well on the test somehow. She assumed that Loki might have been exempt from it as well, but she was wrong. She also had to do all the core coursework like everyone else. But Thea noticed that Loki was too relaxed about it. But Loki had already completed all the training 3 years ago, so she couldn't understand how someone could only stumble in their first year. Thea and Alice couldn't stand the glow around her and closed their eyes. The hero ordered them to stop sobbing, and since they had figured it out, they needed to finish relying on Aluz and get on with their studies. Thea and Alice hugged each other and tried to reassure themselves that they were alone together to hide with all of this. They were willing to do whatever they could. Loki wanted them to stop it, but the hero stopped her. He said he didn't have time to help them study for some test. However, teaching them how to defeat demons or training for that purpose was another matter. Thea thought that it would be mandatory to have knowledge for that, and that preparing for tests was broadly considered teaching how to defeat demons or practicing for that purpose. She begged the hero to help them, and Aluz sighed heavily. They did talk him into it, but Aluz was only going to help them in the area of demons and mana, besides just a little bit. He asked them to sit down and the girls thanked the hero for his help. Alice and Thea were answering his questions incorrectly, and he was getting tired of explaining to them every time. There was no point in memorizing just the character strings of the magic formula. But Thea couldn't understand why, because to use the spell, all they had to do was just repeat it. The guy grabbed his head and didn't think that their understanding of magic formulas was so shallow. The hero asked Loki to explain to them, and the girl listened. She wanted to start by saying that if they were memorizing magic formulas, there was a limit to how much could be memorized. A normal mage would be able to memorize a few dozen magic formulas at most, which made him ineffective. In fact, magic formulas were only marginally helpful when using magic. Everyone knew that if you added more components to a spell, the magic would become more precise. But basically, just the name of the spell was enough. Aluz said that was correct. But now with the popularization of auras, simply memorizing was a waste of time. The aura already had everything he needed to customize the magic. Because of this, instead of memorizing magic formulas, it was necessary to understand how the magic was set up. Their training program didn't cover anything related to how to break down magic formulas. Phi seemed to be clear, but she still didn't understand a single letter. Neither did Alice. They prioritized short-term improvement, using easy memorization as a focus. Hiro doubted whether the instructors even understood the importance of formulas. He wondered if he would ever appeal to the chairman. The boy asked Loki to what extent they understood them, but the girl only knew her own type. Aluz asked Loki to sit next to the girls and listen. He was puzzled that Loki was only at that level. The girls thanked Aluz for today's lesson and Alice asked if they could study with him again tomorrow. The hero replied that he could spare some time for them. They also had to remember to keep studying and manipulating magic. Thea agreed with him and said goodbye until tomorrow. Sipping tea from his mug, Aluz decided that in all likelihood, he would have to hold off on researching Alice until after the exams were over. Loki decided that the tea was too sweet. If she meant the taste, Aluz thought it was bitter on the contrary. Aluz noticed that Loki was worried about something. Loki lowered her gaze and sadly told Aluz that he had been too kind to them. She thought that the hero might have had high hopes for them in such a case. There was truth in the fact that he would never have taught them before. At least they were very capable. Besides, considering that was the price of being in this school, it wasn't that expensive. He was finally free from the ruthless days in the army. But at this rate, all of Aluz's own free time will go to waste. Loki was troubled by this. but the hero stroked her head. In truth, he didn't feel any hatred from it. She said he was too kind to them, but Aluz didn't feel that in the slightest. In other words, it was surprising. This new environment might have been a bit refreshing for him. Loki looked at Aluz with surprise. Still, Loki couldn't imagine liking the two of them. Aluz recognized that there was no need to force herself to get along with them, but a little discretion was also necessary. Al didn't want to waste time, and if he found out they were useless, he planned to end their relationship immediately. Of course, this included Loki herself. This meant that Loki should have made every effort to live up to his expectations. The girl promised that she would try her best, and just like that, the exams flew by in the blink of an eye. After the students wrote their tests, they went straight to the practice ground. Aluz didn't like this organization of the test and was approached by Loki. She couldn't understand what they would do with his practice test, because Aluz was still hoping for the test area to be separated. For whatever reason, he could never hold back, even when he wasn't using his Beshiri mana or aura. But the evening fog would attract too much attention, and the hero doubted that the auras given to the students would be able to handle his output of magic. Loki suggested using her aura, and the boy thought it was the lightning type. He thought her aura could handle his mana output, but he still didn't know what to do about control. Loki laughed quietly, but the hero still didn't understand why and decided to ask about it. Loki replied that it was nothing, just that there were still things that even Aluz could not do. But it was obvious, because no one would have been able to prepare for this kind of thing. Loki was in agreement with him, and struck a smile at the guys closest to her that thought she was cute. Meanwhile, the students were watching Fia, who was using an ice sword. Raising her katana, she summoned an ice-large sword, which pleasantly surprised the teachers. Loki and Aluz had already realized that she liked to stand out. Next on the list was Loki Livol, who took to the practice field. She used her dagger and pierced the mannequin in front of her with lightning. The mannequin could not withstand the force of her strike and fell. It was a great job, for which she was praised by one of her teachers. Her classmates were amazed that her blow simply burned the mannequin. Aluz noticed that she was making steady progress and had gotten much better. Loki was happy and thanked him as he was suddenly called next. He asked to borrow one dagger from Loki, and the girl immediately started choosing which dagger to give him. Aluz looked questioningly at Loki, who offered him one of them. Though to the hero they were still exactly the same. Taking the dagger, he thanked her. One of his classmates smirked, mocking Al and calling him a creepy loser. His friend also held a bet that he would ruin everything. When the hero stepped forward, he was asked to proceed. Aluz thought this was the first time he was so nervous before using magic. He tried to do it slowly and steadily. If he imitated the configuration, there shouldn't have been any problems. He used a lightning arrow and then easily threw a dagger. The guys laughed, unable to believe that he was serious. After all, it was the basis of lightning-type basics, and he managed to make it hang in the air. Before the guys could laugh, there was a deafening explosion that startled them. The blow was so strong that the dagger pierced the mannequin through and through, causing it to explode in the process. Sisti and the others were simply shocked as the mannequin before their eyes soon turned into ashes. All the disciples froze in shock, including those who were mocking him. The boy looked indifferently at the teacher and, apologizing, said he failed. It was embarrassing for him to not be able to use magic of that level. The teacher didn't know what to say and assumed that he was just a little nervous. The guys who were making fun of him found a reason to laugh some more, because he still couldn't, which was obvious to them. But what could be said was that he did hit the target, and they thought he was weird. The hero could hear them, and thought about the fact that he had fooled them after all. Next, Alice Tillake was called in, which was the hero's next problem. He looked at the girl that used the fire arrow. Still, light magic didn't have an entry-level arrow spell, which didn't leave her much choice. Her arrow had simply vaporized, and the guy thought it was even worse than a 5-digit mage. Therefore, they had to start researching the attribute as early as possible. Alice was frustrated, but then Al came over to her that he whispered to her and asked her to come to his research room after the exam. That only meant what she thought it meant. They will start researching her. After thinking for a bit, Alice clenched her fist and agreed. Alice couldn't remember when it had started. It seemed to her that it had always been like this for as long as she could remember. This plan changed her life forever. The doctor told the girl that her readings were normal and asked her to stand up. The girl that was in the lab was Alice. It was time to meet her parents, and the doctor asked the nurse to go with her. Alice met her parents and threw herself into their arms. These moments of meeting them were the only respite from the ordinariness of treatment. But one day, everything changed. Alice was coughing, and the wife asked her husband what was wrong with her diagnosis. It was the virus that caused the current pandemic. The whole body exam was so expensive, too much for their budget. The man didn't know what he would do when it came time to pay for the treatment. Alice's mom asked her daughter not to worry because she would definitely get better. The doctor called the man for a moment, saying that an official from the government had come to discuss about their daughter. During the examination, they discovered that their daughter also had an affinity for a rare light-type element. The mother didn't quite understand, and her husband said that light-type and dark-type elements were not like the 5 basic types of elements. One had to be born with a natural inclination to use one of them, making them quite unusual. So for the sake of the future of their country and humanity, the official asked her parents to borrow their daughter. The parents were just shocked by this, and the mother remembered that their daughter was only 7 years old. She could not allow her to be harmed in any way. By opening the suitcase with the money, the official wanted to show their sincerity if they agreed to cooperate with them. It was a large sum of money, but the man banged his fist on the table, saying that the money was not the problem. The official admitted that they were trying to buy it from them, so he was right that the problem wasn't money. The problem was the future of mankind. Their country could be attacked by a huge wave of demons any day now. The proximity their daughter possessed could be the decisive option in this situation. The official also added that they could see her for an hour a day, and the study would only last 3 years. In addition to the advance payment, they would provide them with additional benefits. They would also cover the cost of her current medical treatment, which her parents have had a lot of trouble with. Alice's parents agreed to make a decision a week later. It happened exactly after that time. Her parents apologized to her, but it was okay. She always knew how much it bothered Mom and Dad. All she did was smile and promise to try harder for them. Thinking about it now, her parents probably didn't have the option to say no. Alice opened her eyes the moment she was already lying on the table with her mask on. The doctors asked her not to worry and told her it would all be over soon. Taking the syringe in her hands, the doctor asked her to try to keep what was happening here a secret from her parents if she didn't want to lose the privilege of seeing them. But no one knew there was no line they wouldn't cross for their cause. When Alice met with her parents, she wondered when they could be together again. But her mother asked to rub it in a little more. Since she had been dealing with all of this for 2 years now, Dad smiled and said that Alice would be surprised when she got back. Soft toys bigger than her in size were already waiting for her at home, and Alice's eyes sparkled with happiness. When their meeting time was up, Alice asked for a promise that her parents would be here tomorrow. Her parents of course agreed and promised that they would all be together again in a year. They looked forward to the day when she would return to their home and took the girl's hand. For whatever reason, Alice couldn't remember her home. She went to the doctor's room and apologized to him, telling him that there was something strange with her memory. The doctor just wallowed in his thoughts, not paying attention to her. He told himself it was another failure and he needed to get results. As the days passed, the research became more and more brutal. Alice was aggressively injected, and when she regained consciousness, she was already in her bed. When the effects of the anesthetics wore off, she was in pain and vomiting. Such was her daily life. She only held on to the thought that she had a little more to go. Just a little more, and she could be together with her parents again. She asked the doctor about her parents, who were supposed to arrive today. The doctor replied that they weren't coming. Perhaps they were too busy with work. The girl remained silent, and the doctor began to inject her with anesthetic. Alice was unsure, but knew that if she said something selfish, Mommy and Daddy would be in trouble. Mom could be very opinionated sometimes, so she might even get mad at her. But there was no need to say all this, and then her overprotective dad would step in for her. Mom would be displeased with this, whereupon she would sit Dad and her down in a cramped chair and lecture them. There would be no loneliness or pain, and she would be happy. Once again, the girl woke up in her room and looked out the window. which had a grate on it. Her ordeal each day continued, and from then on, she was in more and more pain and her parents never came to visit her again. With these thoughts, Alice walked to the dining room to the other children. There she was noticed by a girl who was curious about what she was drawing. It was her dad and mom, and the girl suggested that Alice use the color of the crayon in her hands. She thought her hair color would look good with it. It was so shiny and beautiful that Alice decided to look at her curls. The girl decided to introduce herself and Alice also told her her name. She started to care about Alice and started to like her. It was like they were like real sisters. One day the girls were walking down the hallway and came across the captain and some people they didn't understand. These people scared Alice, but her friend reassured Alice that everything was okay. One of the men noticed the girls and decided to make sure they were test subjects. He asked them not to be afraid because they were from the army. They found evidence of illegal experiments being conducted here. They must have been scared, but now everything was fine. With these words, the man extended his hand to the girls. Alice was in the room with the military man who asked her where the girl she had found was. He also added that they had taken her into custody, but Alice asked where her parents were. After a little silence, the man asked to listen to him attentively. He told Alice about the fact that her parents were no longer alive. According to him, her parents had been broken into by a burglar. They brought her some belongings, and it was the few things that were left. Her parents remained humble and continued to work. The robber must have heard about the large amount of money they received for her research. They caught the criminal, but he managed to spend most of the money on gambling. What little was left was to go to an institution that would take care of her and cover her living expenses. The girl still couldn't believe that she would never see her mom and dad again. So Alice made her way to the care facility. A woman came up to her and said that it had been some time since she had come here, but Alice was still alone. She thought she should try opening up to the other children, but Alice didn't think so. All she did was silently turn around and run away. But suddenly Alice heard her name and stopped. It was a familiar voice, and the girl turned back with tears. In front of her stood her first friend that happened to be here as well. Remembering her parents, Alice couldn't hold back her tears, and the girl hugged her. She held Alice in her arms when she could no longer hold back what had accumulated within her. All the emotions that had overwhelmed her during all this time came rushing out. Her friend's warmth felt like her mother's love and her father's kindness. It all enveloped her. The girl had one request for Alice. It helped her remember that the happy days she spent with her parents were real. The girl whispered her request to Alice and Alice nodded affirmatively to her. After feeling exhausted from the tears she had shed, she fell asleep, and when she woke up, her friend was no longer there. She could no longer remember what her name was or what she had said to her then. After this, she vowed to become a mage. To that end, she moved into a facility near the army headquarters and began going to a nearby dojo. Alice hated her closeness, but it was the only thing her parents gave her, and it was what she had left. The students at her facility said of the red-haired girl that she wasn't bad, except all she did was swing a sword. She seemed creepy to them, and Alice caught a glimpse of her. It was Fia that Alice Talek recognized. She offered the girl to spar with her. Suddenly, Alice heard her name being called and her mind went blank. Alice found herself in an office with her friends, and Al asked her if the medical exam was finished. Thea was concerned for her friend and asked her not to push herself too hard in case. Alice smiled and said she was fine. She just remembered something from the past. Al said that the data collected from Hermana was being analyzed. It was time for the girls to go back to the dormitory as curfew was approaching. Thea agreed. She was glad they had tomorrow off because of the end of exams. She suggested that Loki and Aluz meet at the training arena. She also wanted to try something, but Loki and Aluz didn't understand anything. The next day came, and Fia, holding her katana in a stance, called for a Misteltein. But apparently she failed, and silence ensued. Al felt embarrassed when he realized what she was going to do. The girl asked not to look at her like that. After all, she could still get some practice at it. That was fine and all, of course, but Al asked her to do some other practicing as well. Suddenly, there was a voice that asked Al if he really had time to watch her during the mock fight. It was Alice, who attempted to stab the hero with her spear. Instead, the hero dodged slightly to the side, then knocked the weapon out of the girl's hands with one swing of his leg. Alice also missed the next blow, from which she fell to her knees. Her weapon was knocked out, but the hero asked her not to stop moving even if she lost her weapon. Alice was saddened, thinking that she could have had more spells. Then she could fight better, and Al called Loki to the next fight. Loki immediately ran up to the hero and threw daggers at him, which the hero fought back. The daggers embedded themselves in the ground, creating a thunder seal directly beneath Aluz. The boy raised his head, following Loki's movements, which decided to attack from above. But he sharply threw his sword at her seal, thus dispelling her magic. Not expecting the next blow, he immediately threw her same dagger back. The hero asked her not to jump so recklessly, and if she did intend to do so, she needed to think 3 steps ahead. She lost, but Loki could fight some more. Even though the physical damage had converted to mental damage, it still hurt a bit. Alice was flustered by Loki, but the girl replied that she was fine. However, you could tell from Loki that she was a triple-digit mage. Alice said that Loki was awesome, but in Loki's opinion that was not the case. As Al's partner, she was still not strong, but it was impossible to simply suddenly become strong, and the hero had told them that it wasn't good to rely so heavily on magic. Aluz gave Fia as an example and asked the girls to look at her. At that moment, she was making pointless attacks and Alice laughed at her. Mana depletion in the outside world was a direct path to death, so one had to avoid such a thing at all costs. But unfortunately, it still happened. That's why it was important to have stamina and close combat skills to be prepared for the worst outcome. Alice sadly lowered her gaze and said that she understood. The hero cheered her up and stroked her head. He asked her not to beat herself up about it, because he said he would prepare her for the battle with the demons. He was still just as willing to keep watching over her. Aluz only then realized that he did it unknowingly. It was a habit he had unconsciously developed from behind Loki that came out. Tears appeared in Alice's eyes. Wiping them away, she admitted that she had just remembered something. It was strange, but she couldn't stop. Thea was disturbed by her tears and tried to ask her friend what was wrong. Aluz went back to his research, but Loki thought he should still rest. She brought him some tea. When he looked at his watch, he realized that it was already quite late. He suggested that Loki go to bed before him and Loki obeyed. The reason why Alice's mana reacted to the type less formula had to be somewhere in this data. Typing the information on the keyboard, the hero tried to find the right one. Loki was worried about the hero, but silently went to her room while Aluz tried to find the right data. He couldn't figure out what it was. He assumed it was the wrong string of characters, almost as if they were meaninglessly colored in. Aluz made a few commands on his keyboard and read everything carefully. Finding the information he needed, he did realize what Alice was all about. The hero ended up spending the whole night analyzing Alice's mana data. The results of the analysis showed the reason why Alice's mana reacted to non-attribute magic. Aluz didn't know if he should have done further research. In any case, he would need to confirm it. If Aluz remembered correctly, it should be today. Today was the day of the exam results, and all the students started asking each other about their results. One of the students was pleased, for he was good in the subject. Aluz couldn't notice Alice and decided that he would take his own results and leave. Holding the card up to the device, it gave him the results of the test. Loki approached the hero and inquired about his results. Aluz of course passed, and contemplated asking Loki about it. But he decided that he had no reason to ask it, because even if he didn't get the maximum score, neither did Loki. The hero simply walked past her, and Loki, hiding the test, silently followed him. The students could see the top 10 exemplary students this semester on the table. In third place was Alice Tillake. In second place was Tesfia Favel. This was exactly what the other students expected them to do, so they weren't even surprised. The guys wanted to get to know them better and decided he would try to talk to them later. But his friend decided that they wouldn't even give him a minute. The hero didn't expect them to come in third and second place, because he thought they were the best in their class. But there was someone who beat them. But the first place winner was Loki Livell. The hero still thought that Loki was just like him and showed no interest in the exams. But apparently she was quite perceptive. The girl glanced at Aluz as if expecting a response from him. The hero turned to Loki and praised her. He stroked her head and told her she was doing a good job. Loki was pleased with this praise and thanked the hero. Then Alice came out to them with Fia. That Enjoy ran up to the guy. She happily said that she had won second place, and just so he knows, she worked her ass off for it. Alice was also happy with her results, and they expected praise from him. Aluz decided to play along with them a bit, since it was the only way they were likely to cool their heads. He stroked Fia's head and said that it was great, and that she could do it if she wanted to. As soon as the hero took his hand away, he noticed the surprised look on Fia's face. Truth be told, he thought about her freaking out. The hero realized that she was not at all used to being praised. This reaction was different from her usual and was quite entertaining. Loki reminded the hero that they were standing in full view of everyone, so they had to be careful. Everyone was looking at them like that, jealous that he was surrounded by the best students. The guys couldn't figure out who he was, but Alice decided it was her turn, and the hero decided they should have moved. The heroes went outside and headed down the road. Fia asked Al what he was going to do during the vacation. Aluz as if he just now remembered that after tomorrow's ceremony, the vacation would begin. Even though it was a vacation, it was no reason to be lazy. There's no such thing in the army, so he forgot. Fia had plans to go back home, but it was well so pressured on her. Alice knew that Fia's mom was very strict. She had squeezed all the juices out of her the last time she was at Fia's house. The hero asked Fia if her mom was really that strict. It was all from the time she worked as the head of the academy, and even after she left the service, she is still connected to the army. What this meant was that her mom was a soldier. Since she was a noblewoman, she must have held a significant position. Aluz remembered that he had heard the name Fievel before from the Governor General. After reaching a certain place, Fia said that here they should take a different route. She needed to pack, and Alice wanted to help her. In that case, she probably wouldn't have time to come and practice today. Fia called out to Al after forgetting to tell him something. She was leaving tomorrow right after attending the ceremony, so she wanted to say it beforehand. She wished he would take care of Alice while she was gone, and that he wouldn't let her push her around. She probably meant research, and Aluz agreed with her. The hero would have liked to check the data analysis with Alice, but Aluz decided that it could wait with that until tomorrow as well. The hero sighed heavily, thinking that it would be very tiring for him. Somewhere in the great forest of Alpha, several mysterious figures appeared. As always, the team exercised caution. A voice in the woman's earpiece wished the silent squad good luck. The girl's name was Nira, which spoke on a private line. The voice from the earpiece asked her not to be overconfident and not to chase anyone too far. Being unusually impatient wasn't a bad thing, but not in this case. But Nira assured Commander Wisest that she didn't have to worry about that, because she was in her right mind. From that point on, Nira decided to embark on the mission. When the connection was cut off, the girl exhaled, thinking that her daddy is always so restless. She ordered the team to disperse to their respective positions. The girl headed forward, jumping on the branches of the trees. Looking out for the ruins, she realized this wasn't the place. She thought it was that structure, but wished she could finally find it already. Approaching a large building, Nira decided it was the remains of a research center. Nira used the space map skill. Scanning the building from the inside, she decided that this was most likely the place. The girl continued her investigation and approached the building. Suddenly, a hooded silhouette landed in her path that jumped off the roof of the building. There appeared to be two of them. Nira looked at the people, happy to have found two at once. Judging by their abilities, she figured these two were just decoys, and if they were here, their target had to be close. Nira deactivated her disguise and threw off her hood. She still hadn't thought about people being non-civilian, and yet she decided to ask about it. Under the hoods, you could see the strange, distraught faces of the partners, as if they had lost their minds. They kept saying that they had to kill someone, and that they were told to do it. Nira was glad. She didn't dislike straight work, but she thought spending long hours outside late at night was bad for their skin. Two guys pronounced that they needed to kill an unknown man and bury him, and Nira thought that was pretty scary. The two strange men pounced on the girl, though she didn't believe they could do anything to her. They weren't capable of much, and Nira dodged their attacks with ease. She created a shield around herself that protected her from the strikes of her attackers. The partners were desperately trying to hit Nira, but all she said was that they wouldn't succeed. Reaching out to the guys, she began to conjure on their swords. Their hands felt as if they were numb and no longer obeyed, and the girl suggested that they get out of this dangerous place as soon as possible. One of the mysterious enemies still managed to move and swung his knife at Neru. The second partner also began to fight the girl's magic, and both of them went on the attack. Nira knocked them back with a shockwave. She thought that one hit would be enough to finish them off. But at that moment, she couldn't believe he sacrificed his wrist and broke it. One day, her father said something. In a life or death struggle, every moment is a gamble. No one knew what it would cost to make a split-second decision while someone was devising a winning plan. In a battle with another person, it was not the difference in magic that was the deciding factor. The important factor was determination, and from that point on, Nira decided to be rather rough with them. One of the guys went on the attack. Nira aimed her blade and strike at the enemy, but to her surprise, the enemy used an electric type of magic, followed by an explosion. While her attention was caught by the first enemy, the second one thought he could take her by surprise from the back. But the girl saw everything. She turned around and smiled at him. As she dodged the guy, she noticed that the spheres next to him were the same as before. He was most likely planning to self-destruct. That only meant that he didn't care about his life at all. Nira decided to use a hurricane in such a case. The spell hit the enemy and threw him back a decent distance. From the force of the impact, the enemy slammed into the wall, nearly punching through it. Nira said they ended up burying him. His other partner managed to regain consciousness and swooped in again, screaming that he would kill and bury her. Apparently, he was not very verbose. Nira was terribly disappointed and would have loved to ask him something. She blocked the enemy's blow, then used the Libra skill. Her sword knocked the enemy back. When all two were on the ground, Nira reported that she was done here. She also said that there were only decoys in place, but by the looks of it, they might have something to do with the case. The enemies were unconscious and Nira decided to take them with her. Suddenly, she felt a terrifying gaze on her that was looking at her from behind and breathing down the back of her neck. The girl turned around sharply, aiming the tip of her sword at her enemy's throat. She couldn't believe he could stand after taking a Libra at point-blank range. His body had reached its limit, and Nira apologetically said she was going to take him with her. It seemed to her as if they were like someone's tool. She noticed that someone was moving in that direction at high speed, but she had applied soundproofing magic, but apparently she was still detected. Judging from their speed, they were quite skillful. But there was nothing that could be done about it. The mysterious stalker approached the stricken enemy and looked at him. It would be difficult for Nira to escape from the unknown stalker with a human in her arms. She injected a mana needle into an acupuncture point to trace it. This was also to stop the bleeding of the injured person. At the same time, once again, she made sure that it wouldn't be accidentally noticed. The mana needle would naturally disappear over time, leaving no trace. They had to get it to the main base. At this point, her mission was over, and the girl decided to head back. This was the end of the report of the commander of the Wiseist's reconnaissance unit. The general figured that, in that case, their movements had not been noticed, and his aide said there was no problem with that. As expected, they did fine and quickly sniffed out their lair. The general let the reporting officer go, and he listened to him. This large-scale intelligence activity was unparalleled in Alpha. To close this case quickly, they needed accurate information. The general wanted to see this mission through and picked up the phone. A call rang out in Alu's room. Al answered the general that he was waiting for him in his room. He asked not to keep the infirm old man waiting for him. But of course, you had to be pretty infirm and old to be so testy. Aluz asked what business he had with him. The general wasn't verbose and said he had a job for Aluz. While the students listened to the chairman's speeches, the hero almost fell asleep yawning through his mouth. He didn't think that they would have to listen to the chairman's long closing speech at the end of semester ceremony. Aluz thought he shouldn't have gone there, and Loki probably agreed with him. The secret line bell rang and Loki silently headed for the exit. But Aluz said she could stay and walked over to the panel to answer the call. The general ordered him to answer it faster and not to keep the infirm old man waiting. But of course, you have to be pretty infirm and old to be so testy. Aluz apologized, saying that he was at the semester-ending ceremony. The general decided to pretend he hadn't heard that. He was glad to hear that Aluz was making an effort in school, and it looked like Loki had managed to talk him into making her his partner. But the hero was only interested in the case the general had for him. The general said he would send him the records, but Aluz sternly replied that he was busy right now. The old man asked him to wait a while and listen to the details first. Aluz was assigned a target named Godma Barhan. He was a scientist. This scientist was secretly conducting various problematic research. Because of his crimes, he was wanted and was now in hiding. The hero understood everything and asked if the general had noticed his tail. The general was aware that the scientist was collecting children for some reason. He still continued to be seen conducting inhumane research in various places. This time, they finally caught on to something important. They feared that he was approaching the final phase of his research. When his target was a human, Godma was usually inside the wall and could be safely captured by the peacekeepers. He must be a very dangerous criminal. However, Aluz had yet to ask the most important question. Why exactly did he have to be the one to do it? The general laughed, for that was similar to Aluz, even though he had a pretty good guess, but just bowing his head and like an obedient dog accepting requests was not something he wanted to do. It annoyed Aluz. However, the general couldn't deal with this matter openly, so Aluz decided to say in other words. This scientist had seriously gotten his hands dirty doing experiments on humans, having done something very problematic. He had also colluded with some high-ranking military or official, and they had only managed to catch his severed tail so far. And if this comes out now, serious consequences will not be avoided. Aluz wondered what the general would answer to that, and the old man said that the hero was not far from the truth. He couldn't admit to anything that would dishonor Alpha. Right now, he couldn't allow the army's credibility to be undermined. Aluz thought so, and the general said it applied to him as well. If that happened, they would go into crisis mode, and Aluz would have no choice but to return to active duty. The general sent the guy all the paperwork. He asked that the dates and times be strictly adhered to. Now he would have to decide what to do, but needed to do it in the best way possible. Aluz understood everything, and the general was counting on the hero. The guy looked at the screen. It was the isolation of the element factor, and it was clear to him now. The scientist might have been a vile person, but he had an interesting idea. Loki watched the hero carefully. She lowered her gaze, thinking about how selfish the army could be. But Aluz felt that there was no need to say that. The Governor General had a lot of worries too, and this was a good opportunity to be indebted to him. In addition, this target was also a researcher. Because of this, Aluz was himself somewhat interested in the case. The doorbell rang, and Loki informed Aluz that Alice had come to see him. Alice said that Fia had already returned home and felt that Al should have seen her off as well. But it was too much for him to see off someone who would only be gone for a week. Meanwhile, he had just found the projector. Either way, it was convenient for him that the naughty little prankster was gone. Alice smiled when the hero called Fia a naughty prankster. Aluz apologized to Loki and asked her to step outside for a while. Alice couldn't understand what the hero was up to. Aluz didn't plan to dig too deep, but there was something he had to inform her about regarding this research. If Alice knew the truth behind it, then maybe she already had an idea of what Aluz was going to say. Whatever the case, he didn't think there was any harm in her finding out now. The boy touched the projector, but Alice remained silent. The hero offered to cut to the chase, and said he'd noticed something while analyzing her mana. Normally, regardless of form, a person's mana information is embedded in their genes and could be read. However, some of her mana genes could not be read. In other words, there were errors in them, or it could be that she had lost them and some of them were missing. There was a reason why they might have been missing. Alice was concerned if she could be a mage in that case. Aluz didn't think she needed to worry about that, though it would still speak its influence. Alice exhaled with relief, thinking that it was a good thing. The lack of some information about her mana might have affected the duration of her spells. Fortunately, they hadn't seen much effect, though it had been a long time since she'd lost them. Usually, mana information was related to a person's age. In her case, because of the missing parts, the hero couldn't even analyze the information beyond a certain point in her past. Simply put, her mana was young. Aluse told Alice that her lost genes were a mystery to him, but in his opinion, she must have had some idea why she was the way she was. Suddenly, Alice was seized by a panic attack, and she was breathing heavily. Aluse was startled when the girl covered her face with her hands and ran up to her. He managed to grab her, and gently lowered her to the ground so she wouldn't fall. Kneeling down, Alice was still breathing heavily, and the hero apologized to her. The girl's tears came and she cried, asking the hero for forgiveness. But Aluse decided that he was the one who should have apologized and asked her to just forget about it. He decided that Alice should have gone back to her place, even though she hadn't done anything. But according to the hero, everything was fine. She could come back after she calmed down. It was vacation time now besides, so they had time. Alice obeyed and went back to her place. Taking off her shoes, Alice stabbed herself into her pillow, not realizing what was wrong with her. The past, which she thought she had overcome, kept running through her mind. She thought she was okay now and that she had become strong. But she was wrong, for she had not yet been able to overcome her past. Even if she hid herself with the covers, the memories, the hatred of someone else living inside her. As long as he was still alive, she couldn't escape. Alice closed her eyes, tearfully recalling images from the past. She remembered her friend whose name was Melissa. No sooner had morning come than someone knocked on the hero's door. The hero didn't expect Alice to come to his door so early. Considering how she was yesterday, he didn't think she would come to him today. Alice woke up early, as she went to bed just as early. Aluse warned Loki that he would be gone for a while, but Alice grabbed his sleeve, telling him to stop. She wished Loki could hear it too, and the hero agreed. When all three of them sat down at the table, Alice took a deep breath and said that everything was fine. She began her story by saying that it happened when she was 7 years old. It made sense to the hero, meaning that was when they made the agreement and Alice confirmed it. She thought it was those experiments that made her mana so strange. She had suppressed it within herself to some extent. At least she thought so. But it wasn't so bad after all. She had a friend in that facility. Based on what she heard, their target was Gudma Barhung, which was definitely related to this. Loki looked at the hero, who nodded to her. Aluse would like to assume that her missing genes were not intentionally removed. In other words, it was an accident. With their current technology, partially deleting mana information is impossible. But she wasn't the only one there. It was very likely that Alice was the only one it happened to. Alice couldn't understand why exactly it happened to her. Most likely she was just unlucky, or maybe even the opposite, it was even lucky. Aluse got up from his seat and asked to wait for them for a moment. Aluse placed a suitcase on the table, but Alice didn't realize what it was. It contained Aluse's evening mist. The girl didn't understand why he had brought it. The guy pulled out the aura and asked Alice to try to empower it with her mana. Alice agreed and took the weapon in her hands. As Alice concentrated, one of the chain links glowed and the hero said that was enough. Loki asked Aluse if he had been able to figure anything out. Aluse decided to ask Alice her opinion on what type of mana this magic formula belonged to. It had a light attribute, meaning apparently light, but Aluse apologized, saying that he didn't use that element. Alice didn't understand anything. The hero decided to let her preface this first. He only wanted to say it once, and no one else was allowed to say a word about it. They were to keep it in mind and listen carefully. But Aluse decided that it would be what it would be and began the story. Spells and how they defined them fell under a certain element. But the formula that Alice's mana caused to react had no type. It was what was called a type-less magic formula. Alice was surprised and concerned by this. She didn't know what such a thing could even be, but such a character called it himself and also thought that he was the only magician who could use it. The girls began to guess that the hero had a type-less attribute, but Aluse thought he had told them that before. Overwriting the mana information causes it to be destroyed. If she's lucky, most people will lose consciousness with a high risk of death. Alice's slight type-less affinity, which is separate from her affinity for light, is almost certainly due to a characteristic lack of mana information. Aluse might have called it good luck on bad luck. It might have been a good enough option for her than it seemed at first glance. However, it was unclear how it would basically work for her. But in Alice's case, the information about her mana is only a small part of it. In fact, only her missing parts reacted with type-less mana. She couldn't fully utilize type-less spells. If she accepted it, Aluz was confident that she would be able to use engraved type-less spells. Even if someone saw Alice activating abnormal spells, they wouldn't be able to say normally that she had no type. But it was a secret, and it was impossible for anyone to know about it. Alice was still a light type, and Aluz suggested that she use a type-less attribute to supplement what she was strong in. All in all, there shouldn't be a problem since they were tight on light type research. Aluz asked the girl not to be so pessimistic, and it was a secret that only they and the Governor General knew about. But if the world found out about it, Aluz promised that he wouldn't let anyone do anything to her. Therefore, she was free to increase her rank and become a more valuable battlemate, also making those around her recognize her abilities. He was sure that the country would recognize her, but in Alice's opinion, it would take too long. Before she could finish her sentence, the hero asked to put all doubts aside. After all, she definitely had the potential to do it. Besides, if she needed it, the Governor General and he could put in a good word for her. Therefore, she didn't need to worry, and Fox wished it was true. The hero asked about Alice's choices. She did have a type-less attribute, but it was insignificant. But if she wanted to, they could just forget about this conversation. Alice bowed to the hero and said she would do it. In that case, it was decided. First, she had to learn about type-less spells, and Alice agreed. Loki also emphatically told Aluz herself that she wanted to learn about the type-less attribute. She apparently also wanted to remain diligent in her studies, and the boy agreed. If they do, they will do it effectively. The hero told Alice that she would now stay the night here, but Alice thought she would need to come again. Loki thought that seemed like a good idea. From now on, Alice was to stay with the hero and Loki here for the night. Loki thought it was a good idea, but Alice felt that she didn't have to come here anymore. But Aluz assumed that she should have only stayed here for 3 days at most. He thought that training and studying would last until late at night. If she went back and forth, they would lose precious time. Alice thought about it and assumed that Aluz was right. He also needed to get an RPG in his research. So Alice spent the next 3 days getting the basics of type-less magic into her head. Of course, all records were excluded because they didn't want it all to leak out to the public by accident. She had to memorize everything the first time and Alice got excited. At least she had it all figured out and they started practicing. While Alice practiced with a magic item, Aluz kept an occasional eye on her. He gave lessons to Loki and Alice, showing all the information they needed on a large digital screen. Alice and Loki studied hard and Aluz was pleased with them. After everything, the girls went to take a shower. Sighing a sigh of relief, Loki smiled at the nice bath. 3 days seemed to fly by, but Loki didn't understand why Alice was taking it with her. She needed to go back to her dorm, but in her dorm room, the bathroom wasn't as big. Aluz sat at the table and thought it was too noisy. He had just learned that the walls here were thin. Alice bowed and thanked Aluz for the past 3 days here. After that, Aluz had work waiting for him. So tomorrow he asked Alice to go back to her usual training. Alice understood and she said goodbye to Loki and Aluz. Aluz was worried when she showed signs of injury, but surprisingly enough, she seemed to enjoy her training. As Aluz closed the door behind her, Loki decided to ask why he hadn't told only her about the bestiary magic. But such things were not to be spoken of lightly. Loki thought that she just wasn't worthy of his trust, but that wasn't the case. He just didn't think it was something anyone needed to know about. Until now, it was a secret that only the Governor General and him knew about. Aluz thought that Loki also probably had a couple secrets of his own, and Loki froze in place. She admitted that she didn't have a single secret, which surprised Aluz. He decided to make sure, and Loki said she didn't have a single secret. She sincerely told the hero that she had nothing to hide from him. He probably should have told her about it after all, but would have to find the time to tell her everything. However, since she was his partner, he couldn't leave her out. Aluz couldn't tell anyone his secrets until he told them to Loki. Loki decided to ask again if this was true, but the hero refused to repeat himself. Loki rejoiced, but thought about the fact that in that case, Aluz kept far more secrets. But if that was the case, he couldn't tell them to anyone. With those words, he went ahead of Loki, who shouted back that he couldn't escape this time. Loki laughed, and so the day passed. The hero looked into Loki's room, making sure she was finally asleep. These past 3 days had probably been hard for Loki and of course for Alice. There was probably a lot of fatigue accumulated in them. After putting on a cloak and climbing to the roof of the building, the hero decided that he could plan the mission himself in advance. This time his job was to survey the terrain and adjust as necessary to the available data. It wasn't that he didn't trust the Governor General's documents. It was just that the information he could get firsthand was more substantive. Guy walked across the rooftops of the city, reaching the heights of the dome. The night streets of the city were filled with people returning home or resting after a hard day at various establishments. The whole city was on the move. Some were drinking and celebrating in a bar. Some were returning home with their families. Aluz thought he saw a relaxed existence. Suddenly, his gaze froze on the strange people in the alley. One of the group of people said that this was the right place. Wiping his chin, the man told the mystery girl that he was at his limit and called her a beauty. His friend remarked that apparently he did not have a wife. The friend suggested not to bring it up, as the lady had come and invited them herself. He asked not to spoil all their fun. One of the men reached out to the hooded girl and said that she had tempted them a lot. He asked the beautiful lady to take off that dull garment. But no sooner had he reached out his hand to her than he suddenly felt pain. Without realizing anything, he looked at his hand, from which blood was fountaining. Falling to the ground, he screamed that she had cut off his hand. The girl thought this was not enough and swung at the men with her sword. But suddenly she was intercepted by Aluz, who asked her to leave them alone. It seemed to him that she had gone too far. The hero suggested that his friends pick up their friend and get the hell out of here. He also asked them to remember to take his arm as well, because if they hurried, they could still save her. Aluz couldn't think of saving these guys. He was sure the girl was satisfied with this scuffle, but now it was better to get out of here quickly before the public security forces showed up. The girl was as if she was out of her mind, and only ordered him not to interfere with their experiment. Aluz was about to let them go, but the girl and her 2 boys were apparently asking for it. The guy noticed the aura on the guys and realized they were mages like that. People could see if they fought here. The hero decided that he shouldn't have stuck his nose into this unfortunate matter. Aluz swiftly climbed to the roofs of the buildings. As soon as he climbed up, all 3 of his pursuers followed him. Had he known this would happen, he would have taken the evening mist with him. The girl ordered her 2 partners to wipe him out of their path. The hero easily dodged their simple blows. Using a spell, the hero used the dagger he wanted to strike the girl with, but the girl was able to block it with her weapon. Then the hero struck her with his foot, and the girl flew backwards. While she was recovering from the blow, 2 men were already running at him. Fending off their blows, Aluz lured them into a deserted place and descended from the rooftops. He decided that this would be a good place for them. There was a chance that people would see, but it was much harder to find a better place to research magic. He didn't have that much free time, and with a glance at his pursuers, he told them that their persistence would only lead to an early grave. From what he could see, they were about triple digits. He tried to give them the option of not pursuing him, but by all appearances they were eager for battle. One of the pursuers threw daggers at him, and another pounced from above, but all of this was predictable to Aluz. For the real attacker was different. Aluz was about to reflect the dagger that flew at him and glanced at the enemy's magic circle. His gaze was full of determination, and he struck at the enemy's bare fist. From the force of his blow, the enemies flew apart. The girl could barely contain her magic circle, but she also couldn't resist such a blow. In the end, 2 of the pursuers fell to the ground, but the 3rd still tried to strike the hero that dodged the attack. Eventually, the enemy hit the ground, after which the hero threw him off his foot towards the others. The girl that sat on the ground menacingly looked at the unreachable hero. The guy heard the alarm, which means someone had already called the public security forces. Judging from where the sounds were coming from, they won't get here quickly. The girl clutched her head and started repeating that they were on their way. Like zombies, the defeated enemies began to get to their feet and leave. They headed in different directions, and the hero wondered what he should do next. He didn't have time to catch them all. If they split up, he would most likely catch 2 at most. He had already lost a good portion of his planned time. He decided that he would just move on. Aluz headed home, where he was already greeted from the doorstep by Loki. She was wondering where he had been. Loki was clearly displeased and puffed up her cheeks, but the hero replied that he was on a reconnaissance mission. He knew it would be unpleasant in case he was discovered, so he tried to return before Loki woke up. But he would feel bad if he didn't let her sleep, as his alone was more than enough. The words Aluz said sounded to her as if she was useless, but Aluz said he said no such thing. Loki decided in that case to make tea and was sure that the hero was tired. Sitting down at the table, Loki decided to find out exactly what Aluz had done. He confirmed the documents sent by the Governor General. Like he said before, it was better to check everything by himself. Loki had never done a mission like this, so she decided to ask if that was the case. The hero remembered that it was completely different from destroying demons, and that's why Loki shouldn't be doing this sort of thing. But Loki thought otherwise and exclaimed that this would not do. After all, she was also his partner. But the hero said she was only his partner in destroying demons. When the target was a human, it was much harder to keep his cool. By allowing Loki to do such work in his place, he risked holding her responsible for the murder. In addition, the blade used to stop the breath of another is also aimed at them. He decided that Na was under no obligation to do this to him, but Loki thought differently. Aluz's own sins were her sins as well, and she was sure they could share the burden for 2. Aluz hesitated and didn't know what to answer. In that case, he understood and agreed to yield to her. Since it had come to this, he asked to be allowed to tell the information. As it turned out, the documents were largely accurate. It was just that regardless of how the man had done his research, if it had borne fruit, there were a few odd points. If he was still conducting research on a plan to isolate the element factor, he needed human subjects. Such a thing was possible without extensive research equipment and funding. Simply put, the scientist had a patron. But Loki told Aluz that this was not mentioned in the information. Perhaps the governor was unable to find out about it. Loki wondered if Aluz would tell Alice about this information. He didn't plan on telling her, and he didn't want to drag her into the matter for anything. Aluz headed to his room, deciding to rest until dinner. He wondered if worrying about others made him tired. After all, he wasn't used to that sort of thing. After a while, Alice came to see them and Loki opened the door for her. Loki decided to make her some tea and the girl thanked her. She wondered where Aluz was, but when she went further into the rooms, she saw him. Aluz was sleeping quietly in his bed and Alice went over to him. Sitting down by the bed, the girl watched him sleep. Alice looked at his long eyelashes, not knowing that he always had them like that. When he slept, he looked like a child, and with these thoughts, the girl wanted to touch him. Suddenly, she was startled by Loki calling out to her. Loki assumed that Aluz was completely exhausted herself and suggested that she let him rest in peace. Alice was in agreement with her. Leaving the room, Alice wished Aluz sweet dreams. While the academy was carefree with students walking around, a few dark, inconspicuous individuals sneaked into the academy grounds. After his short rest, Aluz opened his eyes. Fixing his hair, he thought about the fact that the timing couldn't be worse. Meanwhile, Alice was practicing with a magic item. She told Loki that she failed again. This training stick was absorbing her mana, and putting mana into it was quite difficult. Loki asked to let her try to do it. But to tell the truth, the military didn't really train mana control methods. There were no such items for training before. It was hard for Alice to believe that, because she thought that this kind of thing was natural in the military. There were some differences in ability between people, but it wasn't a common skill. The number of mages who trained for something like this on an individual basis was small. The technique that she and Theo were trying to learn was just of that kind. Just squeezing it, she felt a slight resistance. Alice had told Loki that this mana resistance made her aware of the flow of mana. Although it was intuitive in a way, Loki closed her eyes and focused her consciousness. She tried to infuse her mana, and the stick glowed with her mana. Alice was delighted and said she did a great job. Now she understood the idea, but Alice didn't understand what Loki was talking about. Loki said that holding mana requires a proper understanding of balance management. She suggested that Alice should start by understanding it. Though she said so, she couldn't give advice as accurately as Aluz herself. It was just the way she understood it herself, and she gave Alice the stick back. She had a really high opinion of Aluz, in Alice's opinion, as expected of her. What Alice did, however, was to put herself out there every time. It wore her out, and then she felt disgusted. It wasn't the worst idea, but that wasn't the point of the training. You could tell it was being done to learn how to use mana effectively. It wouldn't hurt to learn proper balance as well. Alice decided to try and do that. Alice concentrated and exclaimed that Loki was right. But if she didn't put her full effort out, she wouldn't be able to hold on. It just showed how much room she still had for growth. Suddenly, Loki was distracted. Alice wished Al a good morning, and the hero asked her to be quiet. He asked Loki who the idiots were, but Alice didn't understand anything. Loki was apparently aware, and replied to Aluz that there were 5 of them, and they were headed this way. Alice was apparently agitated, not realizing what was going on. There was an explosion that happened right outside the academy. Alice squirmed on the spot, but Aluz and Loki were calm. Alice was concerned about the explosion, but Aluz thought it was just fools. Apparently, the attackers thought that there would be few people in the school because of the vacation. But there were always high-ranking teachers here. If one also took into account the chairwoman who was at single-digit level, 5 would not be a problem for them. Considering what had happened last night, Aluz should have been a little more careful. They didn't yet understand what the attackers' purpose was. The voice on the speakers informed of the intrusion into the academy grounds and asked all participants to stay in their rooms. The warning was spoken several times. The hero thought the announcement was a bit late and saw strange hooded people in the window, thinking it was them. The teachers ordered them to stop, for outsiders were not allowed to enter, but they were ignored. The assailant had taken care of the man in no time, and Aluz thought he was just a jerk. He should have neutralized him first, and then he'd talk. The attackers split up between the boys' dormitory and the girls' dormitory, as well as the main school building. The other headed towards the back of the school, which indicated that the enemies wanted to take them in pincers. Loki asked Aluz what they would do in that case. Aluz decided to observe the attacker that pulled out his aura. The hooded man attacked the group that tried to defend against his light strike, but their wall could not withstand it and the group fell to the ground. Aluz was able to discern that it was light attribute magic. Suddenly, the man looked up and he and Aluz met eyes. Aluz was annoyed by this. After all, they were coming this way. He left the attackers to Loki. The hero decided it was no big deal if they broke through the gate. Loki's main job was to contain them. However, she had to try to subdue them without killing them. Loki accepted the order and went to the entrance, and Aluz remembered about Alice. She could leave here for now, but Alice was worried about Loki handling them alone. She wished she could help her, but Aluz refused and said it was okay and that Loki needed it. The hero was ready to intervene if anything went wrong, so she could take it easy. Footsteps were heard and Loki was at the ready. The enemies were already approaching, and one of them pounced on Aluz with Alice, saying that he had found the first room. But Loki couldn't let him target Aluz by himself. She wanted to show her enemy his place and threw daggers at him. It was as if the attacker heard nothing and only kept repeating that he should be killed. Loki soaked her daggers with mana. One by one they flew at the enemy, but the enemy was able to deflect them without difficulty. But some of the daggers still caught the target and struck him with lightning, leaving the enemy paralyzed. But surprisingly, he still tried to strike Loki. The girl noticed that he showed no signs of pain, even after taking so much lightning damage. The attacker wanted to stab, but Loki blocked it with 2 daggers. She dodged the enemy, after which she stabbed him. Loki jumped back to a safe distance, then attacked again with her daggers. The enemy was unable to move, causing his gaze to drop to his feet. Thunder daggers pierced them along with their boots. The enemy had trouble moving and Alice thought Loki had handled it, but Aluz said there was more to come. The attacker started using the same light cannon skill that Loki had seen last night. She threw her dagger forward, then ran towards the enemy herself. The dagger almost reached its target, but the enemy stopped it with his sword right in front of his face. Loki jumped and struck the enemy with her foot. The man immediately fell to the ground in front of Loki. The girl looked at the immobilized enemy and turned to Aluz, indicating that she was done. But Loki did not pay attention to the fact that the enemy managed to get up after all. He ordered the girl to drop dead, but before he could do anything, he was immediately attacked and defeated. Aluz used his spell on him and asked Loki to keep his guard up. Loki felt sorry for her, but the hero patted her on the head, for she had reacted well enough anyway. Loki told Aluz that the enemy's movements were somehow unnatural. In addition, he was almost unresponsive to pain. The hero agreed with her, but it wasn't like someone who was numb from overexcitement. Reflexes were also dulled, which hinted at clearly something else. From the beginning, the sense of pain was absolutely nil. More precisely, the reaction to external stimuli was severely suppressed. Examining the man's body, Aluz noticed a wound on his neck, and something that shocked him. Loki also guessed that the man was already dead. But suddenly he opened his eyes, which were just crazy. The hero immediately pulled Loki back, and the man began to rise to his feet, bleeding. Ignoring the heroes, he threw himself onto the second-floor balcony in an attempt to escape. Loki began to block his path with daggers, but the attacker deftly dodged them, then escaped. Thinking over what had just happened, the hero thought he looked abnormal. But there were two more attackers on the grounds, and Loki asked Aluz what they should have done. They must have eluded observation, and Aluz apologized to Loki. He would have her help the teachers with them, and the girl obeyed. Alice looked in Loki's wake and pronounced that they were fighting humans. But honestly, it wasn't that strange to the hero. The only reason humans are so united now is because of their common enemy demons. Since the army was hiding it, the general public didn't know what it was like in the past. Alice understood everything and sadly lowered her gaze. Suddenly, the speakers started up again and a voice asked Aluz Region to go to the chairman's office immediately. Alice reassured the hero and said that she would clean up the place herself. On the way to the chairman, Aluz met a girl who was glad to meet him. They had not seen him for a long time. It was Nira. The last time they saw each other was at the girls' dormitory. She said she would come to his research room. Nira had thought of coming many times but could not find the time. More importantly, it was the uninvited guests that attacked them. Nira admitted that she had encountered them before and was surprised that they had taken such a step. Apparently, they were very desperate. Also, it was as if the Governor General had not informed Aluz that she was in charge of gathering information under the command of her father, Saikyou. The hero decided not to jump to conclusions. Previously, he had been under him in a temporary special forces unit. And now he's in charge of an intelligence center. Apparently, he seriously cared for his daughter. Nira looked at the gloomy hero and thought that there was something wrong with the documents he received. But it wasn't, and all the information was well gathered. She simply said that she was surprised that they had taken such a step. Nira agreed with Aluz and was sure that the intruders were a group of Gudma's experiments. But she couldn't imagine that they had a good reason to attack the academy. From what HQ could tell, Gudma had already succeeded in isolating the elements. He must have had a patron as well. He must have gotten funding for his research from somewhere. Today's raid could have been just a demonstration. Maybe he was trying to make a deal with another country that would get him out of Alpha. If that's his goal, he's completely stupid for not openly targeting the army. But perhaps that was not all, and the reason for the attack on the academy may have been the incompleteness of Gudma's research. But that was just a possibility. In any case, it would all be over in 3 days when the hero would begin his mission. In that case, it was time for him to return to the chairman's office, and Nira agreed. The guy thought that Gudma had finally made his move. Meanwhile, Gudma was in his office. He had received information that 3 of his 5 bodies that he had sent had been destroyed, but they still tried. Gudma was sorry that he had lost some pawns, but it was not a problem as long as he got the data. A girl came up behind Gudma, and he said it was up to her. Getting it depended on Melissa. Sisti corrected and folded the stack of papers on her desk and asked Aluz a question. She wanted to know the answer. Who were these uninvited guests breaking into her academy? But Aluz was honest with her and said he couldn't know that himself. Aluz wanted to know from the chairwoman what spells were used by the attackers she fought. But Sisti confirmed that they had no doubt used spells of the attribute of light. Light and darkness were polar attribute elements that were believed to have a single line of origin. Since humans could not acquire types other than those they were born with, there were to be no mages with the light attribute. It was safe to assume that all of the attackers could use light magic. It was a strange feeling that must have had something to do with the Governor General's request. Sisti noticed that the hero was thinking about something and asked him not to hide anything from her. It was a kind of human experimentation. He found scars from some kind of body modification on the neck of one of the attackers. Aluz was sure that someone had tampered with their minds. It was hard to believe that 5 people with such a rare element could attack them. Sisti thought that they might have been part of some magical group or dark cult. The guy thought that both of those options were wrong and asked if the headmaster knew anything about it. If she wanted to know more, she could ask the Governor General. That's all he could tell her. Sisti understood everything, and the hero asked him to excuse him as he was about to leave. Sisti thanked him for his work, and the hero thanked her back. He wished her good luck in cleaning up the aftermath. It seems the incident had exposed a breach in their academy's security system. Sisti looked dejectedly at the 2 mountains of papers about the damage and the attackers. The principal asked Aluz to stop, hoping for his help, but the hero said that unfortunately he had things to do. Sisti wasn't sure she could have handled all of this overnight. Aluz picked up a small flask and decided to look into something, using the blood sample he took from one of his attackers. As the guy looked at the computers, he became convinced of his thoughts. These people didn't originally have this element. Now forcibly overwriting the mana information, allowing someone to use light element magic should not be possible. The question then was why these people were able to use it. The hero had to look up the basic words. These are unique characteristics and personalities that never change. This included mana information and other root information. Aluz carefully read all the data regarding the defeated enemy and found something. The light-type spells prevented the demons from regenerating. That's why Aluz focused on the mana of this type. In a way, Gudma's research should have the same purpose as his. But it was beyond logic. The research on artificially creating mages should be rejected. The hero decided it was just plain disgusting. Aluz received a letter, which was a periodic mission report. After opening it, the hero was convinced that there was no progress at all. Apparently, even intelligence was having trouble getting more information. Loki came into Aluz's room and said that dinner was ready. Aluz thought about his mission, which was to start in 3 days. When Alice and Loki arrived at the training ground with the hero, Alice decided to find out what their training plan was today. Aluz remembered that he hadn't told Alice anything yet. After showing Alice some papers, Aluz replied that he had developed a new magic especially for her. Alice was surprised at how quickly the hero finished with it. He would have preferred to directly engrave the formulas on the ivory, but he didn't have the right materials. He asked Alice to get the processes into his head, and the girl took the sheets. She was amazed at what she read and thanked Al. But he didn't need her thanks, only that she should hurry up so they could try it out. Aluz didn't have time to spend several days learning spells of this level, and Alice agreed. The hero showed Loki the balloon and said she would have to try to catch it. But she had to do it with her eyes closed, using only sensory spells. Alice understood him. In that case, the hero threw a ball at her, and Loki closed her eyes and focused on it. But the ball flew straight at her head and bounced off to the side. While she was trying to catch up with it, the hero explained that she wasn't sending enough signals to the mana sensor, and the intervals were too long. She shouldn't have used long-range signals, but kept within 10 meters. She also needed to try using about 50 signals per second. The hero decided that they would do this until she could accurately sense all movements without blind spots. Loki was willing to try it, and closed her eyes to concentrate. A powerful field radiated around her. The hero realized that she was sending out so many signals that it was easy to sense them. Although, it was like she didn't notice it. The hero threw a ball at Loki, and she tried to feel it. When she opened her eyes, she realized that she had succeeded in catching it after all. The ball was in her hand, and she waved it at Aluz, shouting that she had succeeded. It looked like it, and the guy asked then about her mana consumption. Loki handed the ball over and said she wasn't using much of it. She thought she could go on like this for another 3 minutes. Still needed to get a good idea of her limitations for constant use. Still, The ability to send out multiple signals per second was better than a normal search mage. Receiving this immediately showed Loki's astounding search abilities. He asked Alice how she was doing. Alice, meanwhile, was waving her aura, not understanding why nothing was activating. She didn't understand what she was doing wrong. Alice was almost crying, and the guy asked her to try again, saying he was watching. With those words, he threw the ball back to Loki. As soon as Loki succeeded, she immediately threw it back, but the hero did not get distracted from Alice's training, thus catching Loki's ball. Alice swung the aura, asking if the hero had seen it. Aluz asked Alice to review her formula more carefully now. She had somehow missed the detailed parts that he had accurately written down for her. She was getting the form wrong. Just as Aluz had thought, the lack of classes on magic formulas was causing difficulties, like when studying for tests. He had told her to understand composition and not to memorize formulas by heart. Alice remembered this and began to carefully read the formulas on the sheets. The girl swung the aura and applied light beam magic. The beam hit the field that stroked it, and Alice froze in place. She exclaimed that she could do it and that she had succeeded. Light-type magic had aspects different from any other type. In the case of fire magic, various factors were required to create ignition, which were compensated by a large amount of mana. However, light-type magic utilized the natural energy of light in the world, making the mana consumption of spells less. At any rate, the hero was glad to finally see the fruits of his research. Loki was happy for them, and congratulated Aluz and Alice on their success. But the hero said that there were others around him who could develop new spells like this one, and Loki thought he was just being modest. But Alice thought she was right, and that Aluz had done something amazing. She thanked Aluz, for now she could use 3 new spells. In this case, the hero was sure that these spells would work on demons as well. In the meantime, she had to practice with them until she could use them at any time. Above all, she had to practice the first few times to reach a level where she could make all sorts of subtle adjustments. Alice smiled and replied that it was fine. The hero also wondered if Loki had any idea of the limits of her signals per minute. She had gotten the hang of making almost 20 signals per second, and the hero decided to take note. He suggested they also test it in battle. Loki said it would be as Aluz wished, and Alice also decided to try. While the girls were talking to each other, the guys saw a call from Nira. Nira apologized for the sudden call. She got his license phone number from his father. The sudden call may have disturbed him, but it was urgent. The guy asked what she needed, and the girl said it was regarding his mission. There was a chance that this call could have been intercepted, so Nira offered to meet in person. As they approached the room, the hero apologized for the wait. But Nira said he shouldn't have worried, since she was the one who asked to meet. The guy asked her to come in, and Nira asked her to forgive her. The hero noticed that the girl was looking back at his lodging, and the guy thought that there was something strange about the place. But Nira assured him that it wasn't, and that she was just glad that she was finally able to visit him. Nira handed the hero some sweets, which looked expensive to Aluz. But the girl didn't see it as anything special and asked her to just accept it. Holding out a cup of tea to her, Aluz decided to find out what she wanted to talk to him about. Nira replied that it had been determined that yesterday's attackers were a group of Gudma's test subjects. It was decided to refer to this group as the Puppets for brevity. From now on, their goal was not only to eliminate Gudma, but also to eliminate all the dolls. Guy suggested that there couldn't have been better options. He had no doubt that Gudma could also be aware of their movements. The hero thought he had made such a bold attack because he saw no reason to hide anymore. Aluz asked Nira if the specific target of the dolls was known. Nira replied that the mission board had come to a conclusion about it. In all likelihood, this was a demonstration of sorts. It was most likely a test of the doll's abilities. Knowing that Gudma had support, he must have done it to prove the success and value of his experiments. The hero decided that this was correct, and it made logical sense. But for some reason, he felt a strange uneasiness. He could not get rid of it, and Aluz had the feeling that he was missing something. Loki noticed that Aluz was worried about something. Nira also thought that something had caught his attention, and if anything, he could offer them something. Nira thought it was highly likely that his superiors would consider his suggestion, and the hero knew it. Aluz decided to tell Nira that this day was fast approaching, but cut short at the afterword. He asked her to just forget about it. He didn't have anything concrete to say. Besides, even if he had reported his concerns to the army, they didn't have enough time to prepare for it. In fact, this attack did not affect their mission in any way. Rather, it only gave them more information. Simply put, the attack allowed them to look at the hand of their enemy. They gained more from the attack than he did. However, they lost track of any attackers who managed to escape. The hero was not surprised by this, for they had persistently fled. In that case, he wanted to know the actual plan of attack. Nira replied that the day after tomorrow morning, a mixed group of public security officers and a few army triple-digit mages would finish cordoning off the place. The two of them were to go after the main target. It was no longer just killing, but destroying dolls among other things. In other words, Aluz realized that they couldn't let any of them escape. In that case, since Waisekai'd himself was in command, Aluz didn't think it would be a problem. Nira certainly decided to relay these words to her father, but the hero said that she didn't need to do so, as it would definitely make his life more difficult. The girl laughed at his words, and Aluz could taste the bad taste of the joke. Nira looked at Loki. It came out that she had an aptitude for wind attacks, just like Waisekai'd. She had learned some useful spells for scouting. Nira understood everything. There were many wind attribute spells that were effective for searching and exploring. Loki thought that Nira was trying to become the head of the exploration department. The girl replied that it was exactly like that, and she also thought that she would become very useful to Aluz-san someday. But Loki muttered that he already had a partner, so he didn't need it. Nira laughed at her and said that she shouldn't have overestimated her abilities. It was getting pretty late, and Loki thought that Nira should have gotten back to the dormitory sooner. Nira agreed, saying that she had gotten a good look at the time. She thanked Loki-san for the delicious tea. To thank her, she offered to have the tea party next time in her room. But Loki would agree in case Aluz was also invited. In that case, Loki would gladly accept the offer. But the hero realized that she had invited Loki on purpose. It was a bad habit they both had. She should have just thanked Neru for his kindness. Loki looked at Aluz and then at Neru and sighed. Loki bowed to Nira and said she would be in her care. Nira grinned, replying that she would take good care of her. Aluz had thought it was just the prying of the Governor General, but now he knew how she felt. It was like looking at himself in the past. Nira left, saying they would see them again. Aluz was counting on her in case anything else came up. Most of his questions regarding the mission were resolved, as expected from Nira's investigation. She had the polite manners of an aristocrat, unlike some other aristocrat he knew. The hero thought that she was probably being scolded by her mother at home right now. It was late afternoon, as a woman's voice said that her bag was heavy. Apparently, she had bought a lot of souvenirs. It was Fia, who had returned faster than she had planned. She was sure they would be surprised by her appearance. Fia was happy to meet Alice and Loki, and said that she missed them. Alice noticed that her bag looked rather heavy. She bought a lot of souvenirs, and decided that she would give them to everyone later. Aluz came out to them, disgruntled as usual that he wasn't ready to see Fia. He asked the girl what she was doing here. It was obvious that she had heard about the attack on the school, but she was glad that they were okay. The hero asked her not to forget her pesky luggage, and Fia said she wouldn't forget it. That is, she wouldn't feel comfortable with him going through his underwear and other personal belongings. Alice agreed and smiled. After all, Aluz is a boy after all. Now it was clear to Aluz how these two thought of him. Loki took the suitcase and said she would throw it away, for they would tempt Aluz herself. Fia asked her to stop and not to do that. Fia bought the two of them cute clothes as souvenirs and could guarantee that they would fit them. Alice told Fia that she shouldn't have done that, and she was only going home for a short time. Loki decided that in that case she wouldn't throw them away. But Aluz told her that she'd better continue her mana manipulation training at home. The girl pulled one thing out of her bag, saying that she did and continued to do them, taking the magical item in her hands. Aluz made sure that she was good at it. Her technique was clearly stabilized. However, he still saw a small amount of fluctuation. It could be due to Fia's emotional state. She was fixated on something, and Aluz figured she was a simple girl. Fia decided that she had something to say to Aluz. She had told him earlier about her mom being in the military. She saw this training stick when she was practicing in her room. She was trying to be cautious since he said it was a one-of-a-kind material, made from a special demon and all. But her mom was curious, so she asked who was training her and what kind of person it was. Aluz sighed heavily and only wished she wouldn't give him any trouble. Fia threw herself into her friend's arms, and Alice noticed that Fia was having a hard time standing up to her mom. She didn't tell her mom the name and rank of the hero, but she was sure she had someone in mind. Since she was in the army, there was a chance that sooner or later she would figure it out. Especially since it had to do with her daughter. Aluz understood the whole situation, so they could go, for he would like to further continue his research. The girls agreed and said that they would meet again. The hero asked them to come in the afternoon since he had reserved the training grounds. Seeing the bag that Fia still left behind, the guy decided that she was completely stupid. Somewhere on the abandoned building was Gudma, who asked Inalb what was wrong. Gudma was told that the army was advancing on schedule and asked if he could handle them. Inalb financially supported his research in isolating the acquired element factor and provided shelter. He was to return in that case with the results. But Gudma didn't need to explain it, for he spelled it all out. There was no problem with the battle dolls, and they all had abilities at the level of 3-digit mages. To use light-type magic, one needed a higher element coefficient to overwrite the mana information. But simply accomplishing this did not allow the subjects to use light magic. The parts of a person's mana information that compiled and altered the experience affected the nature of the element and caused a backlash. However, the mana information that defined personality was also overwritten, causing the person to lose their ego. Thus, they became like puppets that obeyed orders. When Gudma escaped from his previous venture, he took only a small portion of those elements with him. He had no choice but to duplicate them. No matter how hard you tried, duplicating made a worse copy. He couldn't make anyone equivalent to the original, but thanks to the 4th federal diary he was given, he was able to increase the level of usefulness of his research with human enhancement. It was more than just a diary, and that surprised him. This diary is only part of Jedma's work. He was only speculating how wonderful the rest of it was. Inab's voice asked him to stop thinking about unnecessary things. If he could get results, he would let him see something more than Fedgel's 4th diary. He asked Gudma to keep his guard up, for Alpha had engaged his best mage. Gudma had already realized that it was Aluz herself. No one would have thought that such a young man could already stand above 10,000 mages. Even though he was the best, he was just a simple person to Gudma. It was just a fluke, but the few test subjects sent to the city had encountered him, allowing him to get some combat data. Gudma thought that 30 puppets would be enough to handle him. He was sure that in front of his creations, the power of one man was nothing. It better be, but they were still interested in whether or not the research had combat potential. Whoever he was, Gudma couldn't let his investment be useless. He figured he'd deal with Alpha's national power and make his way to Inalba during the chaos. As they had agreed, their plan was to meet in the Andela foothills north of Alpha, which shared the border of the two superpowers. Inalb was pleased that so many magic researchers were weirdos. In that case, Inalb wished Gudma good luck. The scholar laughed and said that they were all a little bit weird. He also said that she was the last one. Her wounds were very severe, and she fell unconscious on the way back here. Goodman praised Melissa for a good job and asked that the body of the injured woman be placed on a vacant couch. Melissa waited a moment for the girl's scan to be completed. It was unfortunate for Goodman, but he had to get rid of her. After all, it would not be for the best if she continued to fail miserably in achieving satisfactory results. They could not allow her to set a bad example for the other children. It was not a good thing to do, but nothing could be done about it. A scientist discovered a pipe for disposing of bodies and said he still had many substitutes in its place. As Goodman conducted his experiments, Melissa could hardly watch. Now he moved on to the next one and said that she had also exhausted her limit, and yet she had been born during the initial phase and had lasted a surprisingly long time. But failure was still failure. It would be unfair if he treated her special. Gudma thought that Melissa understood that perfectly well. Melissa asked him to stop, for she was still alive. But Gudma decided that she had done enough already. Now they had to let her rest in peace. The scientist placed the girl's body in front of the body pipe, and Melissa screamed for him to stop, but it was too late. Melissa didn't understand why things happened the way they did, and Goodma slapped her in the face. He didn't understand what had gotten into her, because that girl wasn't part of their family anymore. Melissa was the oldest, and yet she couldn't understand it. Goodma asked not to make him regret letting her keep her emotions. He remembered that Melissa and that girl Alice had grown quite attached to each other. Despite the loss of her parents, she still had a talent he could rely on, but she didn't. Even though Melissa had a rare ability for light magic, she didn't have the talent of a magician, yet it made her useful. But it was alright, for Alice was always at her side. After combing Melissa's hair with a comb, Goodma asked her to stop and say nothing more. Melissa was just lucky that she fit the Alice factor. She treated her as a substitute for her family, but it could have been that they had closer ties than blood ties that bound them together. Then she hated herself and felt guilty, which is why Melissa left Alice. She hadn't changed at all. Melissa looked sadly at Alice's picture and remembered her friend. Goodma decided that Melissa had had enough time to reflect, and Melissa thought she had to protect Alice at all costs. The scientist decided it was time for her to take a little nap. Melissa knew exactly what the doctor wanted to do and begged him not to do it. She was willing to do anything but that. Melissa promised to behave, and she was scared, because she wanted to remain herself. But Goodma didn't listen to her and pressed the button, and then Melissa's eyes darkened. Melissa immediately became one of his puppets, and Goodma assumed that she now understood her role. This was exactly what their raid was for. The girl was as if zombified, and pronounced that she needed to run and deliver. Regardless, a tear leaked from her eye that fell to the floor. It was sunny outside, and the hero was watching the street through the window. Sisti visited him, and he let her in. The principal thought he was already expecting someone, because he opened the door before she could even press the bell. But the hero was only interested in what she needed. Based on what he said, she was not allowed to come here for no reason. The hero purposed to spare him from her hanging around here, because he already had a couple of troublemakers to take care of after this. But Sisti also didn't have much free time. After all, her students are too diligent. But like she said earlier, it would be easier for her. If the students continued to develop, the hero became jealous. Sisti assumed that the hero remembered that. A few years ago, during the demon invasion, they had fought together on the front lines, but she thought the hero had already forgotten. He was still too young then. This research was most likely still going on, but since they were human, it was impossible. Sisti decided that the hero had already realized it. It was natural since it had already been 5 years since he started. It took a year to figure it out. Still, Sisti thought that the guy was confronting it. That was the value of him being a researcher. The impossibility of the theory she proposed seemed to drive him to obsession. But the principal replied that it was hard for anyone with the responsibility to relax. It was just as she said, and Sisti noticed that Owen had come in. Loki and Nira entered the room. Nira apologized and wanted to report on the mission. The girl noticed the chairwoman who also happened to be here. Sisti was waiting for Nira, as she was definitely also part of the operation. Unfortunately, Sisti still had a lot of work to do, but she had a question regarding the raid on the school. It would be negligent of her, as chairwoman, not to understand the full picture. The headmistress asked Nira not to worry, for she had received permission from the Governor General. Nira secretly asked Aluz if she was sure there would be no problem with her. After all, she was no longer in the army. If she was careless, the whole mission could fail. The hero put his finger to the girl's lips, thus asking her to be quiet. There was no point in saying anything further. He guaranteed that there would be no problems. The reason was directly related to the fact that it was among the unambiguous ones before, and it was clear to Hira. Sisti was a witch moving only for Alpha's sake. Nira understood everything, and decided that in such a case, she had expressed something inappropriate. She asked for permission to report all the information they had so far. They knew where Goodma's hideout was thanks to the tracking magic needle she had placed in one of the dolls during the reconnaissance. They still don't know the exact number of dolls, but they confirmed that at least there were about 17. Based on his treatment of them as disposable, It was reasonable to assume that he had an abundance of them. Sisti was clear on this, and on that note, she decided to ask Aluz his opinion. She wanted to know what number of dolls might have gotten in the way of his mission. The hero thought around 50, but in Sisti's opinion that was a rather modest estimate. The hero assumed that the Own had also encountered them. They could continue fighting even after taking significant damage. They were defying common sense. But since Goodman was giving the orders, if they took him out now, their numbers wouldn't matter. Without the head, they would become nothing more than a disorderly mob. But the hero decided that the problem would arise after that. It would be a nuisance if they self-destructed after following their master. And if they scattered at once, even he and Loki would have trouble keeping them all from escaping. They would have about 500 men to create a perimeter. All the 2-digit alpha mages are in the outside world on assignments, so they only had 4-digit and below. Honestly speaking, Mira couldn't shake off her worry. If there will be 500 mages and quite a few enemies, the commander must have solid experience, otherwise the environment will collapse quickly. The hero asked the question of who would be in charge of this mission in such a case. Mira pointed to herself and said it would be her father. The hero marveled that it could be Waifu himself. Loki told the hero that she had only seen him once. His image was rather not as a commander. Guy was sure it was only from Loki's point of view. He had heard him referred to as a walking natural disaster during his heyday. But his proximity to the attribute of wind made him strong in terms of scouting and command. It saved him more than once. Loki was surprised that he had saved Aluz himself. But the hero calmly admitted that even he couldn't do everything at once. The hero asked Neraz about her involvement. The girl smiled and said that she had begged him, but instead received a serious reprimand. In her father's opinion, this job is for those in the army. The hero believed that there was no parent in the world who would send his beloved daughter to fight not for life, but for death, especially if she was still a student. However, she finally managed to get his permission on the condition that she would devote herself to helping Alusu-san. Loki was stunned by this news. The hero was unfazed, and Sisti only smiled enigmatically and laughed. The hero had to agree with it, but it was best not to think about it just yet. Thea and Alice's lunch ended up taking a long time. It had been so long since they had been together with Thea, and there was a lot of catching up to do. Thea was in agreement with her friend. Alice asked her friend if she had told her about learning some new spells, but Thea smiled and replied that she had talked about it several times already. A bit behind her friend, Thea thought that in all likelihood, Alice was forcing herself to be cheerful. She sensed that something had happened while she was gone. Suddenly, a girl walked towards them, and Alice froze in place. She was shocked to see Melissa. Melissa smiled when she saw her friend, and her eyes were covered with tears. She said her name, and Alice was about to walk over to her when she was stopped by Thea. Thea didn't quite understand what was going on, but she was happy for Alice. Thea wanted to let Al know about it and asked Alice to come over when she could. Thea asked to be sure to introduce them later. Thea left, leaving Melissa alone with Alice. Aluz was a little surprised that only Thea came to see him today. But the girl said that Alice had some business to attend to, so she wouldn't be here for a while. They could have had a mana manipulation training session, but since Alice wasn't here, the hero agreed. Thea was glad that her souvenirs were all right. She remembered Melissa and Alice, after which she grinned. The hero also turned to Loki, and the girl was helping Thea figure out the training. The hero couldn't understand why Alice had been gone for so long, while Thea waved her burnt hands. She took a glass of ice and put it to her cheek. It looked like it was something important to her, so she decided not to tell them. Apparently, her old friend had come to visit her. Thea knew she had been a little worried about her lately. She looked nice and seemed very kind, so Thea thought it would be best to let them be alone for a while. But the hero was brooding without taking a break from his book. Thea told the hero that he couldn't bother her just because she was nice, but it was like he had nothing else to do. The hero remembered that there was something else he hadn't told her. Alice told them about the research she had gone through in the past. Thea was surprised that Alice told them, but she trusted Al, so Thea asked him not to worry, because she was fine. But she had already carried this burden within her for a long time. With those words, the guy rose to his feet. Loki shouted to Alusa-sama, and the hero already realized that the past lesson had taught them nothing. Suddenly, a siren with an extraordinary level 5 siren sounded. Everyone on the school grounds needed to immediately evacuate to the nearest emergency shelter. Fia fidgeted, not realizing what was happening. The hero said that she was too noisy, like she wasn't deaf and heard the emergency transmission. It was the same attackers from the other day. The voice repeated to the students about the level 5 danger and demanded that they go to the emergency shelters. The voice repeated for them to act without panic and evacuate calmly. Suddenly, one of the students stood still and his friend asked why he had stopped. He looked up to where his classmate was looking and realized nothing. The whole academy was under some huge seal. Loki looked out the window and said that it was a taboo spell. The hero also realized that it was a taboo spell that required a sacrifice. It was impossible to imagine how many sacrifices had to be offered to activate a spell on this scale. Loki wanted to immediately prepare herself for capture, but according to Aluz, she had apparently forgotten who else was in this school. The one and only, though unequaled she had been in the past, she was still worthy of it. She was said to be the strongest guardian of all 7 academies. Remote magic, this is what the enemies were doing during their last raid. Sisti never thought that she would ever see magic of this magnitude and decided that she was just unlucky. With those words, the girl used magic and then directed a pillar of light upwards. She was miserable to continue keeping her billet in the dust, so the headmistress used mana release. Pillars of light began to appear all over the area, streaming into the magic circle above the academy. Gaps began to appear on the spell walls, and the principal continued her attack. She thought of the forbidden spell, and that piece only comes with the sacrifice of Sina's Requiem. Sisti couldn't understand where it came from. However, compared to those days, the non-forbidden magic had also improved. The girl already realized that there was a lot of work waiting for her. In that case, she needed to get it over with quickly, and a vortex formed around Sisti. She rushed her power upwards by raising her hand. The pillar of swirling light collided with the forbidden magic again. Cracks began to appear on the magic circle, after which it punched a large hole in it. The forbidden magic scattered into small pieces, and pulling her arms heavily, the girl said that it was quite tiring. From the rooftop, she looked at the academy students who were excited and smiled. In any case, just like the raid the other day, she was stuck one step behind them. It felt as if all her actions were being controlled by someone else, as if she was just a pawn in this game. Sisti was bothered by the thought that she could have been here since they were targeting this academy so hard. The principal didn't like this feeling at all. Just as Aluz had said to herself, he was right. There was no reason to worry. The hero didn't realize that she had a large mana storage under the academy. She had indeed bound herself to the academy for safety. But Fia was concerned about Alice for staying outside, and the hero asked Loki to find her. Loki said that because of the exchange that had just happened, there was a large amount of leftover mana drifting around. But Aluz was sure she was fine. There was an evacuation message, and he doubted she could have been hurt. But Fia wasn't finding herself, and Aluz said that she liked to annoy him. He shouted to her to seek her out herself in that case, and so Fia decided to act. As Fia ran away, the hero exhaled. He and Loki returned to the room, where the boy said they had plenty of free time. After the first raid, the army had sent some of their men to the academy, but it made them lose face, so it would be interesting to see how they would react to that. Loki told Aluz that the operation was scheduled for tomorrow. She was worried that it would have a negative effect. The boy thought about it and hoped it wouldn't. It was certainly problematic for the army to further divide its personnel at this point. As it seemed to Aluz, the last attack was just a diversion, but he didn't understand what such a focus on the academy was for. Suddenly, Aluz jumped up, but Loki didn't understand him. He said they were fooled and misunderstood their purpose, and Loki tried to understand what Aluz was talking about. The exploration of Gudma was not yet complete. The hero ordered Loki to use the search and find Alice, even if he had to do it through force. Loki couldn't do that. With such dense residual mana, it was impossible to detect a specific one. Also, the effects of residual mana prevented her from making out what was going on around her. He had completely outplayed them. The person who came to meet Alice was the prime suspect. Aluz decided to search for her. He doubted Fio would be able to find them. What he meant to say was that this time Gunma's real target was Alice. They knew about her past, but why did they decide to do it now? The hero replied that the scientists should have gathered enough data about her at the research center. Loki thought his research was aimed at getting people to be able to use light magic. But Aluz said that was incorrect. Extracting the light type factor was the hardest part. When Gunma was working as a researcher, he must have noticed that Alice lost some of her mana information because of him. Most likely the reason for the loss lay in the direct extraction of the factor from her body. This came out by accident, but as a result, Gunma's experiment showed promising results. The isolation of the factor was undoubtedly related to Alice's loss of her mana information. But because it came out by chance, he was unable to recreate the results, even with objects of the same element type. That's why Gunma was so fixated on his one success. Guy thought they had a completely nonchalant reaction from the security side. That person Fia mentioned had gotten clearance to leave. Loki began to realize who grabbed Alice, and Aluz thought the same. They were able to fall for the whole diversion and could no longer wait quietly for tomorrow. Aluz went in order to change his clothes. Fia opened the doors and shouted that Alice was nowhere to be found. But the hero already knew this, and it was likely that she had been kidnapped. The hero was surprised that he used the forbidden spell as a distraction. Aluz decided he was the one who screwed up and promised to get Alice back. Fia blocked his path, waiting for an explanation. Aluz apologized and couldn't tell her that. However, the key to everything was in the possession of a man named Gunma. Fia knew him, and the hero was even surprised that she was so aware of everything. Alice had told her about her past a long time ago, and that made their case easier. The hero was going to head over and rescue Alice and asked Fia to wait here. But Fia couldn't leave it that easy and said that she would go with him and save Alice. Aluz decided that this was logical and true. She was one of those who would say that, but there was nothing to be done.